Chapter 27 Desolation. Suna had been designed to remain hidden among the largely barren, rocky plateaus that covered the eastern part of Kaze no Kuni. The founding Kazekage had conceived of and created the most strategically defensible position possible, able to hold out for months with proper supplies. The key word of course being proper supplies, since the Shodai Kazekage had never considered a siege while dealing with a village council that had spent decades under-supplying the village for their own personal profit. Despite that, the Kazekage had managed to hold the village together, especially after kicking them out of power. His tactics had worked, until Iwa began flooding the country with ninja. Initially, while problematic, they had held out, but as time wore on the situation shifted. Soon they had ninja dying in droves, which led to lower morale and they encountered a supply and demand problem. Of course, they could have avoided that problem if refuges hadn't inundated the village. Even if they had shunted as many as they could to Kawa no Kuni, with the ninja or samurai that were on their last legs, things were grim. The current measures of half rations would fail soon and the morale would be hurt even more. The Kazekage closed his eyes, hands pressing against his face, knowing the truth. While he had blamed the council, even allowed the villagers to take their frustrations out on them, this was his fault. His attempt at an alliance with Konoha had fallen through, they were embroiled in their own war, and raids had become too costly to continue. Uncovering his eyes, the Kazekage stared at the reports on his desk once more, proclaiming mercilessly at the failure of his one chance at securing a reliable source of water. The teams he had sent to the salt flats, a source of water during the winter, southwest of the village were found mutilated, and the area under secure guard of Iwa-ambu. With the loss of the salt flats, dwindling forces and supplies, and Gaara missing the village was going to fall. He could delay it, maybe, stretch it for another month at best, but it would fall. He had no options left, unless he wanted to stage a mass evacuation of Suna, relocating them to Kawa no Kuni. The Kazekage wouldn't give a single ryu for their odds if he tried that. Knocking the reports off his desk, the Kazekage smashed his fist against his desk in frustration. He had not gained power simply to lose it, especially not after taking sole authority. He refused to admit defeat, there had to be some solution that he was overlooking, some way of holding out. Standing up, the Kazekage began pacing his office, clutching hands behind his back. He had not sacrificed his wife, his legacy, his daughter for nothing. He refused to accept that, there had to be something he could do, he would not relinquish his village. But how could he keep it, when he had no options left? Pausing before the map hanging on his wall, he studied it intently. If they could secure some sort of supply line, then it would be possible to fight against Iwa. Yet no matter how many times he looked at the map, he saw no such area that could be secured, but his eyes inexorably returned to Kawa no Kuni and the Isan River. Stepping closer, he ran his finger along the snaking path of blue that fed out into the ocean, and his eyes drifted to the peninsula Cha no Kuni. He could send envoys to the country for supplies, ones that they could seal into carefully prepared scrolls so that they could bring them back with little fuss. But he would have to pull what ninja and samurai he had left away from their patrols further north and south to secure this route for usage since he was unwilling to risk the supplies. That didn't even take into account that it would take at least a month for the whole deal to begin. That would use up what little resources they had. Turning eyes away from that possibility, he studied the map for a moment before pausing. Several miles to the southeast there was a canyon, but at one time it had been a river bed for a minor tributary of the Isan River. The river had dried up because of a natural disaster, cutting the flow off, but it might be possible to create a new source or divert another tributary river within Kawa no Kuni to the river bed. Of course, this was all in the hopes that Iwa didn't notice and annihilate them. But he had options now. He would send several Umbu teams to see about the river bed, while envoys were sent to Cha no Kuni. It wasn't a perfect solution and the risks were high, but at least now he had a chance at keeping his village safe, plus with the fewer mouths to feed the supplies could be made to last just a fraction longer. The Kazekage nodded, placing his hands behind his back, studying the map. The war was not over, not by a long shot. Miyako, capital of the Kusa Empire. Kirin Castle, bedchamber of the daimyo. Hittori did not blame his fate on others or on the gods, he accepted it as his own burden. If things worked for him, then they did so, and if they did not, then there was no need to rave or lay blame. Fate happened without regard to how you desired things to happen, but in whatever way it deemed inscrutably best. Still, the daimyo of Kusa could not help but feel that someone else was manipulating his fate. Hittori might have considered his brother, Noga, but the man was locked in a mansion northwest of the former Tsum no Kuni. He could also discount Noga's mother, the spiteful woman, currently resided in the same mansion as well. It had been the best solution. Killing his brother would have raised questions from the public and would have caused a substantial threat to the ceiling. So Hittori had made arrangements. Noga and his mother would spend the rest of their lives in the mansion far removed from the country. He was distracted from his thoughts, wandering though they were, when Suzuko's talented fingers found an extremely tight knot of muscle in his shoulders. He grunted in appreciation as she expertly worked the knot out. He tried to relax, but as he had suspected the massage was proving futile, he had only allowed it because he had never been able to deny one of her massages. "Hit-chan, you're not relaxing," Suzuko said with a hint of a pout in her voice. "Sorry, I'm just preoccupied," Hittori responded, grunting again as her fingers returned to their dutiful work. Turning his mind away from the beautiful woman massaging him, he focused instead on his crumbling plans. For the last few months, as the war turned more and more in the favor of Tsuchi, he had struggled with how to salvage his plans. Unfortunately, there seemed to be no way. Tsuchi would win the war with Kaze in another month or so, and their attention would shift to a new target. Taki no Kuni would be next, and after that, Tsuchi would spearhead a pincer invasion on Hai no Kuni, and while he had managed to keep his beloved Kusa out of the previous war, that was one he could not remain neutral in. "Hit-chan," Suzuko said softly, interrupting his thoughts, and he turned his head toward her. Seeing she had his attention, she knelt next to his shoulder, stroking his head softly. "Tonight does not seem to be a massage night." "Sorry," the daimyo said, sitting up to face her, gaze pensive, "but things are not going as well as they need to be. Maybe I could help?" "I don't think," Hittori started, then paused, staring at her in surprise. How could he have forgotten? His Suzuko had been a high-ranked Kumoumbu at one time. Yes, you might be able to." "Good," she said with a bright smile before turning serious. "So, what's the problem?" Hittori took a breath and started laying out the details, giving her more insight into his plans than he had ever shared with anyone before. He went into everything, and Suzuko listened in silence, never interrupting until finally he finished. They both sat in silence, Hittori studying her, and she deep in thought about the situation. "Perhaps you should modify your plans somewhat," Suzuko said at last, meeting his gaze with a firm self-assurance. "Tsuchi has conquered Kaze, month or no month, but you're forgetting that they do not control Suna. Eventually that village will fall, but not before inflicting heavy losses against their enemy. Then of course, Tsuchi will begin moving against Taki no Kuni, but they will suffer even heavier losses since that country has never been successfully invaded." "But let me finish," Suzuko said, cutting him off crisply. "So you should allow Tsuchi to war as they wish, because their swarming tactics will fail when they hit Taki. By this point, Konoha and Kumo will have entered into an alliance against Odo, since you've heard through your numerous sources that's who Odo has enlisted as their current ally." "Why would Kumo switch alliances?" Hittori asked, raising an eyebrow. It was odd seeing this side of Suzuko. Normally she was like window dressing. But Hittori supposed he shouldn't be surprised. She had been a Kumoumbu and Jonin for most of her life, prior to marrying him and leaving her village. The Raikage cannot trust Orochimaru, and is most likely using this only to further long-standing Kumo agenda of taking out Kiri. Suzuko said with a shrug, "Once that happens, and with Tsuchi greatly weakened, you can choose your moment to strike. Once you've conquered Tsuchi, you can allow the rest of your plans to unfold in their proper course." "Ah," Hittori managed, considering her plans. "What of Odo?" Konoha would have easily crushed them by now if not for the Kumo distraction and their new toys. Once Kumo turns against Odo, the problem will be resolved. Suzuko paused, grinning. The alliance will only last between Konoha and Kumo for as long as there is an outside threat. Once that is dissolved, they will resume their natural balance. The only problem is Tsuchi. If you were mistaken, Hitore paused, seeing her eyes narrow, and he held a hand up. It is possible, Suzuko. If Tsuchi does manage to claim Taki before the Konoha-Kumo alliance forms, then it's all for naught. Tsuchi in full war mode would be unbeatable by our forces. Then the answer is simple, Suzuko offered with a grin. Leak a false rumor of revolt led by key figures in their satellite country Yama no Kuni and their newly acquired land. This will play on the paranoia of the daimyo and the Tsuchikage, who will have to investigate, and when they find the evidence they will have to act. True. Their paranoia will make even the innocent look guilty, Hitore said, nodding. It will force them to delay their plans for Taki, since no country would risk war while they had revolt at home. Now once the time is right, you'll need something to garner the public's support. Suzuko said thoughtfully, before smiling. An assassination attempt would be perfect. You are the most beloved man in Kusa, stage a public attempt and then after it fails, start an investigation. When the time is right, you can proclaim the investigation to reveal Tsuchi behind the plot and you can strike with all of our resources. Suzuko-chan, you are more devious and crafty than I would have ever imagined. Hitore said, returning her smile, as he examined the plans she had just given him. It could work, it would work, he was sure of it. Once Tsuchi was conquered, he could sit back and wait. The rest of his plans could work at their own pace, and he would eventually have a world to call his own. Thank you, my lord. Suzuko said, inclining her head. Do I receive a prize for my valuable counsel? I suppose so, Hitore said, grinning still. What do you want? Ah, well then, she said, suddenly lunging to shove him over onto his back. A moment later, she had him pinned, hands on either side of his head and her legs straddling his waist as her loose kimono fell partway open. I want you, my lord. Hitore briefly considered saying something, but she engaged him in a kiss, and he decided to focus on that instead. Otogekure no Sato. Orochimaru had always preferred subterranean lairs, for both his personal lab and his home, partly because he had little trust for the outside world and partly because it was virtually impossible to enter such places without gaining his attention. Otogekure no Sato was no different from any other place he had called home, only more elaborate and dangerous, ensuring a greater amount of security than what could normally be found. For Mitarashi Anko, it was home in a way that Konoha had never been, nor could have been. In Oto, there was no undercurrent of resentment or reluctant acceptance. Those few Oto ninja that she had encountered accepted her presence without hesitation and treated her with great respect. Though they were still fearful of her, that at least was no different, something familiar, and she enjoyed it in a way that she had never allowed while she had been living in Konoha. Walking the semi-dark corridors, passing through the isolated pools of orange light, Anko mused further on the differences between her time in Konoha and her current village. It was amazing how once your mind woke up, things changed. It was liberating to be yourself and no longer have to pretend to be someone else. Now that she was back to her true self, Anko had no more guilt about those she had killed, no more anger or hate toward the man that had taken her in and loved her for whom she was. Part of her loathed remembering how she had cowered and sacrificed her pride for the village's forgiveness. Anko hated them, hated the village, hated being forced into such a subservient role, and she looked forward to getting her revenge for that. Pausing in a gap between the light, Anko tugged at the collar of her outfit, trying to let some more air in. After her meeting with Orochimaru, she had been devoting her time to training, trying to get a sense of how her heaven seal affected her techniques. It was a grueling process, leaving her sweaty and tired, but Anko needed to know her new limits. Sighing, she started forward once more, heading toward her room and a cool shower, at least until she spotted Kabuto, who offered a cheerful smile. It irked Anko slightly that she saw Kabuto more often than she did Orochimaru, but she understood her Oro-sensei's reasons for caution. After all, she was a viper, her nature was indiscriminate, and he would wait until he knew for sure where her loyalty truly lay before they interacted on a more personal basis. Anko-sama, Kabuto said, meeting her halfway. I have some good news. What, I get to do something other than train? Yes. Kabuto said, nodding, as you know Orochimaru-sama entered into an alliance with a certain member of Akatsuki. Well, we've received word that they have regained Sasuke-kun and are moving toward keeping their end of the bargain. Great. Anko managed, staring at him blankly. What exactly is their end? Simply, in exchange for Sasuke they provide Orochimaru-sama with a new set of Sharingan, one more controllable. Kabuto said, adjusting his glasses. There was a second Uchiha to survive the massacre 3 years ago. I missed that memo. Anko said, staring at him shrewdly. As far as anyone in Konoha knew, the only survivor was Sasuke. Blame it on the Hyuga. Kabuto offered, shrugging, before grinning. In light of this news, Orochimaru has decided that it's time to move some of his plan forward. Anko nodded, wondering what she was about to get involved in and looking forward to finally doing something. Kabuto seemed to sense this and rather than waste further words, turned gesturing for her to come with him. Anko fell into step, musing on the deal she had learned about. It would be the worst nightmare for Konoha, someone like Orochimaru in the body of a Sharingan user. Anko felt like laughing her head off at such a concept, would serve those fools right. Still, she didn't feel comfortable with the arrangement. Akatsuki were not on her list of trustworthy people. They're after Naruto. It's for his safety. Anko blinked away the odd snatch of conversation, along with the faint pang of unhappiness that accompanied it. That belonged to another Anko. She didn't care what they did to the runt. Not one bit. It did bother her, though, to have such thoughts and feelings since she shouldn't feel anything toward Naruto or Kakashi. So what exactly does Osama want from me? Anko asked, glancing at the man who didn't miss a step at her address of the man. She was probably the only person in Oto that could get away with that. It's simple. While we wait for Karen and Suigetsu to return with our prize, we're reforming the Sound 4. Kabuto said, bringing them to a stop in front of a double set of doors. Orochimaru-sama has designated you as the team leader and it'll be your responsibility to form them into a cohesive unit. Oh joy, Anko managed, frowning at the man. Which losers do I get on my team? Guren, Gozu, and Ishidate. That's only 3. Anko deadpanned, raising an eyebrow. You're the 4th, Kabuto said with a cheerful grin. Orochimaru decided to balance this team better than the previous version. Whatever, Anko muttered and turning away, opened the door entering a vaulted room that branched off into 7 passages. In between the hissing torches that gave off an uneven, shimmering light, were shadowy walls covered with carved spiraling lines. Symbols for the sun and thus life-death rebirth, a kind of immortality for which Orochimaru was constantly searching. Gathered in a pool of the shimmering light were 3 individuals: a blue-haired woman wearing a fur-lined brown kimono, the standard rope belt, and 2 men, one of average build, wearing a blue-black armor with a yin-yang symbol in the chest and an oddly glowing gauntlet. The other was a tall, hulking brute dressed in grubby brown clothes and short black hair. Hiya guys, Anko said, smiling as they looked at her. I'm Mitarashi Anko, and as of now you are all my bitches. Pausing, she pointed at the woman and winked. Especially you sweet cheeks. You're my special bitch. Konoha, private office of the Umbu commander. Tenzo pushed away from his desk and the report from Sai, aware of the noose that was tightening around his neck. Things were getting worse, much worse than Tenzo could have imagined, and he feared what that meant for the cause. The inner circle of unity was pulling apart, each making their own bids for more power and authority. They had yet to openly defy his own authority, but it would happen soon and it would tear unity apart. Sai, are you sure this is accurate information? Tenzo asked, looking at the androgynous young man. I double-checked all the sources. Sai said, without a hint of emotion. It is all accurate. I was afraid of that. Tenzo muttered, gaze drifting to the report once more. The investigation into the assassination of Niji was still underway, and Tuyu still insisted on using that unstable loyalty seal. Who exactly were infected, nobody other than Tuyu knew, and she was not about to share that information. Not that it was the worst of the problems. Apparently Kazuma and Sidio were each set on increasing the growing distrust toward unity. It was only a matter of time before Tsunade found out that Kazuma was the one responsible for continuing the research into those cursed seals from Orochimaru, which in turn meant that the Hokage would soon know as well. The only question was if they would learn of Kazuma before or after they learned of Sidio and his insane plan to assassinate Hamura and Koharu and blame the village council. Sigh, Tenzo asked, running a hand over his face, "Are you sure that you sent enough teams to stop this plan of Sidio's?" "I believe so, though I did plan on joining in on the mission as well." Sai said, his voice flat and emotionless. "I believe the enemy shall be Yasashijai Suribi, formerly of Kiri's 7 swordsmen." "The elegant beast?" "Possible, but I hope not," Tenzo said, before shaking his head. "Kazuma has plenty of missing nin to make use of. I personally saw to that months ago." "You did as you thought best." "Maybe," Tenzo said, waving a hand almost dismissively at the concept. This whole war was his fault. He had long ago accepted that as his responsibility. The only thing he could do now was stay the course and try to divert the disaster rushing toward them to preserve the dream of unity. They had to achieve unity. However, for the dream to become a reality, he had to solve the problem of the inner circle, and fast. Leaning back into his chair, Tenzo closed his eyes, thinking hard. The group had become too splintered, broken down. Like this, he could not exert enough control over the group. Nevertheless, Danzo's orders had made it clear that this was the only way for unity to survive. Tenzo couldn't see how, though. Perhaps that was his fault. He was not half the mastermind that Danzo had been. All he knew was that all it had accomplished was to make the Hokage more suspicious and distrustful, that it created a schism within Konoha among the ninja. Tenzo could only see one solution. He had to pull the group back together, had to restore unity to a single entity. Even if it meant going against the last order from Danzo, he would have to unite unity before he could unite the country. Doing so, though, that would be the difficult part. The inner circle would fight him every step of the way. Indeed, it was possible that they could manage to sway enough support from their own splintered groups to remove him. If that were to happen, then unity would die a painful and humiliating death, of that he was sure. So he would have to strike preemptively, ferret out as much information as he could and use it to his advantage. "Sigh," Tenzo said, looking at the young man once more. "I want you to contact every NA member not otherwise engaged in other operations, as well as any member of unity we can trust to be truly loyal. I need information, every scrap I can get, because it's now apparent that we will have to remove the inner circle." "As you command." "Dismissed," Tenzo said, before adding as the boy disappeared into the shadows of an ink painting. "And good luck." Kaminari no Kuni, 5 miles from the seaport. Yujito could feel a chill crawling up her spine, slow and delicate, as she made her way toward the nearby shrine. The others were safely tucked away in their shelter for the night, waiting for the morning when they would set out for Nami no Kuni, adding more force to already overwhelming numbers. But for Yujito that was secondary, because she had become aware of a shadowy presence watching her. Yujito knew who it was, even without seeing them. She had been expecting them ever since Naruto had warned her years ago. Akatsuki. Rounding the curve of the path, which gave her a magnificent view of the night sea, she passed beneath the torii. A little further in, her steps both echoing and muffled by the paved yard, she paused. The presence was still there. It had followed her. It was waiting to see what she did next, and Yujito grinned. Turning, she faced the darkness beyond the torii, hands resting at her sides. "I know you're there." A moment later 2 figures emerged, a man and a woman, each dressed in cloaks. Despite the paleness of the light, or maybe because of it, the woman struck Yujito as more haunting than should be possible. The only other outstanding feature she could see was the large scythe slung carelessly over the man's shoulder. "Not bad," the man said, his tone cheerful. Hee, this should be fun, huh, Conan?" "I am merely here to observe," Conan answered coldly. "As I was commanded, Haydn, this shall be your battle." "Fine. Watch as I show you the glory of Jashin." Haydn spat, lifting prayer beads to his lips. Yujito struck then, as the beads touched his lips, hurling a kunai at the man. The projectile was promptly deflected by the scythe, before it flew toward her, Sadly, while it looked impressive, the triple-bladed weapon had no speed. Gauging the distance, mindful of the weak nightlight, Yujito dodged back, allowing the blades to embed themselves into the courtyard. "I'm not done with my prayers to Jashin." Haiden shouted. "I seriously get pissed off if you interfere with my prayer, which is bad since I'm already pissed off from having this mission, which is completely against my religion, and had to travel with that idolater." "Idolater, Haiden?" Conan asked, sounding only mildly interested. "Fuck yeah!" Haiden shouted, glaring at her. "You and that false god of yours. I promise that once I've unleashed the full glory of Jashin, I'll bring that false god down." "Oh," Conan said, but even in the dim light of the stars, Yujito saw the small shift in countenance. Whatever help this Haiden could have expected from the woman had just disappeared, leaving Yujito free to focus entirely on Haiden. No sooner had Haiden resumed his prayers than she lunged forward, passing the embedded scythe. The Akatsuki agent registered her move a moment later, and his eyes widened as she closed the distance. A flick of his wrist told her his plan, as did the noticeable whistle from behind, and Yujito reacted quickly. She hit the ground, hands just past the shoulders and knees, just touching the surface. Yujito allowed the weapon to pass over her. Muscles coiling, Yujito pounced like a cat might. The timing would be close, but she could manage it. Haiden caught his weapon and began to pivot just as Yujito reached him. Unfortunately, his pivot made her miss his neck by scant inches. This in turn meant she exposed her back to attack, and the timing now would be even closer. Landing with her left foot, she sprang backward into a tight horizontal flip, just as the scythe whistled through the space she had just occupied. Landing in a crouch, with one leg kicked out to the side, Yujito sprang toward his unprotected flank, landing a left side kick to the ribs followed by grabbing a fist full of his hair and jerked sharply, driving his nose into her rising knee. As he reeled back, dazed from the furious onslaught, Yujito began forming only recently learned hand seals. Reaching the final seal, her molded chakra gave form to the crackling bolt of lightning that took the shape of a dragon, which rushed toward the Akatsuki agent. The lightning dragon veered slightly, forcing her to exert her control to ensure it struck the proper target. Haiden had just enough time to regain his bearings before the ninjutsu hit him, the dragon of lightning plunging through his torso before continuing its path into the forest. The excess lightning crackled and danced along his form, filling the air with the scent of charred flesh. The Akatsuki agent remained upright for a moment before he toppled sideways. Yujito felt her hands trembling. She had never performed such a powerful ninjutsu before, and it was only thanks to Kurabi decided to teach it to her out of pity that she knew it. Breathing heavily, Yujito turned her attention toward Conan, wondering what reaction this would prompt. The woman simply stared back at her, her face impassive as best Yujito could tell, leaving Yujito to wonder why. "Ha ha 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 ha." Head snapping around, Yujito felt her eyes widen in disbelief as Haiden sat up, rubbing the back of his head. Impossible, there was no way he could have taken that attack and survived, it had to be a trick. Using the hilt of his scythe, he regained his feet, laughing even harder. "I'm, ha ha ha, sorry, oh he he, but you should have seen the look on your face." Haiden managed between bouts of laughter while hefting his scythe to rest over his shoulder. "I love seeing that look." "Impossible," Yujito murmured, staring at the gaping hole in the man. There had to be some sort of trick or something, because nothing living could have survived that attack. "I'm the chosen of Jashin," the man said, lifting his weapon to point at her. "So it's fucking possible." Yujito began to respond before she registered Haiden charging her, scythe slashing through the air. Yujito dodged back, bowing her body to avoid the triple blades, and then jumped to gain some distance between her and the monster. She couldn't risk going back on the offensive until she knew what exactly she was dealing with. Landing, Yujito nimbly avoided another slash, before she ducked beneath a back swing aimed at her neck. Twisting side to side, Yujito slipped 2 rapid downward chops and with a back flip managed to avoid another slash at her midsection. Landing, she found herself both breathing hard and staring at the man in reluctant awe. The scythe might be a slow weapon when thrown, but when Haiden swung it there was nothing slow about it. Haiden, for his part, was staring at her in what she could only assume was thoughtfulness, scythe held absently at his side. A moment later his arm raised, and he began spinning the scythe over his head, building momentum, and with each swing the arc expanded outward. However, despite the dread building within her, Yujito watched intently, something nagging at the back of her mind. As the air began to whine from the momentum of the swinging blades, Yujito felt the nagging grow stronger. When dust and nearby rocks began to swirl into the air from the spinning weapon, the nagging gave way to a vague notion about the weapon itself. There was something wrong with it, the scythe simply didn't feel right to her for some reason. Yujito forgot her thoughts a second later when the triple-bladed weapon sailed toward her. Yujito, she leapt to the side, studying the weapon as it soared past on its trajectory. As her feet touched the ground, Yujito turned her attention toward the wielder, and realized her mistake. In the seconds it took for her to react, Haydn had covered the distance between them. Yujito registered the spike plunging toward her stomach and out of instinct swung a hand out to grasp the shaft, shoving it away from her. Twisting from the momentum, Yujito spun, planting a sidekick to his face, sending him hurtling away from her. Panting, Yujito quickly retreated to a safe distance, eyeing her opponent warily. Haydn was already on his feet and had tugged the cable, connected to his scythe, retrieving it. What truly worried Yujito, however, was that strange leer she could faintly see on his face. Why did he look so happy? Growling in frustration, she swept her hands back and began unloading her kunai and shuriken at the man. The scythe responded without hesitation, sending many spinning back toward her, while scattering others that exploded moments later as the attached blast notes went off. Yujito barely had time to register the failure of her attack before Haydn charged her once more, triple-bladed scythe whistling through the air. Ducking and dodging, conscious of the fact that each escape came with narrower gaps, Yujito hurled several caltrops at the man's face. As expected, despite apparently being immortal, he flinched and his attack faltered, allowing Yujito to find another weapon. Finding nothing, she swore, resuming her efforts at dodging as Haydn resumed his offensive. Yujito made a silent vow that if she survived this encounter, to begin carrying more weapons than the standard packs. Catching sight of a stone lantern in her peripheral vision, Yujito grinned as a plan formed in her mind. Diving toward the stone outcropping, she landed in a crouch and then pivoting pushed off as the scythe stuck the obstruction. It wasn't much, but it did slow the weapon, allowing her to close the distance while pulling on the chakra from the nibi to enhance her senses. Yujito registered the thrusting spear almost before it began, and pivoting smashed her forearm against the hand and then using the momentum slammed an elbow into Haydn's face. A minute later, she jumped and grabbed his head, twisting her body in mid-flip to create a loud crack as his neck snapped. Releasing the head as she landed behind him, she planted a spinning sidekick to the small of his back. It was only as the body toppled from the vicious attack that she sensed the incoming scythe. Shifting her weight, Yujito fell backwards only to realize that the momentum would cause the scythe to fall short and impale her shoulder. Lashing out with a hand, she knocked the falling scythe away from her, mentally cursing as she felt the faint sting of the blade. Regaining her feet, breathing heavily, she turned her attention toward the other Akatsuki agent, only to find the woman mysteriously missing. Irritated and wary, she turned back to the motionless form of Haydn, only to find him sitting up and twisting his head back into position with a sickening snap. Anger spiking, the Nibi's chakra poured off her as she formed the hand seal for a second ninjutsu attack. Chakra boiling and crackling as she molded it to the nature element, Yujito brought the palms of her hands together, condensing the sphere of sickly purple lightning. A moment later Yujito released the ball and vaulted backwards, timing it so that as she touched down the sphere of lightning exploded, unleashing numerous bolts of lightning. The blast lit up the night, forcing Yujito to shield her eyes and turn away, a second before the concussive shockwave fanned outward, knocking her over. Recovering in a crouch, Yujito gritted her teeth, peeking through her fingers and squinting eyes, trying to see if her enemy was still alive. As the blinding light finally faded, the Kumo-jonin cautiously stood up, taking in the far-reaching devastation she had wrought with a dark pride. Yujito had obliterated the courtyard, leaving a deep crater in its place. She had also demolished half of the shrine. The scent of scorched ozone hung thick in the air, and fires danced among the sacred trees that had been unfortunate enough for the lightning to touch. Nothing, not even her love Naruto, could have survived such a blast. "Oh, now you're getting into the spirit," a familiar voice said, seconds before a sharp stabbing pain made Yujito collapse to a knee. Tears of pain forming, the Jonin looked around for her attacker desperately, unable to believe he could still be alive. A moment later she had to accept such an event, because perched on top of the undamaged part of the shrine, she found Haiden. His tattered cloak fluttered around him, while his spear jutted up proudly through his own thigh. Noticing her attention, his wrist twisted the spear, and Yujito cried out as the pain flooded through her. Another stabbing pain shot through her, radiating this time from her shoulder, which fell limply to the side. "Unbearable, isn't it? This ecstasy of suffering?" Haiden cried out, in the deepest joys of ecstasy. "It fills me so, savor this taste of suffering with me." Another stab of pain arched through Yujito, forcing her body to collapse completely. It was hard to think through the pain, coming quicker and quicker. Curling into a ball, she cried out, the coppery taste of blood worming its way into her pain-addled mind, even as her body cried out for desperate relief. "Ah, the suffering! Praise Jashin Infidel, for this taste of his bounty." Haiden cried out, voice rising high into the night, the sweet suffering of friends and the agony of strangers. Yujito tried to block his voice out, tried to block out the pain and the blood, turning her mind toward one singular task. Slumbering deep inside her soul was a being of vengeance and of death. One that she had not consciously confronted since her training, but it was her only salvation. The Nibi would have to release its power on its own. The closer she got, the more her body went away, until at last, she stood before the flickering blue form of the cat. The towering red torii, with its glowing seals holding the beast at bay, did nothing to hide the disdainful gaze the Nibi directed at her. Yujito met that gaze with complete resolution, opening her body to its power. The Nibi flooded her senses, sweeping her under in a riptide of unbridled power, consuming her mind. Eyes snapping open, Yujito's body twisted and creaked as the blackish-blue chakra formed its swirling mesima form around her. An instant later, Yujito lunged to her feet, a chakra paw smashing through the portion of the roof where her tormentor had resided. Roaring as she spotted the descending mote that had dared harm her, she swept her churka arm around, slamming into the figure hard. A roar echoed through the air as her shell completed its formation, as a blast wave of tainted chakra exploded outward, leaving the Nibi towering over the ruins of the shrine, its unholy vengeance threatening to drown the host that clawed desperately to gain control over the power. Registering the faintest of movement from her attacker, both demon and host reacted as one, and with a hiss of fury pounced on her prey, smashing him into the ground with a massive chakra paw. A moment later, Miko Yujito opened her mouth, staring mercilessly down at the trapped figure, and unleashed her most powerful spectral blast. An hour later, when the ninja from her camp arrived, they found Yujito sitting on the edge of a newly created cliff face, whistling a haunting tune, and twirling a necklace around her finger. Chapter 28, Volume 4, Cry of the Brave Wave. Naruto hated snow, hated it in a way that few people could hate weather. It was not the same hate that most people used so casually when they really meant annoyed or inconvenient. This was hate in its truest form. This was the hate Jiraiya felt toward rain, Anko toward Orochimaru, or even Orochimaru toward death. Uzumaki Naruto from the deepest part of his soul hated snow. Friends in Yuki no Kuni had died in snow, a princess had sacrificed her life in snow, they had buried Anko in snow, and now they were marching toward mounting death in more snow. Indeed, the only things he could list that he hated more than snow were Orochimaru, Karen, and the 4 divine thunder bastard that had killed Anko. While Naruto didn't know which of the 4 thunders were guilty of her death, he swore there would be retribution. Naruto would rip the man's still beating heart from his chest, and Naruto wasn't sure. His anger made it hard to think of what he would do next after that point. Not that it mattered, all that did matter was that Naruto knew there would be no mercy for the son of a bitch. Naruto, Hanabi's soft voice offered, drawing him from his dark thoughts, and he glanced at the younger girl. Seeing his attention, she smiled faintly. "I've been counting my techniques." "Oh?" Naruto asked, quirking an eyebrow, struck by nostalgia. he hadn't done that since traveling to Yuki no Kuni. Mostly, that was due to being in a hurry to make up for lost time. 3 months in a coma really set a person back after all. I've counted 16, Hanabi said, quirking an eyebrow, which is more than most ninja my age or rank. It makes me wonder, why should we know so many techniques? We generally only use 5, at most. Ah, Naruto managed, grinning at her, and ninja has to be prepared for anything. You never know what you'll need. I mean, I'll probably never need to use most of my techniques, but I still know them. Oh. Besides, Naruto added, quoting Jiraiya, sometimes, the only way to beat something is to know how it's done. I see. Hanabi said, nodding. A few minutes passed and then she spoke up once more. Sensei, how many techniques do you know? Naruto blinked before he scratched his head, scowling in thought. That was honestly a good question. How many did he know? Geez, should he count the sealing techniques or the kinjutsu he knew? He spent several minutes trying to figure out the exact number, and then shrugged, estimating. 67, but that includes everything. Well, Hanabi said, almost smirking, I thought you would know more. Smartass. Naruto muttered, elbowing her into a snowbank. At her unladylike squawk, he laughed, watching as she pulled herself out of the bank and glared at him. Nisei chuckled, and then continued on with Ino in tow, leaving Naruto and Hanabi to bring up the rear. They walked for a few minutes in silence, with Hanabi shaking her leg to clear the snow from her shoe, and Naruto was reminded strangely of his time as a genin under Anko. The sudden memory of the woman made his chest tighten, the pang of loss washing over him. Seeing Hanabi's worried look, he quickly hid the emotion. Naruto didn't want to deal with Hanabi worrying about him, or the others. Best to think about something else. Unfortunately, the first thing that came to mind wasn't much better. Ino was weighing on his mind, and he wanted to consider their relationship, as well as their conversation, about as much as he wanted to think about Anko's death. Setting thoughts of Ino aside, he focused instead on their objective, to reach their assigned base of operations. It had taken about a week to arrive at the Great Bridge, connecting Hai no Kuni to Nami no Kuni, and then another 3 days to reach the induction point. They'd wasted a day there, as various units and groups received orders to their new postings in country. For Naruto's team, that would be Zone 6, one of 2 zones, considered the front lines. So far, they had spent a total of 11, going on 12, days, and they were only now getting in range of their post. Once they checked in, they could crash for longer than a few hours before they set out on whatever operations the regional commander wanted them to perform. There's the sign. Nisei said, alerting Naruto, and he looked around before seeing the concealed location markers. They indicated that they were to break off here and take a path through the forest, heading up the hill. The team moved in unison without further orders, and Naruto felt some hope for their commander since putting your base on a hill granted several tactical advantages, not the least of which was advanced warning of attacks. A moment later, the 4 of them rotated positions, since the information gatherers needing to be in the lead so they didn't get lost. Aniki, Hanabi said almost immediately after they were in the rear, and her use of that word drew his prompt attention. Could you teach me a new technique later? Which one? The Rasengan? Hanabi asked, hopefully, as she met his gaze. Naruto echoed her request, startled. He had never considered teaching her the move. Not that there was a reason to withhold it from her, but he still hesitated. After all, Hanabi didn't have the chakra to really perform the move, hell, she might never have the required chakra to complete it. More than that, he'd always thought of it as something he would teach his children if he should ever get around to having any. He silently weighed her up, noting the mixture of apprehension and expectation on her face. He did consider her his younger sister, so the argument about it being a family technique didn't fly, but he still wasn't entirely comfortable with teaching it to her. I don't know. Hanabi opened her mouth, most likely to protest, when they exited the forest and entered the buffer zone, an empty space of 20 feet between the base and trees. After that, their attention focused to something else, namely their base, an abandoned fortress with battered walls made of stone and earth that looked as if it would fall to the first siege that came its way. they're kidding. Ino muttered, just loud enough for the others to hear her. I highly doubt it. Nisei offered dryly. I suppose we should report in. Before the place crumbles. Hanabi added softly, as they fanned out and started toward the battered gate. Halt. An unknown voice commanded, before a pair of similar-looking ninja seemed to materialize just ahead of them. The one of the left adjusted his glasses, stepping forward. Names? Yamanaka Ino. Beshu Nisei. Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Hanabi. Naruto blinked and looked at Hanabi strangely, noting that Ino and Nisei were doing so as well. I'm not familiar with that name, the man said flatly, staring at her, as his partner subtly slipped a kunai into his hand. Are you sure that's your name? Of course she is. Naruto said, glaring at the men. You think my sister doesn't know her own name? We have her name as Hanabi, no family name. Mizuku-san is correct, the man holding the kunai said. It is suspicious. Right, because a spy could fool our team. Ino said, her tone dripping with sarcasm, and both men looked uncomfortable now. Of course it could be that we are *all spies, and merely flubbed that detail. Nisei offered, glancing at them. However, OK-san and Mizuku-san know better than to assume that. OK and Mizuku seemed even more uncomfortable, with several glances between them. Naruto watched them both, then glanced at Hanabi, before looking back, his mind set. If she was going to go so far as to take his family name as her own, then he would force the issue. I think you both owe her an apology, Naruto said, putting his hand on her shoulder. This is Uzumaki Hanabi, my sister. If you want to keep this up, I'll happily stomp both your asses, and afterwards you can talk to our masked pervert of a Hokage. OK made a faint noise, while Mizuku stared back shocked. Apparently, they hadn't been expecting that reaction, or to face speaking with the Hokage. There was another moment of silence, before Mikuzu, who had been doing all the talking, cleared his throat and offered an apology. Don't apologize to us, Ino said, gesturing at Hanabi. She's the one you insulted. Ah, right. The man said, before addressing the girl. I'm sorry, Uzumaki-san. I didn't mean to insult you, it's just that our list of names omitted your family name. We'll make sure to correct it. It's okay. Hanabi said after a moment, glancing up at Naruto briefly. Naruto returned the look and then fondly ruffled her hair, deciding that he would have to teach her at least the first step to the Rasengan now. Which had probably been her plan all along. His sister could be such a manipulative little bitch. Speaking of a list of names, Nisei said, his tone intrigued. I assume you were waiting for us specifically. I was, OK said, stepping forward. Surugaku-sama, the regional commander, sent me to greet you and issue your first mission. Mission? We don't even get to rest? Naruto protested, snorting in annoyance. Figures, just when they get everything settled down and cleared up, they were sent right back out. It's a priority mission, OK said, handing Nisei a scroll. A team was sent out a few days ago, and they requested backup. Konoha, Umbu solitary confinement. Sakura, like most people, had always believed that blindness made the world black. Recently she had learned different, though she would have preferred not to learn this at all. Black existed to describe a color, but when you were blind, the world wasn't black. It wasn't even dark. Color, light, darkness. None of it existed. You saw nothing, you existed in a world of nothingness, vast, unending nothingness. The kind that clutched and squeezed at your heart, that made you feel alone and isolated, because it went on forever and ever, and it was all you could see or know. In such a state, your only relief came in small things that you once took for granted, the reassuring feel of solid objects, the soothing sound of your heartbeat or a bed creaking. Most often, the best relief, and worst torture, came from the memories of the world you knew and loved. That was Sakura's world now, what she woke up with and lived with. What made it even worse was that her blindness wasn't due to some natural event, or even her artificial Sharingan. Her blindness came directly from a mysterious man, who had arrived with Karen and Suigetsu before he used his fingers to rip her Sharingan out. The pain had been blinding, the loss of her sight devastating, but worse had been the chipper words he said. "Those don't belong to you, little girl." Sakura gritted her teeth at the memory of that cock-sucking bastard, struggling to suppress her rage. It would do her no good. Confined as she was within a 6x6 umbu-holding cell, her chakra suppressed thanks to a hyuga and a 5-inch solid steel door covered with various seals. So her rage would be contained, and when Sakura escaped, she would unleash her fury on the orange-masked bastard. Not that he was her exclusive target, Sasuke was also to blame. They could have avoided this whole mess if he had simply listened to her in the first place and let her approach the group without a fucking fight. However, really, most of her anger focused on the root of this horrible situation, herself. Sakura had created this mess, she had betrayed Sasuke, and blaming anyone else was merely her trying to soothe her guilty conscience. Sakura should have told him. Together they could have kidnapped a sealing expert or something. Instead, Sakura had let him do things his own way, had bent over, grabbed her ankles, and taken it as she normally did. Cammy, she hadn't even had the guts to betray him outright. She'd made a backdoor deal to try to save his life. Why couldn't she stand up to him? Why did she let him do whatever he wanted, like test his stupid strength, and thus waste all her efforts in a pointless fight? Rolling onto her side, Sakura curled into a ball, concentrating on her breathing. The guilt, pain, loss, it was crushing her. If she had been smarter, or stronger, or better prepared, things wouldn't have turned out like this. It was her fault, just like always, only this time there was no Sasuke to save her ass. There was just her. 3 sharp raps on her door broke through her dark abasement, and Sakura got to her feet automatically, bracing her will. So far, the guards had yet take liberties with her body, but it was only a matter of time. Even with her various injuries from her experiments in Oto, it would happen eventually. She was an enemy shinobi, after all. The heavy tumblers clicked like clockwork, followed by the near-silent sound of the steel door sliding back on its tracks. There was a nearly inaudible wisp of fresh air flowing into her cell, followed by a sharp command ordering her to approach the doorway. Sakura turned toward the voice, doing as told, holding her wrists out without orders. Thick handcuffs snapped around her wrists, and she breathed a little easier, as a hand grasped her arm, leading her out of the cell. The door closed behind her, which was unusual, but even stranger was when they turned Sakura to the left, and started walking. Alarm bells began going off immediately. She never went to the left. She also never went anywhere without 4 guards, but if she counted correctly, she had only 2 guards. They had walked for at least 3 minutes before she also realized another alarming and strange fact. They kept her chakra suppressed. Hyuga regularly came to press her opening points, but she could feel her chakra returning. Her mind began frantically formulating how to escape. With her chakra and such weak security precautions, it would be easy enough. It was almost as if someone had reached into the umbu and manipulated things for that express purpose. Sakura's fingers twitched, her arms gently straining against the handcuffs. Not yet, but it wouldn't be long. Once her strength came back, she would snap free and hit the guards with a genjutsu. That would be her chance to use her medical skills and take them out permanently before making a break for it. Her plan fell apart, however, when she realized the fatal flaw in it. Sakura was blind and transplanting eyes took time, not to mention that the pain of the procedure would cripple her. Damn it. Just when it seemed like she might actually have a chance at reuniting with Sasuke, things fell apart. Shoulders sagging, Sakura allowed her mind to go blank, hopelessness returning. In such a state, she didn't even bother wondering why her guards stopped her, or why they opened a door and shoved her inside. It wasn't until the door slammed shut, leaving her in a room rich with the scent of antiseptic cleaners and the somewhat nauseating scent of embalming fluid, that she realized the situation. Senses sharpening, Sakura straightened her back, carefully stressed her handcuffs, bracing for the idiots that were going to try dissecting her. Female, early 20s. Left shoulder, dislocated, consistent with oblique blunt force. A familiar voice said, followed by the rustling of paper. Odd mutations in the bone structure of the chest cavity, cellular decay has ceased. Tsunade? Sakura asked, tilting her head as she shifted toward the voice. You've created something rather vicious, my wayward apprentice. Tsunade said, her tone darkly amused. These shirnin are beyond what I would have imagined. Shirnin? Sakura repeated curiously, before her mind flashed to those experiments. Moving forward, cautiously, toward where she assumed the autopsy table was, she frowned. Well, we've finally encountered a second-generation one. Tsunade offered mildly, the sound of a scalpel slicing through flesh, so shirnin level 2, to be accurate. You'll be pleased to note that her system does indeed retain chakra. Does? Sakura echoed, blinking at the odd choice of words. Without conscious thought, her hand snaked out locating the bicep, and Sakura registered the thick leather strap with dread. Hands traveling down the arm, they encountered another strap on the lower forearm, before finding the wrist. Sakura registered the faint pulse, letting an unconscious gasp escape her. Level 2 shirnin, unlike the initial stage shirnin, retained a greater level of self. This was just wrong on so many levels. Sakura had done a great many vile things in the pursuit of perfecting medical kenjutsu, and while she might have done similar things in Odo, she still found them objectionable. So, how are you enjoying being blind? Tsunade asked, tossing her scalpel into a metal tray. I enjoy it as much as you do being an old bat. Sakura returned, wondering what her former teacher wanted. If there were anyone other than Ino she expected to kill her, it would be Tsunade or Kurenai. Yet here was one of those very people, and they seemed utterly uninterested in attacking her. They had actually broken several prisoner regulations to have a chat. I'm going to cut right to the point, Tsunade said, her tone cold. There is a project I'm working on, and at this stage I need an expert in medical kenjutsu. In exchange for helping me, I am willing to arrange things so you can avoid Hitoshi, as well as eventually grant you the freedom to seek out Sasuke. Who knows, our breakthrough could even help Sasuke. Sakura's body stiffened as her mind raced and heart thudded in her chest. Not just because of the offer, or the fact that Tsunade had requested her knowledge of medical kenjutsu. Those last words Tsunade had used, they were hauntingly familiar to the words Kabuto had used to seduce her into the medically forbidden. I'll do it. Sakura murmured, forcing her body not to shiver. It didn't matter what she had to do, children, friends, or family, she could sacrifice them all provided she gained the knowledge to help Sasuke. Great. Tsunade said, once we're finished with this autopsy, we'll get started. Hai no Kuni, Region 3. Uchiha Madara had known the tight wire he would walk from the very beginning. Mentally and physically, he was at his weakest. Part of that was due to his advanced age. After all, he had fought against Senju Hashirama for 2 decades before the Senju leader began dreaming about Konoha. However, the main reason for his currently weakened condition was the nature of his body. While nobody was immortal, there were ways of extending life. Orochimaru and Kakuzu were prime examples. Uchiha Madara had discovered this fact long before they had. Through the use of his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, he could possess the body of a dying Uchiha. Of course, there were a few requirements the body had to meet. The Uchiha had to have the potential for activating the Mangekyo Sharingan, and they had to be on the verge of death. That last part was difficult to time. Death happened so quickly after all. Hopefully it wouldn't be too difficult this time. The last 2 Uchiha would soon fight, and whichever lost he would take their body, while the other became the key to his ultimate plan. His younger brother Izuna would have laughed with him, or perhaps not. Izuna had been a strange one for an Uchiha. Breathing out silently, he grinned faintly as the Nihon Shoja no Jutsu took effect on Suigetsu and Karen. As they slumped over into the forced sleep, Madara glanced in the direction that Sasuke had gone a half-hour ago. It wasn't hard for him to locate the poor child, and with a surge of churka he slept between seconds before reappearing on the cliff behind the crouched figure of Sasuke. Sasuke didn't even flinch at his sudden appearance, his gaze locked on the half-moon ahead. Madara knew better, of course. As underdeveloped as this child was, even he wouldn't miss someone approaching from behind. Approaching slowly, until he stood on the left of Sasuke, Madara joined him in silence for several long minutes. So, Madara said after a minute, thinking about your wife? HN. Ah, Madara said, amused with Sasuke's wonderful conversational skills. You know, she betrayed you out of loyalty. Have to respect the irony in that. I mean, she betrayed you because she's loyal to you. HN. Well, it's not like it's a bad thing, Madara offered, taking on a cheerfully delightful tone. He so loved twisting people's minds around. There were very few people he couldn't do that with, mostly Conan and Pain. I mean, which is better, a person that betrays you out of loyalty or a person that betrays you out of selfishness? What? Sasuke asked, his tone soft, but his muscles had stiffened. Well? I mean, think about it, if they betrayed you out of loyalty, they obviously expected it to help you. Madara said, grinning behind his mask as he paused for the dramatic effect. Of course, they still betrayed you. HN. Madara frowned, wondering how any woman could deem this boy worth a relationship. Sasuke had all the personality of a rock and about the same level of conversational abilities. Of course, Sakura could have been under the delusion that still waters ran deep, making Madara idly wonder if he should correct that false sensibility. It is quite the situation. Madara said at last, moving to sit on a nearby rock and stare at Sasuke. So what are you going to do? To attain the same eyes as Itachi, Sasuke said darkly, I will sacrifice her. Really? Madara asked, interest piqued. Well, if you suppose that'll work. HN. I mean, Madara paused, baiting the hook carefully. You two are married, right? Sworn to each other and all that. Meh, not my concern though, so I should keep my nose out of it. Madara said, keeping his tone casual. Why Akatsuki? Sasuke asked suddenly, his voice steady, but Madara could sense his unsettledness. It is the only option left to me. Madara answered, knowing by now that the best way to make someone truly believe what he told them, he would have to mix in help and half-truths. History, they say, is written by the winners. Some even say that there is no true history. But there is, if you're willing to ask the right person. Locking his gaze with Sasuke, Madara felt his lips quirking behind his mask. The boy's mental state was so easy to manipulate, it was almost sad really, but his physical strength could not be taken lightly. Madara wanted that strength for his own, and he would have to make sure Sasuke won the looming fight against Itachi. You've read the scroll within the Uchiha temple. Yes. I've seen the ruined city as well. Sasuke said, his tone curt, eyes piercing. So what is the true purpose of the Uchiha clan? Madara asked, unbothered by that piercing stare. To lead the world to peace. Exactly. Madara said, pleased and not hiding it. Through our strength, we can bring peace to this world. That is the legacy of our ancestor, the sage of the six paths. At Sasuke's lack of visible reaction, Madara nearly laughed, but he resisted and leaned forward to continue. You know of the sage, how he was considered the god of the shinobi world. He strode from the midst of chaos, of endless wars, and brought order and peace. He revealed the mysteries of chakra and of jutsu, giving birth to the shinobi era. His greatest accomplishment was the defeat of the most powerful demon in the world, the Jubi. HN. He divided this monstrous creature into 9 parts and sealed them in remote parts of the world, while he placed the body out of reach of any man. The most powerful of these parts eventually managed to break free, and in its wake released the others. The Biju are, in essence, living forces of nature, and nobody could stand against them save for 2 clans, the Senju and the Uchiha. Sasuke's attention seemed to sharpen at this bit of information. These 2 clans managed to tame the Biju, but none could fully control the Kyuubi. The Uchiha could wield more control over it, and thus it was left in their care, while the Senju maintained the others. This was the beginnings of a tentative peace, brokered by the descendants of the sage's only daughter, the Hyuga. The Hyuga? Sasuke asked, his tone startled. What are the 3 great jujutsu of the shinobi world? Madara asked, his tone almost sing-song. The Rinnegan, the Byakugan, and the Sharingan. Where else could such ability come from? The daughter was the middle child of the sage, though she was never concerned with worldly matters, which was why she was never considered as a successor. HN. That makes sense, Sasuke murmured, before scowling. Are you finished with the history lesson now? Not quite. Madara answered, openly letting his amusement show. Eventually, this tentative peace led to the formation of Konohagakure, with the head of the Senju becoming the Shodai Hokage. Each clan believed that perhaps together, they could, after a century of conflict over the sage's rightful heir, lead the world into peace. I realized my mistake too late. The rest of the clan had been poisoned beyond saving. I still hoped, after my fight with the Shodai, that with the presence of the Uchiha, Konoha could still lead the way to peace. But the first great shinobi war happened instead. I tried to bring peace by founding Kirigakure, but this too failed. As wars continued to occur, I began to lose hope until I ventured into AIM and found renewed hope. AIM is a very secretive nation and their hidden village even more so, but once I saw Amigakure there was no denying that it was a working remnant of the world prior to coming of the sage. Impossible. Sasuke scoffed, the only things left from that time are the ruins. Improbable, but not impossible. Madara corrected absently, Amigakure when I arrived was a village spilled by civil war, but their technology is more advanced than the rest of the world. Where do you think Orochimaru discovered the technology he's now employing in his war? Records and discarded relics are easily recreated by a genius. I wouldn't be surprised if in his war, other technological marvels appear in the field. I'm not saying, of course, that our world couldn't eventually create such weapons. Madara continued, waving a hand casually despite Sasuke's lack of protest, but it does prove that for such weapons to exist, even if they have become non-functioning over the years, AIM is from before time of the sage. Do you plan on using these weapons? Sasuke asked after a protracted moment, his tone at once both curious and annoyed. No, my hope comes from the fact that due to its geographic location, the country has served as a major battlefield for the shinobi wars of the past. Here in this bloody village of a bygone era, a child was born. A child whose past mirrors that of the sage, who possessed the Rinnegan, and who now sits atop AIM proclaimed as a god. Madara paused, noting the open incredulity on the younger man's face. Madara grinned, theatrics should never be underestimated. He is called Pain, and is the reincarnation of the sage. By joining together to form Akatsuki, I believe peace is at last obtainable. What about Itachi? Sasuke asked after several profoundly silent moments, his face becoming emotionless once more. That was not my best idea, Madara admitted with a sigh, long since prepared for this. I selected Itachi to join, he was the strongest at that time. I was not prepared to believe him capable of what he did. He has made no secret why he committed such genocide. He truly believes that the clan had betrayed their true purpose. What he believes doesn't matter. Sasuke said firmly, eyes bright with anger, before turning to stare at the moon once more. No, it doesn't. Madara agreed, while mentally laughing at this foolish child. Sasuke was too wrapped up in the old mentality that one cannot live under the same sky as the murderer of his family. It made him too easy to manipulate. As Hashirama used to say, it's easy to get lost in the forest. Nami no Kuni. Winter in Nami no Kuni held a special kind of beauty, from the numerous lakes that stood frozen in counterpoint to the flowing water swirling beneath the bridges between the interconnected islands, to the glinting white snow. Almost magical really, resulting in a unique winter celebration among those that lived here. Despite all of that, winter was Nisei's least favorite time of year in Nami no Kuni. Back when Nisei had been an Aburame, as all Aburame were, he had been sensitive to the cold. Now that his Kikaichu had evolved, or was it reverted, his sensitivity had grown worse. Even protected by warmer clothes and a heavier cloak, Nisei had chills running through him constantly. Shooting an envious glance at Naruto and Hanabi, Nisei mentally grumbled about their cloaks. Naruto had placed special heating seals on those cloaks, making them toasty warm. His mind briefly flashed to Keiko, who would have been perfect for the job of keeping him warm, but sadly she had remained in Konoha for safety. The unease that came from remembering that further distracted him from the cold. After all, she was staying behind nearly defenseless in a village full of Aburame. The clan wanted her dead, his life was secondary. Without him around to protect her, things could easily take a turn for the worse. What really bothered him, however, was how the clan was acting. as if he had intended for this to happen. It wasn't their fault. Nisei did not set out to intentionally cause his Kakachu to revert back to being Onamashi. Even Naruto, who was indirectly the catalyst for the change, couldn't be blamed. The imprisoned Kyuubi could, but Nisei knew now, just as he did in the beginning, how useless a defense that asterisk would be. The Aburame clan would either not believe him, which meant he and Keiko were dead, or the Aburame clan would believe him, and Naruto was dead along with them. Every time Nisei thought of how pointless the situation was, he was reminded of beating his head against a brick wall. Still, part of him did wish that Naruto had not been placed on his genin team. Then the true Aburame history could have remained forgotten to the sands of time, and he could have lived peacefully among his family. Of course, the rest of him quickly pointed out how if that had been the case he wouldn't have his precious Keiko. Shaking his head to clear it of the previous thoughts, he let out a heavy breath, and then shivered. Damn it, he was cold again, and his only method of taking his mind off it was watching Naruto and Hanabi. Yet the only interesting thing about them was the balloon Hanabi was currently holding just in front of her. Nisei allowed that it was unusual. Naruto had insisted they stop in a small rest area so he could buy that balloon. Also of interest was the fact that they had then spent half an hour in the rest area as Naruto took Hanabi aside to explain a family technique. Of course, all of this was only interesting to someone that wasn't Nisei. Ino as well, if she cared to, could theorize exactly which Uzumaki family technique would require the use of a balloon. Nisei turned over the concept of Hanabi, starting toward that asterisk technique. It was frightening to say the least. Quite simply, Hanabi was already something of a monster, but while her mid to long-range combative capabilities were impressive, it was in close combat that she excelled. When it came to taijutsu, there were no genin that could match her, few chunin that could, and even jonin were not entirely beyond her abilities. Nisei, Ino said, interrupting his thoughts, and when he glanced at her she continued, "She's learning the Rasengan, isn't she?" "I believe so," Nisei confirmed. "That irresponsible idiot," Ino muttered, eyes narrowing as she stared at her boyfriend's back. Nisei remained silent, debating on what to say or how to react. Personally, he agreed with her, but he was not stupid enough to admit it to her. Even if she was the one that insulted him, even if she and Naruto were fighting, one simply didn't insult a girl's boyfriend. Unless you were said girl's best friend, then you could get away with it. Nisei had learned that asterisk the hard way. "Can I ask you something?" Ino asked after another moment, and then at his nod, she continued, I have a friend and she found out this secret about this guy she liked." "Ah, and this secret prompted her to react badly?" Nisei asked, feeling partly responsible. He had been the one to urge Naruto to share his secret about the Kyuubi with Ino. Well, not the secret itself. She could care less about that, Ino said, sniffing in annoyance. She's more upset because he kept it from her in first place. They promised no secrets, and it feels like he betrayed me, friend. I see. Nisei said, wishing Keiko was present to offer advice. So the issue is a betrayal of trust? Sort of, Ino managed, scowling. It makes her feel that he didn't trust her at all. That he didn't think enough of her to trust that she wouldn't react like others would. Well, as ninja, we all accept that we must keep secrets. Nisei offered, then sensing her ire continued quickly. However, it might also be helpful to consider that perhaps he was attempting to protect your friend? How does keeping this secret protect her? Ino asked waspishly, making Nisei cringe. I couldn't say for sure, Nisei admitted, trying to think of something. Undoubtedly, if he kept the secret this long he must have been afraid. Perhaps he might have had a reason to fear for her safety as well, or even her happiness? Of all the stupid, Ino muttered, letting out a heavy breath, he couldn't seriously think that I'd be happier not knowing. Nisei made a faint throat-clearing noise of ahem, almost amused. I think you mean your friend. Ugh. Ino glared at him sourly. We both know this is about me and Naruto. Indeed. It's just, even if he was trying to protect me, it hurts. Ino hesitated, her tone wavering, a lot. More than I ever imagined it could feel like. I imagine so. Nisei allowed, pleased to see things turning around. I imagine that Naruto feels the same way. This is a bad situation, but you should keep in mind he can't really be blamed. I should have known better. Ino interrupted, glaring at him. You men always defend each other. I'm not defending him, Nisei started, before wisely shutting up at her increasing glare. Sometimes it was the better part of valor to simply surrender, but at least he had tried to help Naruto. That had to count for something, right? Miyako, capital of the Kusa Empire. Kirin Castle, bedchamber of the daimyo. It was strange how situations could change in a short amount of time, how one person could go from being discarded and ignored to being a ruler of a burgeoning empire. A little over a month ago, Utagabukai Noga's second son to the former Kusa daimyo and former genin, had been plotting how best to avenge himself upon his older brother Utagabukai Hitorai, the most beloved man in Kusa. Then whatever plans he had created were curtailed by his glorified exile. Publicly it had been a vacation, isolated from all but his mother and a handful of servants. Noga had restlessly paced the confines of the mansion. Escape would be impossible. The honor guard that surrounded the mansion from unwanted intrusion were among the best samurai and ninja that the empire had. All were also unflinchingly loyal to Noga's elder brother. Then one day, that changed. One day he had been visited by several people, all ranking members from his brother's court, and it was then that he had learned that where Noga had been in effect, nature had succeeded his brother. Hitorai had died in his sleep from a brain aneurysm. Things had been a rushed affair after that, and they installed him into the office of daimyo faster than might be legal. But Noga knew they didn't have much choice. This whole empire was held together by a single man rather than the government. They had needed, if nothing else, a figurehead for the people to rally around, and who better than the brother of their beloved ruler. Noga still wasn't sure how to take all of this. Should he feel angry at being cheated of his chance, or grateful to the universe? A small chuckle escaped him before growing into a high, bordering on hysterical laugh. Mastering his laughter, he leaned against the railing of his balcony and focused on his empire, feeling unusually hollow. Perhaps it was because he had not wrested this empire with his own hands, or perhaps his time in isolation had warped his mind. But it had not affected his judgment. As a figurehead, he would only last until they no longer needed him. So his first act as daimyo had been to put the enforced loyalty seal on everyone in the castle. His only fear was Suzuko, his brother's unofficial wife, who had gone missing. A former kumoanbu that knew as much as her made him nervous. Ultimately though, it didn't matter because things were finally in his control. He had secured the loyalty of his government, and soon his empire would stretch from coast to coast. Hitorai might have been a master manipulator, but he had never realized that manipulation did nothing other than waste time. Why take 40 years to conquer the world when in a matter of months you could do the same thing? Strength and power were the ultimate keys. They were how you ruled this world. With a final look, he turned, entering his room, and then paused, registering the sound of a light scraping on the stone behind him. Spinning, he was brought up short by the man dressed in an Akatsuki cloak standing on his terrace. As the man stepped into the room, the piercings in his ears, the studs lining either side of his nose, and the two under his lip gleamed dully. However, what truly stood out were the man's odd eyes and the lack of intent. Noga had been trained as a ninja, and he had met powerful ninja. Never once had he been intimidated, only wary. That was, until this moment, as he studied the emotionless man standing in his room, and longer the stared the more intimidated he was. Not because of a vast amount of chakra or a reputation, it was the simple fact that he wasn't sure if this man was alive or not. Everybody, from a farmer to a kage, had some kind of intent that you could feel no matter how faint. This man was a sinkhole of nothingness. "Who are you?" Noga asked at last, pleased to find that his voice didn't betray his mounting fear. "I am Pain." The man paused, his face not changing expression one bit. "You wished to speak with me. You're the leader of Akatsuki?" Noga asked, knowing it was stupid even as he said it. Though this was strange, he had expected to meet with the weird plant man or someone else, and during the day, not at night. Shaking his head to clear it, he focused on how to handle this situation. "It's about the deal you struck with my brother." Pain simply stood there, staring at him impassively. "He's dead." Noga said, the rest of his sentence dying in his throat under the man's gaze. Since when do mortals need to tell God such details? Noga felt a momentary urge to question that, but he resisted. This man led Akatsuki, a group of insanely powerful criminals. This Pain could believe or say whatever he wanted, as long as he delivered the promised weapon. I mentioned it because of the deal you had with him. We supply you with a more legitimate cover by capturing your country, and you in turn provide us with the ultimate weapon. Do you wish to break this deal? No. Noga said, his extremities beginning to feel cold. He hated that voice, and he might have normally made it known, but sensed that this was the wrong person to do that with. I'm asking for an act of good faith. The Kusa Empire must expand, but we are still preparing, while we have a hostile nation to our south and an untrustworthy ally to the north. The weapon is not complete. What more do you need? Noga snapped, anger getting the better of him. You have secrecy to do your work, you have all the financial support of an empire and years to work on it. There are still requirements to be met. Pain said, not showing a sign of any emotion at the outburst. It will be ready soon. Soon? What happens between soon and Iwa or Suna deciding to wipe us out? Noga asked, his tone thick with anger. Then getting control of his emotions, breathed out sharply, no, getting angry wouldn't help. I need to show our strength, it will keep the others from targeting us. I find your lack of faith, Pain said slowly, pouncing the words with extreme precision, the first sign of something even remotely emotional disturbing. I'm mortal, Noga said, struggling to control his emotions as he had been trained to. Sometimes we need more than faith. Have your most skilled ninja touch this, Pain said after a moment, lifting his arm to balance an obsidian spike on the stone floor. In 1 week, my angel will come for the one chosen. In exchange for their life, 3 days following, I will deliver a test firing of the weapon. The target? Noga asked, staring at the spike, before looking back up at Pain, only to realize he was alone in his living chambers. Letting out a silent breath, he realized that warmth was returning to his body and a till then unnoticed weight was gone. His limbs going cold had a few causes, but it couldn't have been circulation, and he didn't have a thyroid problem. The weight though, he never noticed that, and he wasn't sure what could do to that. Suddenly the unease that had been building during that meeting grew worse. Pain unnerved him in a way he had never thought possible, and he stumbled backward before collapsing into a chair. He would have to get things rolling, wondering why that man wanted his most skilled ninja in exchange for the use of this weapon. Not that it mattered, soon he would have what he needed. One ninja was a small price to pay for his empire's future. Nami no Kuni. Ino grimaced as her foot encountered slush, allowing it to ooze into her sandals. Pulling her cloak tighter around her body, she shook her leg before grimly continuing. Thinking dark thoughts about the situation, Ino's gaze hovered briefly on Hanabi and her cloak with its heating seal, before looking away. No point in dwelling on it. If Naruto wanted to be a jerk about this damn thing, that was his problem. He was the one that kept the secret about the Kyuubi from her, because he didn't think enough of her to believe in her. Grinding her teeth, the freshly minted Tokubetsu Jonin tried to ignore her dark thoughts about Naruto. Ino also made an effort to ignore the tiny voice that insisted she was making a mistake. The situation was too complicated and she didn't need the distraction. Closing her eyes, she counted to 10 slowly, attempting the calming routine Anko had taught all Umbu trainees. Emotions could jeopardize a mission, and hence Konoha, so Umbu were taught how to suppress them. Unfortunately, suppressing one set of emotions allowed murderous emotions to emerge. Her anger toward Haruno Sakura blossomed unexpectedly, and Ino's jaw clenched tight as her hand clutched the hilt of her sword. Ino could vividly see that pink-haired bitch's face, that smug tone as she dangled bait before her. Ino should have killed Sakura. Or better yet, made Sakura watch as she gutted Sasuke before killing her. The only cold comfort Ino could take from encountering Sakura once more was that the girl had ended up blind and her world stolen. Forcing her fingers to uncurl from the hilt of her sword, unclenching her taut muscles. Still, this was dangerous. Her emotions would prove fatal if she didn't do something to distract her from them. Ino had to keep her mind occupied, and the only thing that could do the job and not provoke violent emotions would be reviewing the mission. It would be boring as hell, but Ino didn't have another choice. Heaving a weary sigh, her shoulders slumped as she began reviewing the mission. They were on the way to help in the rescue of several Nami samurai that had been captured in a recent Kumo incursion into the region. The prison camp where they were held was currently under observation by a Konoha team led by Rock Lee. At their current speed of travel, they should arrive at the rendezvous point in another half hour. From there, they would plan further details for the extraction of the prisoners. As for opposition, rough estimates placed the number of Kaminari samurai at 122 and no Kumo presence. Thoughts of Kumo ninja, even non-existent ones, prompted her hand to once more drift to the unfamiliar weight at her side. Ino had Yuzuha on hand of course, but she had resolved to only use Raijin Ken. After all, she had to get used to it soon since it wouldn't be practical to carry Yuzuha all the time. Releasing the hilt, before she accidentally created a blade of lighting, Ino turned her attention back to her surroundings. It didn't take long to notice the presence following them, observing in the subtle way of a shinobi. A brief glance at the others told her that they had registered the attention as well, but were making no noise about it. "Not very stealthy, are you?" A new voice asked from her left, likely in an attempt to startle her. "If you say so." Ino returned blandly, not even glancing at her new companion. "Anjin-san, I wouldn't say that if I were you." Hanabi interjected, turning to face the owner as well. The boy got a dopey grin and blushed faintly, while two more ninja came out of the surrounding shrubbery. "Teru-san, Kojiro-san." Hanabi greeted, before glancing at Naruto. "I told you, you wouldn't have to kill them." "Great," Naruto said brightly, before rubbing his hands together, "so let's get this party started." "Perhaps they should give us the layout first," Ino offered, keeping her tone even. Naruto's eyes flashed toward her, but Ino ignored it and motioned for the three younger ninja to lead the way. A few minutes later, they huddled in a small camp. The three students of Lee crouched around a bare patch of earth, Anjin picking up a stick beginning to sketch something in the dirt. "Where's Fuzzy Brows?" Naruto asked, twisting side to side, stretching. "Checking the surrounding villages." Teru, the tallest of the three, said, scowling at Naruto. Lee-sensei suggested a morning attempt. "Nisei-san?" Ino asked. While Ino was information extraction, Naruto was tactics, and Hanabi scout, Nisei handled strategy. A morning attempt is a good choice, though an early evening assault would be better. Nisei offered, crouching among the younger ninja. "Morning, even early morning, is when they have their highest alert." "Sounds good to me," Ino said, glancing at Naruto who nodded. She glanced at Lee's team, noting their annoyance. "So, what's the layout like?" "The perimeter of the camp is simple enough, 2 sets of fences, 1 barbed wire and the other chain-linked. For guard towers, 2 inside the prisoner compound and 2 on outside," Anjin said, pointing to the various parts of his dirt sketch. "This is the main gate, there are 2 guards, and it leads to the main compound. There is a secondary gate, used for supplies." Kojiro added, as Anjin marked it in the dirt, "It leads directly into area around the Kaminari buildings. Access to the prison compound is through a 3rd gate," Teru said, taking the stick back from Anjin, set in the middle of another set of fences that cut the camp in half. "The layout for the main compound is simple. You come into the parade grounds, to the right is the Kaminari barracks and a little north of that is the prisoner gate." Kojiro explained. As for the prisoner compound, there are 4 barracks for the Nami samurai, 1 mess hall and a single bath. "Any ninja?" Hanabi asked, sounding thoughtful. "None," Kojiro offered, taking the stick from Anjin, to mark the dirt map. "We've been watching them for a week now, after we sent the report." "How do you approach the main gate?" Nisei asked, leaning forward. "Via the road you were on," Kojiro said. "It runs through a town, and then onward to the next one, but there's a small branch off that leads to the prison camp. No concealing shrubbery, so stealth is next to impossible." "Stealth is overrated anyway," Naruto offered, grinning. So Nisei, what do you have in mind? If we had a larger attack force this would be much easier, Nisei said, sounding disgruntled, before he sighed, shaking his head and used his finger to number the towers. First thing we'll have to do is neutralize the towers. I'll take the tower nearest the main gate, Hanabi, you take the one nearest to the guard barracks. Anjin-san, you take the tower near the prisoner's bath, while Kojiro-san and Teru-san take the last one. Are you sure Yamanaka-san or Uzumaki-sama shouldn't take those towers? Teru asked, raising an eyebrow, making Ino wonder why he was asking. Unfortunately, they are needed elsewhere. Nisei said, showing no annoyance at being questioned as other strategists would. Turning to Ino, he inclined his head slightly. If you wouldn't mind, you'll have to take the secondary gate, while Naruto takes the main gate. No problem, Ino said, studying the layout. Now as Naruto enters the main gate, grabbing all the attention he can, Hanabi and I will head for the prisoner gate to secure it. Anjin-san, Kojiro-san and Teru-san, you'll clear the prisoner compound of any Kaminari samurai, after which I'll enter and we'll gather the prisoners. Cool. Naruto said, cracking his neck before putting the earbud of his radio into place. I call channel 9. I'm 8. Hanabi chirped happily, following his lead. 6. Ino said, rolling her eyes, trying to settle the uneasy feeling she had. There was something about this mission that wasn't setting right with her, but it appeared she was the only one feeling that way. 4. Nisei said, before nodding at the other 3, you have 1, 2, and 3. Gee, we would have never guessed. Anjin muttered, causing Kojiro to giggle and Teru to sigh. Chapter 29 Ashes. Gate duty was the most mind-numbing task one could be stuck with. You spent 8 hours doing nothing, simply standing in one spot without any method of occupying your mind. Even small talk with your fellow guard got old, very quickly. Many considered gate duty to be nothing more than an even more torturous version of peeling potatoes. In Aochi Ikki's opinion, however, the job wasn't so bad. Ikki didn't mind the silence, and best of all he didn't have to deal with officers. He dreaded the mere thought of dealing with them, so being free of that was a big perk in his opinion. You ever wonder if what they say about snowflakes is true? Eh? Ikki managed, scratching his chin, glancing at his partner Ankakuji Shigetsuna. You know, about how no two snowflakes are the same. Shigetsuna said, eyes contemplating the snow around them. Well, I guess. Nothing's the exact same after all. Ikki said, mentally wondering if he could slip away unnoticed later for some fun in that town down the road. His harpy of a girlfriend was a few thousand miles away, this might be his only chance. Movement caught his attention and the samurai shifted his focus, staring blankly at the man draped in a cloak approaching. How could someone get that close without being noticed? It didn't seem possible, considering the lack of concealing shrubbery. Ankakuji-san. Ikki said softly, grasping the hilt of his sword, the hair on his neck standing up. I noticed. The older man replied softly. Ikki nodded in acknowledgement, even as he felt a chill creep along his spine. It seemed his instincts were trying to tell this was no ordinary visitor. Ikki adjusted the grip on his katana, meeting those dark blue eyes out of sheer will. Identification? Shigetsuna asked in a steady voice. A slight shift in shoulders as the blond man turned to face the older samurai, nothing threatening, pushed Ikki's unusually high-strung nerves over the edge. His katana sang out of its sheath, his body twisting into the killing blow. The blade came to a sudden bone-jarring stop as the man grabbed the blade in mid-swing barehanded. Ikki had just a moment to register the smirk on the whiskered man's face before his sword wrenched from his grasp. A moment later, a kick to the stomach sent him crashing into the gatepost with a sickening crack. Slumping to his knees, the edges of his vision darkening, Ikki watched his partner make his own lunging attack. The enemy countered by grabbing the wrist of the hand bearing the sword, bringing his other hand up sharply, snapping Shigetsuna's elbow. The cry of pain that followed was silenced almost instantly as a gleam of metal pierced Shigetsuna's throat. Listing stupidly to the side, Iki collapsed completely as the man stepped up to the gate, hand sweeping back. A sphere of chakra swirled into being before it struck the gate, followed by the gate exploding inward. Ouchie! Iki blacked out completely as the ninja shouting at the top of his lungs. "I'm Uzumaki Naruto, and I'm here to make all of you my bitches." Hanabi crept across the open expanse toward her objective, eyeing the tower warily. Stopping as the guard turned toward her, Hanabi closed her eyes, concentrating to ensure her Meisai Gakur technique didn't crumble. Opening them a minute later, she started forward once more, glancing 20 or so feet to her right, where Anjin should be. He was relying on a basic genjutsu to cover his approach. To all outward appearances, he appeared as the shadow of a passing cloud. Hanabi grimaced, not for the first time, ruing her stupidity. At the time it simply hadn't occurred to her, or him apparently, that during twilight the sun didn't hit the clouds properly to cast that sort of shadow. Looking away, Hanabi could only hope that the guards would be equally stupid. A few moments later, she reached the guard tower, and paused, considering the wooden structure carefully. It rose overhead on 4 wooden posts, each of which was connected through X-shaped posts, most likely granting it even more support. The fencing ran between 2 of the legs, wrapped carefully around 2 posts, and at the very top a partially enclosed platform with access limited to a set of stairs located on the inside of the fence. It was an intimidating structure, but the 2 samurai above were more intimidating. Both armed with bows, and something told her these were not casual archers. Glancing at the other tower, she stopped breathing as Anjin's illusion crumbled as he reached the tower, and she didn't start breathing until he slipped between the X-shaped posts, recasting it, disappearing from view. Breathing easier as the threat passed, Hanabi turned back to her own tower, and she had a small window before the main mission started. Grasping the lowest part of the X-shaped post, she kicked her feet out, swinging her way around to land on the top. Her slide stopped as a foot kicked out, so she could brace against a corner leg, chakra flowing into her feet and hands. Hanabi started up the slanting post, leaving explosive notes in her wake. After all, her sensei might want a distraction, or they might need a quicker escape route. Reaching the underside of the platform, she planted a few explosive notes, before she maneuvered her way over the low surrounding wall. Landing in a crouch, Hanabi froze, waiting to see if they reacted to her, but when the samurai remained oblivious she moved forward. A few steps short of her target, however, a board creaked underfoot. Hanabi was startled, as was her target, who spun around, bow rising as he called a warning. Eyes widening, Hanabi realized she'd let the Meisai Gakur collapse, and that the samurai had sighted in on her. In the second after the arrow was fired, Hanabi shifted her weight just enough so that the arrow passed inches from her cheek, as her hands raced through 3 seals. The samurai was beginning to notch another arrow as Hanabi brought her arm forward, snapping her wrist, cracking a whip of water across his hand. To his credit, he didn't cry out in pain as he dropped the bow, but instead groped for his katana. Hanabi closed the gap and her left hand grabbed his wrist as her right shot forward beneath the arm, striking the man's chest with a Shiro Heisa Dejiki. As his body slumped into death, Hanabi registered movement from the other samurai and twisted aside. Unfortunately, she was half-second off, and the arrow grazed her forearm. Grunting, she crossed the short distance, knocking the bow aside as the second arrow fired, her other hand delivering a punishing punch to his ribs. His cry of pain was secondary to Hanabi. Instead she saw the way his body contorted, presenting her with the perfect target. Hand snatching a kunai from a holster, she brought it around and down, plunging the blade into the base of his skull. Stepping back as the samurai collapsed, she spat on the dead body before fishing in her pouch for a healing salve and bandage. Taking care of the wound, Hanabi groused darkly to herself. She should have been able to avoid that damn arrow. 2A rank ninjutsu, while taxing, were not enough to serve as an excuse. The Rasengan training she'd been doing might have contributed to this, but Hanabi refused to accept it as an excuse. Hanabi was better than that. She wouldn't give up by blaming her stupidity on something like that. Arm bandaged, she looked up, checking on the second tower, for a moment afraid that Anjin failed. Then he appeared, giving her thumbs up, signaling that he had taken the tower. Radio crackling, Nisei reported that their towers were taken as well, leaving Hanabi to signal Naruto go ahead with his part of the operation. Changing the channel to 9, Hanabi did just that. Towers are clear. Gotcha, Naruto said, his voice distorted through the earpiece. When you see the signal, get your asses in gear. Check, Hanabi offered, before switching to the other channels, passing the message along. Slipping Kwani into both hands, she slipped into a ready position, ready for action. Hey Ha-chan, Anjin's voice said, voice crackling, and Hanabi scowled at the familiarity of that nickname. What exactly is this signal? You'll see. Hanabi said, musing on how to deal with Anjin and the nickname. It wasn't bad, she didn't hate it, but Hanabi also wasn't comfortable with a boy she barely knew using it. Now if Konohamaru were to call her that, well, Hanabi wouldn't complain or give it a second thought. A moment later, the main gates of the camp were blown open. One actually went tumbling across the compound. This demonstration was followed by a loud, boisterous voice echoing through the air, drawing all attention toward him. I'm Uzumaki Naruto, and I'm here to make all of you my bitches. Told you. Hanabi said, laughing, before leaping over the side of the platform, dropping into the camp. Watching as Teru engaged a wounded enemy, her genjutsu having failed to ensnare both guards, Kojiro was reminded of the difference between her and her team. Teru and Anjin loved being ninja, enjoyed it in a way that didn't touch her in the slightest. Yuhi Kojiro had never wanted to be a ninja. Her preferences lay toward more gentle arts such as flower arrangement, poetry, the flute, ryuteki specifically, and feng shui. Kojiro only practiced genjutsu because of family obligation, and had only entered the ninja academy because of expectations. Her elder cousin, Yuhi Kurenai, was to blame for the recent spate of fame the Yuhi received. The Yuhi family had always been experts in genjutsu, but they had never been famed as they were now simply because Kurenai had shined too brightly and made people highly aware of the Yuhi family. The family embraced such attention, pounced on the chance to increase their prestige, and it wasn't important if children like Kojiro detested being a ninja. We need to split up, Teru said, moving the wounded and unconscious guard out of sight. Glancing at her, he grimaced, I don't think there are a lot of these guards in the prisoner compound, but it'll take too long to do this together. I agree. Kojiro said, nodding in agreement as the chaos from the fighting beyond the prisoner gate reached them. I will circle to the right and take the forward half of the barracks. You circle left, take the rear section, and then join up with Anjin. We should have this area cleared of samurai quickly enough. Got it. Teru said, giving her a faint smile before setting off toward the rear. Kojiro stood at the base of the guard tower for another minute and then set off on her own, mindful to hide her presence with a carefully constructed genjutsu. Hopefully it would allow her to avoid any direct confrontation, not that she was afraid or unable to fight, Kojiro simply didn't have the stomach for it. That's why they took the guard tower with a genjutsu that turned the two guards on each other, which in turn explained why she hadn't been able to ensnare both of the guards at the base of the tower. Her chakra capacity simply wasn't up to the task of casting that many powerful genjutsu, especially with such little time to recover in between. Besides, why should she push her life to the edge like that when there was no point? Reaching the first of the barracks, she turned back watching Teru disappear from view, letting out a soft sigh. Kojiro crept along the back of the barrack, unnerved by the lack of activity. You'd think that with the noise from out front any Kaminari samurai around would be frantic, or that the Nami samurai would be clamoring out of their buildings. Reaching the barrack corner, she peeked down the narrow alley between the two windowless buildings, seeing nothing. Satisfied, she turned and crept to the other end, following the alley created by the barrack and the fencing. Easing around the front of the building, Kojiro breathed easier. There were no samurai, but she couldn't help but feel a sense of unease creep over her. There should have been some sort of activity going on here, even if the samurai were all fighting. The prisoners should have been making noise. Unless, Kojiro realized, giving the barrack door a suspicious look, the Kaminari samurai had went inside the barracks and were intending to use the Nami samurai as hostages. Taking several quick steps away from the door, she reached up, touching her earpiece carefully. Teru, have you found any enemy samurai? None. Tara responded, his voice lost somewhat in background crackle as was a second voice. Anjin says that he's only found 3 on his side. I think they might be inside the buildings, Kojiro whispered, retreating even further toward the gate. Get to the gate. Once Nisei-san and Hanabi get in here, we can figure out what to do. Roger. Teru said, his voice equally hushed, and Kojiro switched channels. Besha-san, there are Kaminari samurai inside the barracks, holding the prisoners hostage. Pausing, she listened to the radio static for a moment before continuing, I'm at the gate, Anjin and Teru will be here soon. You'll want to move a few feet back. Nisei said, his voice strained, the sound of a static-filled grunt making itself known, we'll have to blow the lock off. Got it. Kojiro said, allowing her genjutsu to crumble so that her team could see her. They were passing through the alley created by the fence and front of a barack, when they noticed her signaling to stay there. They came to an abrupt halt, watching curiously as she moved to join them, then a minute later, they flinched back as the gates exploded inward. Nisei watched absently as Naruto tore into the prison camp. The blonde definitely knew how to grab attention, that was for sure. More to the point, Naruto knew how to keep it as well, shouting insults and attacking in the flashiest ways imaginable. It would have been amusing if the odds weren't so damn lopsided, though Nisei did take note that Naruto wasn't killing every samurai he encountered. Shaking his head, Nisei leapt down from the tower, rebounded to lessen the force from his impact, and started wading through the panicking samurai. Hand flicking out, Nisei scattered several of his family in a wide spray, clearing his immediate area, before he touched his earpiece to contact Hanabi. Location? Nisei asked, ducking the swing of a katana before taking the samurai out with a sharp jab to the throat. At the prisoner gate, Hanabi answered, her voice thick with annoyance, not that I can secure it well, the samurai can't seem to decide which way they want to go. Pick a damn direction already. Hanabi, Nisei managed, grimacing from the shout and whine of the radio. That came close to busting his eardrum, it definitely gave him a headache. I'll get there soon and, please, refrain from shouting. Whatever. Hanabi said, before her radio cut out signaling that she had turned it off. Nisei snorted, she became more and more like her sensei every day. His thoughts snapped back to the present, registering an enemy lunging toward him. Sidestepping the thrust of the katana, he flicked his hand out, sending a chakra boring between the man's eyes and out the back of his head. That threat finished, he continued on, cutting down any samurai foolish enough to get in his path. He caught a glimpse of a blood-splattered Hanabi, when a loud cry cut across the din of chaotic combat. Skidding to a halt, Nisei whipped his head around as several samurai went flying. His eyes widened as he saw a dozen Kage Bunshin of Naruto flooding the compound, sending the samurai into a more frantic panic. Registering a noise, he spun, hitting the shaft an arrow to knock it off course. Spotting his attacker, Nisei flung his hand forward, peppering him with a dozen chakra dots. The hapless samurai collapsed, a second before another hurtled past Nisei. How is it going? A Naruto hollered, grinning as he sent another samurai flying with a Rasengan. Naruto? Nah, the blonde said, ducking under an arrow, before returning a barrage of kunai. I'm a Kage Bunshin. Ah. Nisei managed before glancing around. Do you know if there is a purpose to this? Wanted us to try thinning the herd a little, maybe force them into a panic retreat. The Kage Bunshin said, ducking a sword before knocking the samurai out with a sharp blow to the neck. Naruto doesn't want to waste too much time with these pricks. Interesting tactic, Nisei allowed, dodging his own arrow, before taking that samurai out with a glowing just make sure that you drive them out and away from each other. We don't need them regrouping and coming back. Don't worry, the Kage Bunshin said, jumping to avoid a spear and kicked the user in the face. Landing, he gave Nisei a cocky, two-finger salute before moving off to terrorize some fresh Kaminari samurai. Shaking his head, Nisei pressed on as the enemy thinned out from either panic or being taken out by Kage Bunshin. The only thing he had to worry about now was the occasional stray shot, but they were easily handled. A swirl of chakra dots would deflect the arrows and then snap toward the archers, removing the threat with a drill-like formation. Reaching the far side of the now panic-stricken samurai, Nisei spotted a wary, blood-splattered Hanabi. If only she wasn't going to crumble, Nisei felt that she would make an excellent new recruit. Shaking it off, he approached, stepping over several fallen samurai to reach her. "Hanabi. 'Bout time," the girl said, glancing at him. "I was beginning to think you weren't coming." "Well, I'm here now," Nisei offered, motioning her away from the gates so that he could check the locks. It seemed that the enemy had intended to keep the prisoners securely locked away. The locks were nothing similar to anything Nisei had ever encountered. It would take far too much time to pick them or cut through them. Easing back, he considered the locks for a moment before his attention turned toward an oddity he hadn't noticed before. Despite the noise and chaos of the battle behind him, he was close enough to the prisoner compound that he should have heard the riot going on the other side. But there wasn't a single sound coming from the other side, which set his nerves on edge. It wasn't natural for prisoners to be this quiet. "Besha-san," the unfamiliar and static-filled voice of Kojiro said over his radio. "There are Kaminari samurai inside the barracks holding the prisoners hostage. I'm at the gate. Anjin and Teru will be here soon." Nisei frowned. That would make some sense. The enemy would try to bargain once they realized they were being raided like this, but sadly for them, the rescue from Konoha would be too skilled for that to work. "Understood, you should move a few feet back," Nisei said, beginning to place several explosive notes to the various locks. "We have to blow the locks off." "Got it," Kojiro said, followed by a soft click as the connection disconnected. "Hanabi," Nisei said as he retreated from the gates, as did the girl in question. A moment later he set the explosive notes off, watching without fear of his night vision being ruined, thanks to his sunglasses. Still, he did make it a point to cover his ears to dampen the temporary hearing loss that usually accompanied an explosion. A minute later, as the debris from the blast settled, he found the others moving to meet them and he sighed, stepping forward along with Hanabi. Glancing at the four genin, he briefly reconsidered his strategy, but decided he had no choice other than to stick with it. The only one he could depend on making sure that the gate remained secured against enemies was Hanabi. "Matsudaira-san and Miruo-san, take the right side of the compound. Yuhi-san and I shall take the left. If you find enemies, neutralize them if you can. If you're unable to neutralize the enemy, use your radio and we will try to provide backup. I could help as well," Hanabi offered, scowling. "You are to remain at this gate and keep it secured," Nisei said, without looking at her. "This acts as our escape route as well as a perfect way for the enemy to catch us from behind." "Fine." Nisei didn't bother acknowledging the coolness in her tone. Naruto and Ino might be willing to indulge Hanabi, but he wasn't. Nodding curtly to the others, they paired off and hurried into the compound. As Teru and Anjin veered right, Nisei and Kojiro went to the first barracks. Kojiro had enough sense to crouch next to the door, hefting a kunai in preparation for entering. Nisei gave her a glance before he approached the door and kicked it open, darting to the right of the room as Kojiro swept in and to the left side. By the time she got inside and into position, however, Nisei had realized that the shack was empty. There were rows of bunk beds with thin mattress, but no sign of prisoners or guards. Motioning to get her attention, he had Kojiro hang back as he crept forward, the floorboards creaking ominously underfoot. Something was wrong. Obviously at some point there had been prisoners here, but they were long gone. Reaching the other end of the barracks, he turned back to her, motioning for her to leave and check the second building. Once she was gone, Nisei lifted his arms, sending his family out to search the various nooks and crannies. The report came back the same: there was nobody here and there hadn't been for at least 3 days. Frowning, he recalled the family, and reaching up, touched his earpiece. "Yuhi-san, did you find anything?" "Nothing." "Meet me in front of my barracks," Nisei ordered, then switched the channel addressing Teru. "Have you two found anyone?" "No, but we know they were here. They were moved about 3 days ago," Nisei said as annoyance and disgust crept into his tone. "This is a trap. Get outside quickly, we need to get out of here immediately." "Yes." Without waiting for another word, Nisei snapped the channel to Naruto's as he stepped outside to join Kojiro. As a trap designed for catching Konoha ninja, it made perfect sense, and Nisei was annoyed that he hadn't realized it earlier. He had just started to tell Naruto of his realization when a crack of thunder ripped through the air and lightning flashed. Flinching back, instinctively Nisei squinted through his sunglasses, only to watch as Hanabi sailed through the air. Her flip was the sort that only the unconscious or the dead could manage, and Nisei was moving before he could even rationalize the cause. Thankfully he managed to grasp her limp body at the last moment, but her momentum knocked him off his feet, forcing Nisei to roll in an attempt to dissipate some of the impact. Easing her body out his grasp, fingers checking her pulse, he breathed easier even as he heard Kojiro shouting in alarm. Both, however, became secondary to the new voice that drifted from just beyond the gates. "I see the little brat wasn't alone." Getting to his feet and turning in one motion, Nisei watched the Kumo Jonin step into the compound. The man paused, scanning the gathered ninja before fixing his gaze on Nisei, smirking. "Tell her sensei she needs more training." Nisei wondered how to respond to that. Perhaps he should inform this man of his rapidly approaching death. Because once Naruto learned of this there would be no stopping the fury he would unleash. The boy had already lost Anko and that fury was just waiting to explode. Nisei also mused on simply leaving the man ignorant to his fate. After all, it would be more satisfying to observe that way. Unfortunately, before Nisei could settle on a course of action, Anjin acted. With a wordless cry of anger the genin charged headlong at the enemy, fingers flying through several hand seals. Nisei, startled, watched for a moment as the boy closed the gap and then skidding to a halt, caused the earth to split and launch several lances made of rock. The Kumo ninja countered with a flash of hand seals, resulting in a chain of lightning turning the lances to ash, which didn't seem to deter Anjin from his next attack. By the time Nisei started to move, he was several seconds too late. Anjin was in mid-air from a jump, attempting a spinning kick that the enemy neatly avoided by leaning back and then countered with a punch to Anjin's chest. The flash of lightning that exploded from Anjin, sending the smoldering body toppling backwards, nearly blinded Nisei. Still he knew who his enemy was now, and he would have to act to keep the other two genin out of combat. This was no simple Kumo Jonin, but rather a member of the notorious Jinkurai clan. Terror was calling for some attack, his voice high and strained, but Nisei curtailed that. Darting into the younger ninja's path, Nisei grabbed Teru's wrist, pivoted and hurled the startled genin into a motionless Kojiro. Leaping away, Nisei landed with a skid as a lightning bolt exploded upward from his previous position. The Kumo Jonin paused for a moment, considering the genin before giving Nisei his full attention. "I take it back. That first girl wasn't half bad." Nisei remained silent, careful to keep his mind blank as he spread more of his family along the ground. From there they fanned out, surrounding them both, in preparation for the looming battle with this ninja. Fighting a member of the Jinkurai clan was not something many could, or would, do. Their techniques were the perfect counter to the Hyuga after all. The Jinkurai bloodline Denkai Myaku allowed them to sense the pulse of electrical fields, granting them a reading ability similar to the Byakugan. The range was limited to the average shinobi's range of vision, but the closer you got to the Jinkurai, the stronger it became. Get too close, such as where Nisei was at the moment, and they could read a person's electrical impulses and predict what they were going to do. Adjusting his position, Nisei knew if he didn't end it quick, this would turn ugly quick. His finger twitched and the man shifted his body slightly, in preparation to move. Nisei scowled at that, taking a breath, before letting it out, slowly, his nerves screaming at him to act. He hadn't been this on edge since facing Zabuza as a genin all those years ago. He almost shivered as a trail of sweat rolled down the side of his face, and his stomach rolled. Nisei blurred into motion, his right arm flinging itself forward in a half-throw half-whip motion, sending a swarm of Kikaichu from his left side toward the enemy. The Kumo ninja responded fluidly, hands forming two hand seals before the Kikaichu were decimated as the air exploded with a nearly deafening crack of thunder. Nisei, however, had already sent more of his family to the attack, which was once more countered by a crack of thunder. No doubt about it, the man was definitely Jinkurai. That was their clan's main defensive technique, the Hekareki, which made physical attacks pointless. Provided you couldn't slip your attack between each use, Nisei amended grimly as he sent rapid medium-sized Kakacha swarms at the man. Charging left, circling around the stationary Kumo ninja, Nisei kept the relentless swarms flying. His main goal at the moment was to press the Hekareki and keep the Kumo ninja from launching a counterattack, or thinking about Nisei's strategy. Sadly, this method collapsed when the Kumo ninja blurred into motion as the latest swarm was taken out by a Hekareki. Nisei backpedaled from the charging enemy, directing various swarms as he went, but the Kumo ninja dodged or ducked each attack with a relentless grace. It seemed almost instantaneous when the Kumo ninja got within striking distance, fist flying toward Nisei's chest, where upon impact a bolt of lightning tore through the torso. Thankfully Nisei managed to avoid an instant death by switching places with a Kakacha Bunshin at the last minute. Skidding from the quick momentum, Nisei flung a hand out, creating a towering wall of Kakachu as the enemy pressed his attack. The wall crumbled a few minutes later, under a rain of lightning bolts, but by then Nisei had created several Kakacha Bunshin who made a lunging tackle at the Kumo ninja. Admittedly they were not a threat to the enemy, but they occupied the man long enough for Nisei to gain enough distance to retrieve a scroll and unbind it. Tossing it high, he formed a hand seal, releasing the sealed lightning bolt, which temporarily disturbed the electrical charge in the area. As the Kumo ninja flinched away, Nisei decided to launch his only high-level attack, spreading his arms wide. Nisei let out a breath, and brought them forward, filling the air with the sound of hundreds of thousands of bugs swarming to attack. The living tidal wave of Kakacha rushed toward the enemy, slamming into the enemy, engulfing them. The innumerable mass swirled into a violently spinning tower. Their buzzing turned into a high-pitched whine as the tower drove itself down, creating a whirlpool before spouting upward as a fountain once before drifting back to the ground, leaving a massive crater behind. Collapsing to a knee, Nisei gasped for breath as his chakra dropped low and body trembled. He wasn't used to controlling so many Kakachu at once, and it was a strain Nisei wasn't thrilled to experience. Still, at least that last attack had finished this battle. He hadn't wanted to go this route, but at least it had worked. Gaze drifting toward the sprawled form of Hanabi and the other unconscious genin, Nisei closed his eyes trying to recover. A second later his Kakachu screamed a warning in his mind and he snapped his eyes open, pushing his body into a somersault, avoiding a lightning-enhanced punch. Flinging his hand out, Nisei sent a chakra-infused Kakachu burrowing into the man's eye and through his skull before exiting the back of the Kumo nin's skull in a spray of gore and bone. The edges of his vision darkening, he fumbled with a pouch before popping a solider pill. His impending blackout staved off. Nisei sent word to Ino about the situation. He wasn't sure if she got the message, there was no answer, but he didn't have time worry about that. Hai no Kuni, Region 7, Akemi Temple. Karen had a headache, or more accurately a migraine, and sadly, she could do nothing to tame it. She was not a medical ninja, and she had run out of aspirin weeks ago. So all she could do was grimace and bear the growing migraine, praying for the strength to hold out until the source would leave. "Wah, Karen-chan," Toby said, bounding up to her, his tone entirely too cheerful. "Look, a butterfly." "I know." Karen managed with gritted teeth, glaring darkly at an amused Suigetsu. If it wasn't for the fact that she knew the true nature of Toby's chakra, she would have killed him weeks ago. But she held her tongue, because no matter how buffoonish he might act, his chakra was unbelievably large and unbelievably tainted. Put in terms of color, his chakra was the very depths of darkness, tinged with crimson. Still, as disturbing as that was, it was even more disturbing to realize that Sasuke's own chakra was of the same nature. Neither her brother nor Orochimaru had chakra of such color. Orochimaru's was a greenish-black, while Naruto's was a commingling of blue and red. Feeling the attention of Sasuke, she met his gaze, fighting the urge to tremble. The boy seemed to have developed control issues since the last time they met, and worse yet, he wasn't above using genjutsu to get what he wanted. He was exerting his will now, and Karen was letting him simply because it was preferable to his forcefully exerting it. Like Toby had last night. Karen didn't have clear memories from last night, but from the dull soreness in her body she knew it was also no great leap of logic for her to realize that Toby was not only a Uchiha, but had used a Sharingan-aided Genjutsu to have fun with her. Of course, Karen didn't have to worry about Sasuke doing that. He was loyal to Sakura, but still not being controlled by one Uchiha was enough. When his attention shifted away, Karen breathed a little easier while contemplating helping her brother slaughter the bastards. She could put off her vengeance for that long, couldn't she? Besides, she had already landed a stinging blow against Naruto, revealing his status as a Jinchuriki to his girlfriend had to count. Something going on with you too? Suigetsu asked, turning up at her side, and Karen gave him a cool gaze, keeping her temper. At her look, the former Kiri ninja frowned. Isn't there? No. Karen said he's fixated on Sakura. Then what was with that look? Suigetsu asked, sounding sour. Establishing his control, Karen offered softly, adding before she realized it, I prefer his method to how Toby did it last night. Suigetsu stared at her for a moment before his eyes flashed in what could only be outrage. Karen felt touched in an odd way. They didn't get along, but it was nice to know he could feel outrage on her behalf. That's when she noticed his hand moving for a sword and she grabbed his wrist, shaking her head vehemently. Let me gut him. Suigetsu hissed, holding her gaze. No. Karen whispered, glancing at the others, a little worried that Toby was holding a whispered conversation with Sasuke. These men, they're stronger than Orochimaru-sama. Even that worthless brother of mine wouldn't be able to handle them both. I seriously don't like this shit, Suigetsu spat back in an undertone, wrenching his wrist from her grasp, scowling. Killing and pillage are one thing, but rape? That's something only a Kegar would do, even ETA are above it. Be quiet. Karen hissed sharply, jamming an elbow into his ribs. If either of those two heard what he was saying, things would get extremely messy very quickly. For once, just listen to me, you fish bastard. Fine, stupid know-it-all bitch. Suigetsu muttered, before moving past her and the others, taking point while gulping water from his bottle. Karen watched him, unsure of how to react. His outrage touched her. His insistence that what Toby had done was lower than low was sweet, but it was also disturbing. Suigetsu had never shown such consideration toward past kunoichi that had been raped, not even those that he counted as comrades. In the past, he had always seemed to take some amusement in it. So, are we there yet? Toby suddenly asked, popping up at her side without warning, bouncing on the balls of his feet like a child, eh? Karen-chan, are we? No. Karen said, keeping her tone even, but we should be close. Akemi Temple shouldn't be more than a few minutes away. Yay! Toby said, darting past Suigetsu in a blur of hyperactivity, yelling for them to hurry up. Sasuke grunted, continuing at his sedated pace, while Suigetsu muttered darkly. Karen grimaced, hanging back, keeping a wary eye on Sasuke, feeling anxious to finish this quickly. A few minutes later, she and the others caught up with Toby, who was bouncing in place on the edge of an outlook. A cursory glance confirmed a moderately sized temple below, populated with dark-haired monks, dressed in off-white robes. Sensing Toby's attention shifting toward her, Karen closed her eyes, adopting a stance similar to the basic chakra molding position. It was difficult at first. Sasuke and Toby's chakra were so overwhelming that they blocked out not only Suigetsu but the mass of gathered Hyuga monks below. Concentrating even harder, however, Karen eventually managed to extend her Kagura Shingon past them, and to engulf the temple below. She didn't push hard now, instead she merely fluttered her sense across the expanse of chakra, getting a feel for them. Then she settled down to the tedious job of locating a canary yellow chakra among a crowd of yellow chakra. Sweeping her Kagura Shingon across a new part of the group, surprised at how tricky differentiating the chakra was. She would have expected an Uchiha hidden among Hyuga to be easier to spot, if Sasuke and Toby's chakra was anything to go by. Several minutes later, she spotted a darker chakra than the others, located right in the center. It was faint either from bad health or chakra suppression, but that was it. Withdrawing her senses, Karen let out a breath, opening her eyes to look at the expectant group of ninja. She's in the center of the group, her chakra is faint, so either she's in bad health or being suppressed. Really? Ah, Toby said, before clapping his hands. I guess Suigetsu and me will go get her then. Why? Sasuke asked suspiciously. Because you're still recovering from that fight with Naruto-kun. Toby said, his voice having dropped to a mock whisper. At Sasuke's glare, he held his hands up in a defensive position. I'm just saying. Nothing to be upset or embarrassed about, he's quite powerful, you know. Fine. Sasuke managed darkly, looking away. Come, this won't take long. Toby announced, happily motioning Suigetsu to follow him before he disappeared without warning. Karen raised an eyebrow at such casual use of a time-space ninjutsu. Suigetsu stepped up beside her, hesitating before he glanced at her, which made Karen arch an eyebrow, and then he pulled his swords and leapt out of the small area and hit the ground in front of the temple running. Letting out a breath, Karen relaxed with the knowledge that this would soon all be over. Toby and Sasuke would be far away, leaving her and Suigetsu to get the new prize back to Orochimaru in peace. Then once this new Uchiha was delivered into Kabuto's care, she could get back to her real mission. That being the continued torture and punishment of her dear brother. She might not be able to hurt the Yondaime or her mother, but she could get revenge on them. What she would do next, Karen wasn't sure, but she had plenty of time to prepare. She was determined to make Naruto suffer. It was the least he could do in exchange for the great Yondaime seducing Kushina and for Kushina abandoning her year-old daughter to run away with the man. They had destroyed a happy family, and Uzumaki Naruto was going to pay for their sins. Karen would ensure that Naruto suffered betrayal by his friends, his family tortured to death, his lover raped as he watched helplessly, and then his village utterly destroyed. It was only then, when Naruto was left broken and sobbing in the ashes of his life, that Karen would kill him. Quickly and painlessly, because after all, he was her brother. Nami no Kuni. Ino scowled from beneath her genjutsu, wondering about the lack of guards, until she remembered the guard tower, which made their logic obvious. The tower would provide early warning, and anyone coming through those gates would encounter well-trained samurai. Ino snorted in annoyance at such complacency. They should know better. Her earpiece hissed to life. Ino? Nisei's voice said. Are you in position? I'm ready. Ino assured him, slipping the hilt of Raijin Ken from the loop on her waist. Slowing her breathing to try and settle her nerves, she began concentrating chakra in her hand. Good. Move when Naruto gives the signal. Check. Ino said, before letting out a slow breath, fingers absently twitching against the smooth hilt of Raijin Ken. Once this was over, she'd make sure to wrap it, which, in hindsight, she should have done before now. A moment later an odd explosive sound filled the air, followed by Naruto's voice shouting his intent of making everyone his bitch, pulled Ino from her thoughts. The signal given, Ino let the chakra concentrated in her hand flow into the hilt and Raijin Ken crackled to life, with a blade of lightning narrower than she remembered. A quick well-placed thrust opened the gate, and Ino darted inside amid a beehive of frantic samurai. Still hidden by her genjutsu, Ino studied the frantic samurai. Most were rushing toward the main compound, while a few were staring in panic at the gates she had just come through. Cutting the two nearest down without effort, Ino allowed her genjutsu to dissolve, sending a ripple of further panic through the samurai. The din of shouts and confused orders almost allowed the twang of bowstrings go unnoticed, but Ino was better than that. She dodged to the side, weaved her way forward through them, cutting down any that got in her way. A moment later Raijin Ken pierced through the first archer's chest plate effortlessly. Pivoting, while pulling her blade free, Ino separated a second archer's arm from his body at the elbow, then a twirl to flip the hilt into a reverse grip, and Ino finished the job with a stab between the shoulder blades of samurai. Grabbing the back of the armor she hauled the limp body around just in time to shield herself from a second wave of arrows. Hurling the body at the two remaining archers, Ino moved to the right and used her free hand to form the Taurus seal and unleashed a Katongakaku no Jutsu. Ino watched just long enough to ensure that that large fireball engulfed both samurai, before moving on to engage those samurai that weren't willing to engage Naruto. Raijin Ken flowed from situation to situation, and those that faced her were cut down and those that didn't disappeared into the chaos. As her battle progressed, Ino wondered at the feel of the weapon. It was lighter than a typical sword, with most of its weight centered in the unique tsuba. This made certain techniques easier to manipulate while at the same time making others more difficult, but strangest of all was that while the blade was made of lightning, it could not only pierce but cut. That was an oddity that she would have to resolve later, but still it stood out as an unusual property to Raijin Ken. Sidestepping as the body of her latest opponent toppled, Ino registered the sound of rushing feet and whirled in time to avoid the downward chop of her newest opponent. The Kaminari samurai moved back before she could make a thrust, and resettled his weight into a better stance. Ino paused, studying the older man, and then adjusted her grip into a single-handed version. The samurai moved forward slow, cautiously closing the gap, before he struck with a blindingly fast slash. Ino slipped beneath the slash, stabbing her blade upward intending to strike his chest, but the man moved back with a jump to avoid the angled thrust. Ino continued her attack without hesitation, attempting a slanted slice that drove him even further back. Resettling her weight, Ino felt a tight grin forming. This samurai had skill, real skill, and if that look on his face indicated anything, he realized she had skill as well. Twirling Raijin Ken, which produced an odd crackling sound, Ino resumed her offense and lunged at the man, slashing side to side, driving him back. His movements flowed from a single line, his weight was centered perfectly, more importantly he didn't blink. Not once during her entire assault did he bat an eye, his intent focused entirely on avoiding her deadly weapon. Which was why a moment later the flow of battle shifted, he had finally found an opening and began his own attack. Ino went on the defensive, dodging and ducking his deadly series of slashes and strikes. Soon Ino was forced to bring her blade to bear, something she had been trying to avoid, and the katana retreated quickly, its wielder breathing heavily. Ino took the moment to adjust her grip and scowl at her opponent. His age was beginning to catch up to him, and oddly Ino felt no desire to cut this man down. "You can retreat, you know," Ino offered, half glancing at the other retreating samurai. "You wouldn't be the only one. You present a choice of life or death, but you know that Bushido is found in death," the samurai said as he adjusted his stance, adopting a balanced two-handed position. "You offer no choice at all, Shinobi." "I choose death." Ino grimaced, wishing he had taken her offer. Killing a kenjutsu artist would be like destroying a piece of art. Of course, she didn't have to kill him, there was another option. Without warning, Ino blurred into a shunshin, circling behind the startled samurai, where she reappeared with a swift blow to his neck. "Forgive me," Ino said, staring at the now unconscious man, "but I can't have you interfering in this mission." That taken care of, Ino turned her attention back to her surroundings, unsurprised to find groups of samurai blindly fleeing as several Kage Bunshin of Naruto charged after them. They raced past, ignoring her, frantic in their attempts at reaching the secondary gate and safety. Her attention refocused, however, to a samurai charging at her screaming wildly, katana high over his head for a death strike. Ino whirled to avoid the death blow, her blade grazing their lower back. Coming out of her spin, she inverted Raijin Ken as the samurai collapsed in pain, clutching at his wounded side. A swift stab downward served the body from neck, the smell of seared flesh wafting upward. Her attention shifted, however, at the sound of a crack of thunder, and turning she raced into the main compound. No sooner had she reached the battle-scared and body-littered ground than she had a new attacker. Registering his weapons, she leapt back before skidding to a halt and adjusting her grip on Raijin Ken. Across from her stood an attractive young man, a Kumo-jonin if his vest and sash told her anything, about a year older than Naruto. Eyeing him warily, Ino attempted to settle into a more balanced stance as her heart thundered in her ears from her first encounter with a Kumo-jonin. He gave her a charming smile, though a hint of cruelty showed, and twirled his weapons, sai wreathed in lighting, before offering a mocking bow. Ino shook her unease off. She could do this. She had faced Hoshigaki Kisame, an S-rank criminal, and this was just some no-named jonin from Kumo. Ino rolled her shoulders subtly, repeating such reassurances as she shifted her weight to the balls of her feet. The Kumo ninja moved first, rushing at her, the prongs of his sai crackling with lightning. Ino ducked the first slash and pivoted to avoid the follow-up strike from the left. Her Raijin Ken whirled around, only for a sai to deflect it, forcing her to leap back to avoid a stab at her stomach. Skidding to a halt, she threw her body to the side as he pressed his attack. Hitting the ground with a shoulder roll, her hand flashed through a few hand seals before unleashing a lightning from beneath the enemy. Unfortunately, the enemy jonin managed to avoid the attack, but it did break his stride, allowing Ino to resume the offensive. Darting forward, Ino adopted a zigzag pattern, sweeping Raijin Ken side to side. The crackling of Raijin Ken became a hum from the fury of her onslaught as the Kumo jonin dodged, or when that was impossible, blocked her attacks. Never once, however, did he lose his smirk, as if he knew something that nobody else knew and that it amused him greatly. Free hand flashing through the hand seal for a futon de tapa, Ino exhaled sharply, unleashing a blast of wind. The Kumo ninja managed to dodge to the side, avoiding the full force of the wind, though still forced to jab his sai into the ground to hold his ground against the wind. Ino wasted no time in launching her next attack, channeling chakra to her legs before leaping into the air with tremendous force, the arc of her leap carrying her forward. Raijin Ken curved overhead, both of her hands grasping the hilt of her weapon, as she dropped upon her unprepared enemy. Her crackling blade of lightning was inches away from piercing her enemy when the Kumo ninja rolled to the side, one of his crackling sai capturing her blade between the prongs. Hitting the ground in a kneeling position, Ino grimaced, Raijin Ken sliding into the earth as the enemy's sai twisted further, trapping her weapon. Realizing her precarious situation, Ino disrupted her chakra to Raijin Ken, prompting the blade of lightning to disappear. Jumping back and away, Ino managed to avoid the retaliatory strike from her enemy. Landing awkwardly, Ino allowed her chakra to flow back into her weapon, reigniting her weapon. She would have charged back in, but the man was already on his feet, crouching in a balanced stance, with his sai tucked against either arm. Undoubtedly, they would spin out at a moment's notice if Ino made such a foolish decision to charge blindly ahead as she had intended. Ino was beginning to reconsider her use of Raijin Ken. She would need access to all of her kenjutsu techniques, which meant she needed Yuzuha. Regrettably, Ino doubted she could switch weapons quick enough, which meant she would have to tough it out with Raijin Ken. As fun as this has been, the Kumo ninja said, giving her a faint grin, we'll have to cut our date short. What? Ino asked, eyes widening before they narrowed in understanding, and charged forward with a shunshin. He moved to the side, blocking her strike, but Ino spun to the left, planting a sidekick to his stomach. As he stumbled back, gasping for air, Ino shot forward with another shunshin, plunging Raijin Ken at his chest. Coughing, he managed to twist aside to avoid the stab, and Ino moved seamlessly into a spinning crouch. As he straightened out, Ino came out of her spinning crouch, applying the principle of the shunshin to her arm, plunging Raijin Ken upward. The blade seared through flesh and bone, sliding past his ribs and into the heart. Disrupting her churka to cause the lightning blade to disappear, Ino shoved the slumping body away with a grunt. Arm dropping to her side, Ino became acutely aware of how much she had overtaxed her body as her heart hammered painfully against her ribcage and her muscles trembled. Taking several deep gasps for air, Ino tried to focus on her surroundings, but realizing that there was no immediate danger, she closed her eyes, trying to recover. Ino counted her blessings that her heart hadn't given out. Shunshin taxed the body badly, and she had rapidly used too many. Still, the fight was over, and she had learned very important details about Raijin Ken, and there was no doubt she could hold her own now. A moment later, her earpiece crackled to life with Nisei's voice. Ino, we have an emergency. What? Ino asked, snapping out of her stupor. What happened? A Kumo jonin took out my team. I have one dead and one seriously wounded. Nisei answered, his voice thick. It's Hanabi, Ino. Ino felt her heart skip, a jolt of fear charging through her. Without even answering, Ino started running, racing through the main compound, weaving and jumping over the sprawled bodies. Reaching the blasted gates of the prisoner compound, she located Nisei and rushed toward him before dropping to her knees as she came to a skidding stop. A moment later, her hands were glowing with a medical technique. Dirt and debris flew into the air, scattered in a cloud of destruction as the Rasengan connected with the ground. Landing in a crouch, Naruto shifted his gaze toward the ninja that had just narrowly managed to avoid his attack. The older man landed nimbly, face impassive, while staring at him with what had to be silent contemplation. Naruto's fingers balled into fists, teeth grinding, and heart thudding in his ears. This battle had been entirely one-sided since his enemy did nothing other than dodge, usually with such speed and timing that it left Naruto confused as to how man was managing such a feat. Anger spiking, he lunged toward his enemy once more, hurling numerous kunai, and when the man dodged, Naruto sent a half-dozen Kage Bunshin after the man. Not that it did any good, the man dodged the various Kage Bunshin, who promptly exploded in his wake. Landing with a skid, Naruto swore as the last of his Kage Bunshin exploded into a puff of smoke. The only thing he got from the memories of his Kage Bunshin was the sensation of a punch grazing them. "Fight back, you bastard!" Naruto shouted, frustrated beyond words. "I'm not quite so stupid as to do that, Uzumaki-san," the man answered, somewhat chidingly. "You are primarily a close-range fighter and use numerous wind ninjutsu." "Coward." Naruto spat, eyes narrowing. "It's not cowardice, but common sense," the man said, grinning. "Besides, who said I ever intended to fight with you?" "What does that mean?" Naruto asked, blinking as he felt a sneaking suspicion washing over him. Yujito had told him 3 years ago that Kumo would be interested in him. Since they hadn't seen him in combat, Naruto wouldn't put it past them to use the first fight to gather intelligence on him. "I think you know," the man said, eyeing him closely. "You're an A-rank level threat, easily." "What the hell are you talking about?" Naruto asked, his tone dark. "Your threat rating, I figured you might like to know." The man said, shrugging. "I'd hazard a guess and say you have the highest threat rank of your team." "There's a shocker," Naruto muttered, before shooting toward the man with an advanced shunshin. Reaching the man a half-second later, Naruto delivered one of the most devastating punches he had ever thrown, but the man had already dodged the blow and was standing well out of range. Turning, Naruto felt his control slipping, the Kyuubi chakra starting to leak out, forcing him to divert his attention to suppressing it. Maybe I was wrong earlier," the man said, his tone thoughtful. "You fucking talk too much." Naruto growled, knowing that if he could just get a hit in, this would be his fight. The problem was anything he tried, from long-range attacks to fake-outs, the man was able to avoid easily. Trying to puzzle the situation out, the only thing Naruto knew for sure was that his enemy wasn't using a time-space move like the Hiraishin no Jutsu. Pissed and frustrated, Naruto began to seriously consider using the Kyuubi's chakra. He only hesitated because he wouldn't want to risk unleashing that much chakra and still being unable to close the deal. No, he wouldn't use that damn demon's power until he figured out how the hell the man was avoiding him. The Kyuubi, though, egged him on through their empathic link, and his jaw muscles clenched and unclenched in mounting anger. Thankfully, before he did anything rash, his radio crackled to life with Nisei's voice. "Naruto, it's Hanabi." "What are you?" Naruto started to say, before pausing as his mind ground to a halt. Realization slammed into him like a runaway Akimichi heading for an all-you-can-eat buffet. Hanabi was. They had. His little sister. Like fire touching oil, battle lust flooded his mind and body. The world exploded as his body hurtled itself toward his enemy, ninjutsu raining down in an attempt to wipe his enemy from the face of the earth. The air became alive with the sound of shouted curses and thick with enough excess chakra that it would have left many agog. The man dodged easily at first, but panic was flooding his face as the ninjutsu came faster and faster. Each dodge was by a narrower margin, and before long a ninjutsu finally connected as the man dodged an explosive kunai, an unexpected blast of wind threw him higher into the air where a Kage Bunshin sent him racing back toward the earth with an elbow to the back. Almost to the ground, a kick to the ribs from the real Naruto sent him jackknifing horizontally before he crashed into the side of a nearby building. Crouching, fingers touching the ground, Naruto jumped skyward like a toad before crashing through the roof of the barracks, unleashing a kamikaze no jutsu that caused the building to explode outward from the force of the swirling wind. Panting, Naruto found his enemy laying in a heap amid debris and shot toward the unmoving man. Almost on top of the prone form, his sixth sense warned Naruto away, and jumping dodged to the right as the man exploded into a bolt of lightning. Landing in a skid, Naruto swore loudly, realizing that the man had switched places with a Rai Bunshin. "Naruto! Are you there? Did you hear me?" Nisei's voice shouted through the radio, making Naruto wince from the volume. "I'm on my way." Naruto growled before ripping the earpiece off, taking one last look around before creating 5 Kage Bunshin and handed each a stack of explosive notes without a word of explanation, before hurrying toward Hanabi and the others. A second later he was storming through the gates, before he stopped cold, fury washed under by fear and dread. Ino was kneeling beside Hanabi, hands glowing brighter than he had ever seen, and Hanabi. She wasn't breathing. Icy claws dug deep into his heart. He wanted to sink to his knees, scream his throat raw, but he didn't. Naruto simply stared mutely at the still form of his little sister, and only breathed easier when he finally caught the faint rise and fall of her chest. She wasn't dead. "Ino believes Hanabi will live," Nisei said from his side, tone low, "but we need to get her back to the base immediately." Naruto nodded, his gaze never wavering. Nothing else really mattered right then, not Nisei, who was still prattling on about the other genin, or about how this had all been a trap. All that mattered was that Hanabi was going to live. He wouldn't have to bury another person he cared about. Registering the medical jutsu fading from Ino's hands, he started forward, reaching her as she slumped sideways. Naruto managed to catch and steady her, and when she looked up at him he met her gaze, surprised at the exhaustion shining up at him. Irrationally he was overcome by a sudden urge to kiss her right then, but even through the sheer relief washing through him, he couldn't quite forget their argument in Konoha. "We can move her now," Ino croaked, not looking away from him. "Thank you," Naruto said, voice thick with emotion, before looking at his unconscious sister. "I'll get us back, you just sleep okay?" "Good plan," Ino managed before her body went limp against him. "Get the others," Naruto said, easing her to the ground, glancing up at a neutral-looking Nisei. "I'll summon us a ride back." Chapter 30, Hai no Kuni. Hai no Kuni, Region 2, City of Nara. The city of Nara was not the place most people would try to fortify against a siege, though they probably didn't have much of a choice. Motioning for Akamaru to split left and take the next inner barricade alone, Kiba mused that while he didn't know the exact numbers, it was obvious Odo had only been able to hold Region 2 for so long because of the technology they had been employing. Not that it had kept Konoha from taking the region back, though it had been costly at first. Now, though a combination of reverse engineering those cannon and a new battle strategy, Odo was fighting a losing war, despite the ongoing Nami no Kuni conflict. Shaking his thoughts off, he veered right, winding his way deeper into the city in search of a ninja. It was part of the new strategy, a 3-wave plan. Konoha ninja hit the targeted village first, taking out any enemy ninja or cannon present, before they moved on to the next village. Samurai would roll in after them, taking out any enemy samurai that were still left, and then after they left, a larger contingent of samurai would take up position in the city to create a new border. Unfortunately, the city of Nara was proving more time-consuming than usual. There were so many interconnecting streets and places to hide that the 3 teams assigned to the mission had been forced to break into 2-man squads. That was why he had sent Akamaru ahead to the barricade. Kiba felt he was more than capable of handling any Oto ninja he came across. Besides, it wasn't like they would be one of the Shurnin. Oto was keeping them free roaming between villages so they could attack teams at random. Which was just fine with him. His single encounter had been bad enough, and he honestly didn't want to deal with any of these improved versions that rumor had were out there. Creeping himself out, Kiba shoved thoughts about them aside and focused on the immediate situation. Kiba paused, sniffed the air, and looked around at the dark alley branching off the street. Snorting in disgust at the scent of garbage and other assorted foul stenches, he set off once more. He had taken no more than a few steps, however, when his ears registered the near-silent sound of a soft-soled sandal on pavement. Whirling, he avoided the shuriken, followed by kunai, and countered with his own hurled weapons. They flew true, until the gray-garbed Oto ninja lifted his arm, revealing an odd bracelet which promptly snapped open to create a shield. The kunai and shuriken bounced off the new surface with a scraping noise that made Kiba wince. His heightened senses worked against him there, and it only grew worse as his world spun wildly as colors blurred, and a high-pitched whine assaulted his ears, causing nausea to swipe over him. Collapsing to a knee, one hand firmly pressing against the ground, he growled low, screwing his eyes shut tightly, trying to disrupt his chakra. Wasn't working. He'd never been that good at countering genjutsu, and this guy obviously had experience with it. Only genjutsu users with a great deal of experience could mess with two senses, such as sight and sound, at the same time. Kiba's concentration was broken a moment later by the sharp pain as a shuriken bit into his shoulder. "Ah, poor whittle puppy." A voice gloated, distorted horribly. Kiba risked opening his eyes only to find the world dancing in a sickening pace and pattern, and he shut them quickly. More instinct than anything allowed him to dodge enough to avoid the kunai that grazed his arm. Hitting the ground, he tried to regain his balance, but fell forward. Getting his hands and knees under him, he pushed up, which only served to aggravate his nausea, and regurgitated his lunch. Great, just what he needed. Concentrating even harder, blocking out the acidic smell inches from his face, he tried to disrupt his chakra yet again. This time a foot made contact with his stomach and sent him rolling sideways. Skidding around, he lashed out, expecting a follow-up attack, and his elongated fingernails found a brief purchase in the flesh of a leg. He would have pressed the attack. If he could touch them, then he could fight, but his body lost its balance and he collapsed onto his shoulder. Pushing his way upright again, he growled in frustration, but glad that this wasn't one of those rare cursed seal freaks or a special agent. The average Oto ninja seemed to enjoy taunting Konoha ninja for some insane reason, which meant Kiba had a decent chance of coming out of this alive. Still, there was the real chance that Kurenai or Akamaru could be facing a more dangerous opponent, and he needed to help them. Which was all well and good, but he was under a powerful genjutsu that he couldn't break free from. Ugh, he could probably figure something out if he could just get his world to stop spinning. Wait a minute. Kiba was no expert on genjutsu, but he knew the basics, and he knew for a fact that genjutsu designed to affect sight like this needed his eyes to be looking at something. It couldn't affect him if he had his eyes closed. The genjutsu wasn't attacking two different senses, it was attacking only one, his sight. The sneaky bastard was affecting his balance and creating his nausea through sound, and Kiba's enhanced senses were helping the attack wreak more damage to him. Fighting a dangerous grin, he concentrated all of his chakra into his sense of smell. The sound of the world dulled from its previously sharp intensity, though his vertigo persisted and the scents surrounding him came into crystal-sharp focus. A shuriken grazed his cheek, but he paid it no real attention. Instead, he focused on eliminating the weaker and older scents that surrounded him. It was hard to do that, especially with the shuriken now coming with more frequency, but he didn't have much time. He zeroed in on the ninja slowly, which was actually made easier by the acidic scent of vomit. The bastard had gotten it on him when he kicked Kiba earlier, and that gave away his position behind Kiba, approaching from the left shoulder. The scent grew stronger and Kiba braced for his next action. He had only one chance at this, and he didn't want to blow it. When the scent was at its strongest, Kiba shifted his weight forward and kicked out behind him hard, taking the man's knees out. Rolling away, fighting his urge to throw up, Kiba recovered and lunged atop the felled enemy, claws tearing chunks out of the man's back. A sharp twist of the neck after that, and Kiba cautiously opened his eyes to stare down at the dead ninja beneath him. He considered the enemy's average face for a moment, then stumbled to his feet. Allowing his chakra to flow to the rest of his senses, he breathed out, doubling over to brace his hands against his knees. A moment later he gave his head one final shake and turned on the radio he wore. "Hey, Kurenai-sensei, we have a problem. I've noticed." Kurenai shot back curtly and Kiba couldn't help the bark-like laugh that escaped him. He was too slow and the kick connected with his head, sending him crashing into a nearby wall. Pain lanced through Konohamaru and the genin promptly slumped to the ground like a discarded doll. Thankfully the Oto ninja was distracted into blocking several kunai with his odd wrist shield and forced into retreat. Chin came hurtling down to shake Konohamaru by the shoulder and then leapt away, trailing more kunai in his wake as the Oto ninja charged. Not that Konohamaru could really say he was aware of the fight at the moment, the pain was playing havoc with him, but he knew he couldn't keep sitting there like some useless lump. Chen was by no stretch a fighter, all of his skills were geared toward tracking. Konohamaru struggled to his feet, using his legs and the wall for support, before locating the distracted Oto ninja and promptly throwing a kunai with an explosive node attached. Unfortunately, the weapon went wide and exploded on impact with the front of a shop, and Konohamaru realized belatedly how badly his vision was messed up. A minute later any concern about his damaged sight was erased as the Oto ninja loomed out of nowhere, pummeling Konohamaru with punches and kicks. He had avoided faster, more devastating blows earlier, but his attempts to do so this time merely moved him directly into the path of a knee. The bony surface slammed into his stomach, driving air out of him, and he listed away blindly trying to avoid taking more damage. At 12, Konohamaru was aware that he had a limit to how long he could seriously fight with an older opponent, especially one that had 4 inches on him and at least 50 pounds. The fact that he was still breathing was a miracle. Tripping over his feet, Konohamaru fell hard and almost instantly tried to scramble back to his feet. Halfway to his feet, he found an unexpected round kick sailing at his face and instantly lunged to the side. His weight crashed to the ill-balanced enemy, and he made sure to drive his elbow into the groin as they toppled to the ground. The genin rolled away quickly from the heap and scrambled to his feet, knowing that if he fought the man on the ground he'd be dead just that much quicker. Upright once more, he stumbled backwards and selected 3-6 if you counted both hands, kunai, and hurled them at the prone figure. Most went wildly off course, and others bounced off that annoying retractable wrist shield, but at least one managed to catch the enemy in the thigh. Panting, he frantically tried to remember some technique he could use, and then realized his mind was wandering. Snapping his attention back to the enemy, he found them already on their feet and charging directly at him. It was instinct that formed the hand seals for the Doton Dorihiki, and with a sharp spit, spewed a stream of mud that quickly grew into a solidified wall. It was nowhere near as impressive looking as when others in his family had done it, but it did the trick. The charge broken, Konohamaru grabbed a kunai in either hand, waiting for the enemy to go around the wall. The Oto nin had just curved around the right side when an exploding weapon from overhead diverted him, signaling Chen's return to battle. Sagging against the earthen wall, Konohamaru struggled to follow the running fight while trying to think. He needed something that was both powerful but required little accuracy. Sadly he had no katan techniques because everybody insisted he couldn't use them, and no suiton either as nobody he knew used that element. He only knew 2 doton techniques and they were both defensive and he had no O. Konohamaru began molding chakra, and formed the Tora hand seal, shouting a nonsensical warning for Chen. The other boy moved, knowing the safety word, and the Oto ninja turned only to be caught flat-footed as Konohamaru breathed out, slamming a massive wind into him. The Oto ninja was lifted off his feet and sent hurtling through the side of a building, which promptly collapsed from the blast of wind that slammed into it. Exhausted, Konohamaru collapsed to his knees, and caught himself with his hands as he started to fall forward, while gasping for air and vision swimming worse than ever. His mouth felt stuffed full of cotton while some coppery liquid oozed through his mouth. Every muscle he had was screaming at him and he wanted to just go to sleep, but instead he looked up as Chen approached. Shakily he held his hand out, only to have Chen snort and walk past him, leaving Konohamaru behind. Arm dropping, Konohamaru breathed out with a rattle that worried him. "Bastard!" Konohamaru muttered, hacking and spitting blood before surging to his feet on willpower. He stumbled as his momentum threatened to send him careening back to the ground, but managed to stop that. He took one unsteady step after another, following his teammate while thinking very dark and violent thoughts. Kurenai pressed her shoulders and back against the building, forcing her breath to remain silent, or as silent as she could manage. If it hadn't been for her clan's secret genjutsu, there was a real chance she would be dead right then. The only reason she wasn't was Tasho, a fellow captain, had been ahead of her and thus caught in the ambush. His death, in turn, had allowed her to make use of her clan's secret genjutsu Hanatunso, which masked her escape by making it appear that her body had dispersed into a shower of flower petals that swirled around the enemy. This had bought her the minutes needed to find a suitable location to hide while figuring out how to handle the situation. She was just beginning to consider which genjutsu to use, thankful that she had renewed her training, when her radio came to life with static. "Kurenai-sensei," Kiba all but shouted, his tone worried and strained, "We have a problem." The tension in her chest relaxed almost instantly at hearing his voice, but then she registered the Oto ninja descending from overhead. Jumping and twisting gracefully, she managed to avoid a devastating punch from the Oto ninja and caught him with a Megan Karasuga no Kyuan, letting her back up and move to a better position while he fought an imaginary swarm of attacking crows. "I've noticed." Kurenai answered curtly, missing Kiba's retort as she fired off several kunai at the man, who reacted by spinning around, his hand coming up as a shield telescoped into existence from the odd gauntlet he wore around his wrist. No sooner had he deflected the weapons, and the shield retreated back into his gauntlet, than he was lunging toward her. Thankfully Kurenai was faster and more nimble than him. Pivoting, she jammed her hip against his as he reached her while grabbing his arm. A sharp pull, while kicking her hip out, used his forward momentum and sent him sailing over her shoulder. As he rolled with the momentum on impact and back to his feet, Kurenai had already completed the hand seals for a new genjutsu. He suddenly swayed and stumbled, losing his balance as vertigo seized him due to her Memai no Jutsu, not that she was confident it would last long. "You and Akamaru get to the market area," Kurenai said, reinforcing her genjutsu as his head turned toward her fractionally. "I'll be there soon as I'm done here." "Right." She wondered briefly how badly Kiba had gotten hurt, but she pushed it aside and threw a smoke bomb, moving to a new hiding location. Well concealed behind a street cart aided by another genjutsu, she considered her situation. A traditional ninja might not have noticed the small signs, but Kurenai was one of the foremost genjutsu specialists, and any decent genjutsu user paid attention to details. He had countered her kunai too precisely earlier, and he had indicated he heard her whispered conversation with Kiba just now. It could be some kind of technique, something that made us of echolocation, but she doubted that. Oto had turned out some freaks, but if it was something like echolocation, then he would have his eyes closed to really concentrate on the sound. Could be some kind of technology. Oto ninja used weird things a lot. That wrist shield thing, for example, that was the first time Kurenai had seen it in person, but she'd heard reports about them earlier. There were Oto ninja that had some kind of portable rapid-firing kunai launchers, and others that had some kind of forearm device that let them manipulate harmonics. Kurenai accepted this possibility with odd passiveness, and wondered briefly how easily she adapted. Then again, Kurenai had long since learned that a ninja either adapted or died. Still, accepting the possibility wasn't enough. She had to test her theory to find the best way to exploit any weaknesses. "Come on, big guy," Kurenai whispered, knowing that if heard that, then he had good hearing. The only thing quieter would be her breathing and subharmonics. "Maybe you can have fun with me before you kill me." There, the bait was set. An instant later she registered a change in her environment and moved just as the cart was overturned by some kind of invisible blast. Rolling to her feet, she pivoted, hurling a few shuriken, and then retreated down the street and around the corner. That technique had been unfamiliar, but obviously used wind, but more importantly she had glimpsed an odd metal device cupping the back of his ear. That made things a little easier, Kurenai mused as she darted into an alley and looped back around to the street she had just left. Knowing he was following her, she moved across the street and performed a henge to hide her location. The biggest weakness the Oto ninja had was their confidence in their technology. it made them arrogant and they took chances that others wouldn't. She considered using a basic auditory genjutsu, the Sakura no Jutsu, which would make him hear a faint footstep, but that wouldn't be enough. Kurenai needed to deafen him so that he wouldn't be able to respond to anything, which was when she remembered the Yuki Kiai no Jutsu. It was the last genjutsu Sakura had created before leaving Konoha, and it would cause the Oto ninja to hear a piercing otherworldly scream that started at 90 decibels and doubled every 3 seconds until it maxed out at nearly 200 decibels. That was well in excess of the pain threshold and would cripple the man. Moving hands slowly, Kurenai prepared the genjutsu, and when the man came into view, she unleashed the attack. The Oto ninja froze, looking around in search of the noise's origin, and then a minute later, slapped his hands over his ears as he collapsed, while screaming. 30 seconds after that his fingers began gouging at his ears in a desperate attempt at stopping the noise. Kurenai watched in a kind of detached interest as he ruined his own hearing, and then selecting a kunai, took aim and cut his suffering short. Releasing the henge, she stood there for another moment before heading for the marketplace where she found Kiba and Akamaru waiting. Breathing easier she approached both, who noticing her attention seemed to relax as well. "We have got to get another teammate," Kurenai said, noting the bandages peeking from beneath his jacket and over his thigh, someone with some medical training. "Honestly, you get hurt every time I turn around." "Well," Kiba quipped, his tone smug, "if you wouldn't keep." Kurenai glared at him. "Never mind." Kiba finished weakly, nervous. "Check in with the others," Kurenai said, looking away from the young man, taking in her surroundings. Mentally, though, she was preparing the lecture she'd have to unleash once they were completely alone. He had to learn when to keep his mouth shut, especially about that, and Kurenai would make sure he did learn, or it'd be over between them in a heartbeat. Miyako, capital of the Kusa Empire, Kirin Castle. Utagabukai Noga felt a sense of tranquility that escaped description as he strode down the hallway. After so long and such waiting, at last things were turning to his will. He not only had the castle secured with the forced loyalty seal, but he had the generals as well, and it would soon spread to the rest of his people. Suzuka was still missing, but what did it matter on this day when Akatsuki would keep the bargain and demonstrate their weapon? Noga still wasn't sure exactly what the weapon was, or what it would do, but he had called in every leader he had. Pain would arrive soon to deliver the news of which target he had selected. Noga had suggested the capital of Kaze no Kuni, since it had no value to him outside of the fact that by destroying it Noga would force Tsuchi concede to the superior power of the Kusa Empire. Drawing close to a door, he nodded at the guard who opened it to reveal an immense, high-raftered room with a ornamented ceiling. Gold-paneled columns supported the rafters, which were made of polished woods. Seated neatly in rows were the 200 officers of his forces, with his generals Jaman, Heian, Muji, and Barando in the front. Noga entered proudly, moving to take his seat, and then once there he acknowledged the various bow from his men, before he grinned. "Greetings, my friends, I expect you are all wondering why I have called you here. A little over a week ago, I struck a bargain with an ally. One that will soon test a weapon, which will demonstrate our supreme power to the other nations. Tsuchi no Kuni will be the first to surrender, becoming the first of many to join our empire." His men cheered loudly, whether from genuine support or from the loyalty seal, he didn't know. "I suggested a city of little value to us, the capital of Kaze no Kuni. To Tushi no Kuni, however, this city has become very important. They have placed a great many of their forces there. This blow will cripple their military abilities and prove our greatness." Again more cheers, that were promptly silenced when a figure shimmered into being. Despite the shimmering colors that ran through the shadow, Noga knew it to be Pain. Those eyes were impossible to miss. The man stood there silently for several moments, staring at them, before he spoke, his voice distorted. "Daimyo Noga, it is time." "You've tested the weapon?" Noga asked, eager. "Not yet," Pain said slowly, "I have a few final words before the weapon is unleashed." "Very well," Noga said, his stomach uneasy at this, but unwilling to protest. He could remember his last in-person meeting with the man. Noga wanted to avoid that again in the future. What do you wish to say? I am prepared to pour my wrath out over the world, to deliver my judgment to the wicked. I come now to ask, are you repentant of your sins? What are you talking about? Noga asked, eyes widening slowly as the realization of betrayal dawned on him. You wouldn't. Your pride is a sin that infects the treacherous hearts of others, it has consumed you. Pain said dispassionately. Behold, the judgment of God. Noga stared in stupefied disbelief as the image shimmered out of view and a low rumble filled the air. Then the very building began to shake and tremble, a loud groan as ancient stones separated from each other. Monstrous cracks began to appear throughout the stone like rivers, and Noga alone had the free will to scream as the world suddenly went white in a flash of searing heat. Konoha, abandoned lab Haruno Sakura woke up in a great deal of pain, the kind of pain she associated with chakra backlash. Oddly enough, the pain was centered on her forehead, with spidery fingers radiating outward, digging into her temples and the crown of her head. Gritting her jaw to brace her nerves, she sat up slowly and then reached up, touching the bandages wrapped around her head. An odd, thrumming warmth radiated from beneath the thick gauze, and she let out a silent breath. How long had she been out? It seemed like only a few minutes ago the Umbu sealing expert had put that cursed seal on her. This cursed seal was given to the Shodai by the Hyuga before they created the one they use now. Or so the Umbu had gleefully said before activating the seal. Swinging her legs over the side of her caught a sharp cold racing up her legs from the bare metal floor. Wonderful. Sakura muttered, sniffing the musty air. So you're awake? Tsunade said, her bland voice drifting in from the left. Let's see how you handle being branded by a cursed seal. Sakura shot back waspishly, turning her head toward her unseen benefactor. So what the hell does this thing do anyway? Keeps you in line. Tsunade said, her voice drawing closer. It's got a range limit. If you go too far from Konoha, it goes off. Attack a Konoha ninja, and it cripples you with pain. At least that's the first offense. Repeating either a second time will result in brain death. Of course. Sakura sighed, angry at the situation. So much for her plan of escaping to find Sasuke. She'd have to get rid of this stupid seal first. She found a certain kind of dark humor in the irony of her situation. Trying to find a way to undo one seal had resulted in her getting a brand new one. Relax, Tsunade said, her tone coming closer. I've already deactivated it. Huh? I deactivated it. Tsunade said, her tone tired. There was no way I could get you out without some kind of safety. Even my influence is limited when it comes to that. On the other hand, I do know something about this particular seal, so once you were released I disabled it. Though I can trigger it anytime I want. Right, Sakura said, getting to her feet shakily, but why? You couldn't do your job otherwise, Tsunade explained. Besides, this way I don't have to find someone to unseal you once we're done. Once I get what I want, you get to leave and pop out all the little Uchiha brats you want. I see. Sakura said, mentally making a note to get a pair of eyes the first chance she got. Of course she would have preferred having her Sharingan back, but she wasn't sure of the exact process Kabuto had used to grow the artificial Sharingan. Sakura debated about trying to figure the process out in addition to her research for Tsunade, but it would be too much at the moment. Come on, Tsunade said after another moment, reaching out to grab her shoulder and started walking. Let's get this tour of your new lab over with. I take it this is one of Orochimaru's abandoned labs? Sakura asked after Tsunade let go. If it wasn't for her sense of hearing, she'd have thought the older woman had disappeared on her. No. Tsunade said, her tone muted. This was Rin's. Oh. Sakura said, surprised and a little more comfortable. Rin had been one of her role models during her training, and Sakura simply couldn't feel any kind of danger in being one of her abandoned labs. There are 4 main areas. We just left the living quarters/office. This hallway leads to the central hub of the lab. Tsunade explained, as the hallway began to slant downward. After we get into the central hub, there are 2 other corridors. The one of the left leads to a storage area and wet lab. The one of the right leads to the dry lab, holding area, operating room and an experimentation area. got it. Sakura said, creating a rough map in her mind for future reference. A second later they reached the central hub and the echo of their footsteps gave her a made estimate of the lab's dimensions. Definitely not a small research lab, Sakura decided as she listened to the hiss of air from overhead vents, meaning it was also underground. Great, she found herself once more underground. So, about this project, Sakura said after a protracted moment, I'm sure you know that the survival rate of lethal chakra poisoning is 0. Yes. Tsunade said, and even without her eyes Sakura could imagine her former mentor's arched eyebrow. That's why we're doing this. There are notes back in your office about the treatment I've discovered. It temporarily alleviates the condition, but the patient eventually falls into remission and each time involves a shorter time frame. Which in turn means you have to, double the dosage for each treatment? Sakura asked, mentally weighing what little theory there was in the field. When Tsunade didn't respond, Sakura continued grimly. It also in turn worsens the patient. Yes. So basically, you want me to research alternative treatments? Sakura said, turning instinctively toward her current benefactor. The pieces were all falling into place, the sort of research Sakura would be doing, and this lab made it abundantly clear. Alternative treatments are a waste of time. You're trying to find a cure. Tsunade said, her tone firm. The current treatment will remain effective for a few more months. Fine. Sakura said, mentally laying out a few of the less pleasant tasks ahead of her. But before I do anything, I'm going to need a new pair of eyes. I know. Tsunade said I've already found a perfect donor. She's prepped and ready for the operation right now. Are they green? Sakura asked, startled but anxious. Yes. Tsunade said, starting to walk off to the right, presumably to that tunnel. Sakura followed at a brisk pace, hand trailing along the hallway as Tsunade opened a door ahead. Finding the open door, Sakura entered then paused, a grin tugging at the corners of her mouth. The operating room was a very sterile environment, and Sakura was more than used to the smell, so the scent of perfume stood out to her like a blade of grass would snow. Hello, Mom. Konoha, Hokage's office. Hard at work or hardly working? Reading. Kakashi answered, not batting an eye at the unexpected arrival of Jiraiya. Kakashi had long since developed his ability to suppress any sign of surprise. It made predicting his actions harder and infuriated some people. Looking up from his paperwork as the older man settled into the set across from him, Kakashi took in the other man's appearance. Jiraiya looked as young as ever, but while the signs of his poisoning were there. His neck was swollen and had several rose-colored spots, while black splotches peeked out from under his handguards. It was also hard to miss the yellow tint the rest of his skin was taking on. The man couldn't have much longer. So what has you so interested? Jiraiya asked, curiously. Reports from our war against Odo. Kakashi answered, acknowledging the other man's unwillingness to discuss his situation. We're pushing them back, so the tension is easing. However, there are a few things that strike me as worrying. Oh? Well, on the surface it's nothing. This whole war will come down to reclaiming Odo. After that it'll be a mopping up and deciding if we want to simply restore the previous border or claim Ta no Kuni. Kakashi explained blandly, so, it goes without saying that I'm expecting cannon, rapid kunai launchers, exploding arrows, shurnin, the personal wrist shields, and every other dirty trick that Orochimaru has up his sleeves. Ah, and beneath on the surface? The shurnin. Odo has been keeping them in the field ambushing randomly, which is what disturbs me. They are keeping their most dangerous weapons, the initial stage shurnin and level 2 shurnin, in smaller groups and randomly attacking us. Still no stage 3? Not yet. Kakashi said, shrugging, I think that's the whole purpose of the shurnin attacks. We know that the final stage is for shurnin to be capable of directly manipulating their chakra, so why not kill our men then take some away for experimentation? That would make sense, Jiraiya mused, rubbing his chin. Shurnin so far have been villagers. If they're moving toward an awakened Shinin, ninja would work best as our bodies are already used to manipulating chakra. Exactly. Kakashi said, before sighing, but there's nothing we can do other than take Edioto before the awakened Shinin reach the battlefield. Have you considered that Orochimaru might be saving them for Edioto? I've considered it, but we'll reclaim Edioto no matter what, so it'd be best to keep us from reaching the city. Kakashi offered before he set the report down and leaned back. So Jiraiya-sama, what brings you by? I have an offer you might be interested in, Hokage Dano. Jiraiya answered Orochimaru. Even as sick as I am, I could still find him, and probably the only one in the village other than you that could be a match for him. It would be a suicide mission, Kakashi said, unsurprised with the Sanin's plan. He had expected something like this, but still, he was obligated to say certain things. That's why I haven't sent any teams after him. We don't have many ninja available that can handle this S-rank mission. Try none. Jiraiya said with a cocky grin. Naruto is the closest you've got, and with Akatsuki out there, he'd be a bad bet. I'd split the odds 50-50 in his favor, but even if he did manage to win, he'd be so exhausted that Akatsuki could capture him without breaking much of a sweat. You think they'd be that aware of him? He's the final key to their plan. Jiraiya said with a shrug, it's a safe bet they're keeping tabs on him. I see. We both know I'm dying, and that I would have been dead by now. Tsunade has bought me extra time, but I'm just about done. So rather than waste away like some useless idiot, I want to go out on one last mission. Ah. Kakashi said, closing his eye. Tsunade had been playing it close to the vest, but he had suspected her newfound interest in curing FCP involved Jiraiya. Kakashi also understood why exactly Jiraiya was leaving. If he did stay, Tsunade would go into forbidden practices in an attempt to cure him. What about Naruto and Tsunade? Naruto is a ninja. Jiraiya said, by way of explanation. Tsunade might be upset. I hate going off to die on her, but the alternative is much worse. She'll ultimately accept this death. She might hate my guts, but she'll accept it. I see. Well, it's not like I'm denying you. Kakashi said after a moment, slumping in his chair. Are you sure about this? Yes. Very well, once you've made out a will and request for payment, will Kakashi stopped as Jiraiya handed over a thick folder. Taking it, the Hokage set it on his desk, idly studying the legendary ninja. You've been preparing for your death. As for payment, Jiraiya said with a grin and a perverted gleam in his eye, I want my birthday to be a mandatory kunoichi nudity day. I should have expected that. Kakashi said, curving up happily, good luck, Jiraiya-sama. Konoha, Civilian District. Hyuga Hinata was not the perfect Hyuga, she had long ago accepted that fact, but she had learned certain lessons well. The most important was that you hid anything that could give away your intent. That's why most adult Hyuga rarely smiled, grimaced, or anything else. That was why as Hinata strolled down the street, she smiled faintly despite the fact that each step sent a lance of pain through her, from hip to shoulder. Training with her father had become harsher than ever, due in parts to his growing paranoia and her new assignment. 3 weeks ago he had placed Hayatari, Niji's widow, and Yubi, Niji's heir and new main branch heir, into the protective custody of the military police. Tenten had, after consideration, decided that it would be best for Hinata to be in charge of the assignment. Hence why her paranoid father was beating the crap out of her on a regular basis now, determined to keep another assassination from happening. Not that there was any official word, but Hayashi had become insistent that was the truth. Hinata would not argue that point since she believed this to be the truth as well, as did many of her colleagues. The shadowy group unity was the cause, most were sure, though some scoffed at the idea. It depended largely on which way the person leaned politically, either they were toward the status quo or they were against it. Alarmingly, though Hinata could not prove it, those that were against the status quo seemed to be growing in number. Mentally shaking her thought clear, she adjusted the folders she carried under arm and then subtly scanned her surroundings. Nobody out of the ordinary was in the area, but she would play it safe. Shifting directions, Hinata took the longer way to the safe house, keeping an eye out for anything that didn't fit. Making a sharp turn, she took a side street that brought her to the front of an average-looking apartment complex. Stepping inside, she walked up the stairs, then down a hallway past where it appeared to end thanks to a genjutsu, then to a stretch of wall where she knocked at a door hidden by yet another genjutsu. After a minute, she knocked twice more in rapid succession, and the door opened just enough to let her enter. Slipping inside, the door closing behind her, Hinata found a brown-haired girl a year younger than her, standing in the entryway waiting for her. Drawing closer, she nodded at the younger woman. "Kurama-san, is something wrong?" Hinata asked, noting the oddly anxious look on her face. "Yes, Hyuga-san, I've told you to call me Hinata-san." Hinata interrupted wearily, heading for the kitchen with Amaya in tow. Kurama Amaya was from a minor clan that was traditionally rivals to the Yuhi clan, and they seemed intent on proving their proper upbringing. "Sorry, I forgot," Amaya said, as they entered the modest kitchen. "Hinata-san, it's good that you're back. Hayatari-sama has been getting insistent that we allow them to leave." "What?" Hinata asked, setting her folder on the kitchen table. "She insists that this is all an overreaction and that she wants to return to the Hyuga compound." Amaya explained. She also attempted to use one of the men, Hyuga Asahi, as a courier for a message. "Message?" Hinata asked, looking up, her interest truly piqued. "He came to me and told me the whole situation," Amaya said, handing the letter over. "I read the letter, and you can trust my discretion." Hinata paused, then with a tiny nod, turned her attention to the letter she now held. Part of her wanted to destroy the letter, but she had an obligation to not only her clan, but her job. "Who did she request that Asahi-san give this to?" "Hyuga Ko." Hinata nodded absently at that and then flipped the folded piece of paper over before breaking the wax seal, opening it. With each passing word her unease grew, realizing what she was reading. It was a love letter, sort of. Basically it was attempting to arrange a secret tryst, which wasn't all that big a deal. It was almost expected for members of the main branch to indulge in the occasional affair with someone from the branch family. The problem was that the letter read less as an occasional, spur-of-the-moment situation, and more like a long-standing affair. Hinata had to fight the urge to sit down, or to gape in shock, unconsciously mindful of appearances. After several more minutes, which she spent collecting her thoughts, Hinata closed the letter and placed it on the table. Looking up, she met the expectant gaze of Amaya, waiting for her decision. "I'll talk with her about this soon. The next time she starts in on wanting to leave, tell her that she's staying whether she wants to or not." "Yes ma'am," Amaya said, turning to leave. "Kurama-san," Hinata called, stopping the other girl short, "if she keeps pestering you after that, tell her to come speak with me." "Yes Hinata-sama," Kurama said before leaving quickly, and Hinata sighed at that address. Well, at least it was an improvement. Hidden Akatsuki base. As hidden bases went, this one wasn't so bad, Kisame supposed, ascending the roughly hewn hallways leading away from the holding cells. The Yonbi had yet to say 2 words, but still effectively contained. How exactly the leader had managed to create such an effective means of holding, Kisame couldn't even guess. After all, the holding cells looked no different than a normal jail cell, and they still somehow managed to hold Jinchuriki without a problem. Not that it mattered to Kisame, checking on the old man was just a means to keep from going stir-crazy. Kisame had never been one to sit still, he was geared toward being on the move, but orders after they finished the previous ceiling were to stay put. So Kisame tried to distract himself from the itch, to go out and do something, anything, to keep occupied while waiting for the leader to get there. Besides, it was better than trying to talk to Itachi, the only other person in the hidden base. Itachi did not have a reputation for conversation, but that could have been overlooked out of respect, but there was another reason for avoiding the man. Though Kisame wouldn't admit it aloud, Itachi scared him at times with the way he would phrase things, leaving the former Kiri ninja no doubt that Itachi viewed the world as if it were not real. Not like Genjutsu not real, but as in this world doesn't matter because nothing is real, not real. Rolling his shoulder absently to loosen the kink in it, the large man sighed, entering the massive oval-shaped chamber that served both as meeting and sealing area. Finding it empty, he retrieved Samahata from its resting place. No point in carrying it around the whole base. Besides, with the extra couple of feet from the blade, Kisame probably wouldn't have been able to move through some hallways. Hefting the familiar weapon, he grinned, just letting his arm and hand adjust to the weight. While Kisame didn't need to practice on a regular basis, he still did whenever the chance presented itself. An experimental sweep to the side and then back, before flexing his hand absently. He had been reviewing the basics more often lately, thanks mostly to his encounter with Konoha's Hitokiri. True, he had been playing with her, just killing time while Itachi had his fun, but she had still scored a blow. He found it hard to believe at times, but he also took it as a sign that he needed to keep his skills sharp. After all, his fearsome abilities, which had earned him a spot as one of the 7 swordsmen of Kiri, were the only thing he had. It proved his strength, and he would be damned if he let some little bitch destroy it because he had gotten lazy. Shrugging his shoulders to free them of the cloak, he lifted the massive sword and settled into a balanced stance with both hands on the hilt. Swords are designed with a very simple concept at their core: cutting the enemy. Whether it be a katana, which is designed to cut through body and armor without hesitation, the dao designed to slice cleanly through the target, or the cruder weapons intended to hack and slash through obstacles with brute power. All swords were designed with blades that could cut. Samahata stood in stark contrast to that. The blade had been designed, forged, and created with the purpose of ripping in mind. Oh, it could smash and break bones, but any sword could do that. The real thought behind the blade's creation had been to rip and tear. Samahata would rip or tear the flesh from the body of its enemy. It would smash bones and gobble up chakra, relentlessly and without remorse. Where other swords were made for killing, Samahata had been made for suffering. Kisame grinned viciously, sweeping his sword side to side, before flexing his wrist to mimic the movement of a shark's tail. His body moved forward with powerful lunges, a stab pulled back in sawing motion. He could feel Samahata thrumming with excitement. He's here. Kisame resisted the urge to jump at the unexpected voice of Itachi. Instead, he merely turned his head, holding Samahata steady before him. Itachi took his normal spot without a sign of noticing Kisame's attention, which struck Kisame as curious since he had not felt the Gentashin no Jutsu. Usually he felt it first, since his chakra made it easier for the wider range broadcast. That was when Kisame noticed another curious sight: Kakuzu, who with a curt nod took his own spot, followed by a blue-haired girl and a final figure. It was the final figure that threw Kisame. They were about the same height as Itachi, with medium-length spiky hair, 7 piercings, and a metal bar through each ear, 3 studs through the side of his upper nose and 1 spike stud on each end of his bottom lip. It was the large, beaded necklace that gave away the man's identity. "So we finally meet in person," Kisame said, lifting his sword to rest it across his shoulders. "I guess there's something big you want to talk about, huh?" "Indeed, there are things that require our attention," Pain said, meeting each of their gazes steadily with those odd eyes of his. "First, there has been further changes within our ranks. Haydn has finally died." "What did that fool do?" Kakuzu asked sourly. "He was your partner, you should show some regret." "A fool is a fool," Kakuzu said, dismissively waving a hand at Pain's comment. "Especially fools that put their faith in gods." Kisame winced as Konan slipped a foot toward the other man. This would not be good. It was no secret among them that Konan was a fanatic about her god. Hand tightening around the hilt of Samahata, Kisame prepared for the fallout from this fight. "Faith in money is even more foolish," Pain said, diffusing the situation through sheer blandness. "Money has no value other than what someone else deems it to have. I have no need of money, hence it is valueless to me." Now, as I was saying, Haydn died during his attempt at capturing the Nibi host. "Huh, damn, this means you're going to be using more of my chakra for the ceilings, now aren't you?" Kisame asked, aiding the attempt at avoiding a fight. "Eventually, though first we must capture the Sanbai and Nibi. I still don't understand why we can't just seal the Yonbi." Kisame muttered, "Would serve the old bastard right for the crap he went through." Kakuzu had gotten to seal the Ichibi immediately after he brought it back to a base. Huffing he set Samahata, who thrummed in agreement with Kisame, down and began to rewrap the massive blade with the special gauze. It's about balance. We sealed life and order first, then wind and earth. Water and death are next. Fire is after that, leaving lightning and chaos. But why that order? What is special about the pattern? Kakuzu asked, sounding more interested than normal. Considering that the bijou are demons, Itachi said in a flat tone, there obviously has to be a somewhat mystical formula that must be followed. Indeed, Pain agreed before shifting focus away from the bijou and toward more mortal focus, but there is more things to deal with than demons. Tobi and Zetsu have decided to turn against us. Say wa? Kisame asked, looking up in surprise. Zetsu had been part of this group for a long time. He actually had seniority over Kisame, and as for Tobi, that nut had been begging to join the group for years. So why would they betray them now? Tobi has entered an alliance with Orochimaru, though the details are unimportant. Zetsu has also been leaving out details in his reports, which jeopardize our attempts. What do we do? Kakuzu asked. Organize and handle the problem. Itachi-san, I would like you to handle Zetsu and Tobi. Be mindful that there is more to Tobi than appears. Meanwhile, Kakuzu-san, Kisame-san, I'm forming you into a team to capture the Sanbai host. What, so we know where he is? Kakuzu asked, startled as was Kisame. This would be his first time partnered with someone other than Itachi in nearly a decade. His previous partners had been Zetsu followed by Sasori and then Deidara. Eyeing the new partner subtly, Kisame wondered how he and the former Taki ninja would function together. Well, as long as they didn't get in each other's way, things should be fine. Yes, Pain said, gesturing at the woman beside him. Conan has been acting as my scout once I discovered Zetsu's duplicity. So where is the little brat? Kisame asked, hefting his sword ready to get this show on the road. Umi no Kuni, Jiro Island. Conan answered without blinking an eye, before glancing at Itachi. Zetsu is currently in Cha no Kuni and Tobi is currently within Hai no Kuni, Region 5. I'll take care of Zetsu first. So that's it? Kisame asked, glancing from woman to man and then to Kakuzu, before looking back. We should have a new bijou to seal soon enough. Do not speak lightly, not until we have gathered to seal this beast. Yeah, I took the Yambi solo. This is going to be a cinch. Region 2, Field Mash Tent. Katsuragi Ami was an orphan, though it seemed reasonable to assume that her parents had been ninja. That was why once she was old enough she had adopted the family name Katsuragi, because in Konoha few ninja lacked a family name. In relation to her unknown family name, Ami had taken on the modest career of the average kunoichi seduction of nobility, posing as a geisha for assassination, and gathering intelligence as a farmer's wife or a maid. Ami had not been happy with such a career. As a child she had desired a more prominent role, like Tsunade. Still she had adjusted to her lot in life, though the sexual demands her career took had required some getting used to, and eventually came to appreciate her role. There was no glory in her work, but then again while kunoichi like Ino, Tenten or Hinata would be targeted, Ami could live her life and someday retire in modest luxury. She had tried to pass along this philosophy to her genin, often repeating the phrase, the nail that sticks its head up is the one that gets hit. Choco and Chen had instantly taken the lesson to heart without effort. They kept their heads down and did only what they needed to. Konohamaru on the other hand rejected her lesson completely and was determined to make everyone aware of his name. Konohamaru as a child had been a little vainglorious, but it had only gotten worse since his meeting with Naruto. Ami sometimes wanted to berate the infamous Naruto, but instead she kept her peace, allowing Choco and Chen try to beat sense into Konohamaru. Of course, considering that they were in a field mash tent so Konohamaru could get treated by a medical ninja, it seemed to have failed. The Tokubetsu Jonin stared emotionlessly at the recuperating ninja, flanked by her other genin, lips pressed into a thin line. He deserved this for his reckless actions. She had no pity for him because he had insisted on facing an Oto Jonin. Despite Chin giving him repeated opportunities to retreat, the Naruto wannabe just had to be the hero. Konohamaru would get praised by a great many people for his will of fire, but not from Ami. Konohamaru should have run like every other genin would have, not risk his life over a stupid urge to be a hero. This was the final straw. She would solve this problem permanently. Sensei. Choko said softly, warning her, and Ami slipped effortlessly into her concerned role for the encroaching field doctor. Katsuragi-san. The man said, stepping into view on his right. How is he? Ami asked, eye flickering from his face to the slumbering form of Konohamaru. Fine, he had a few cracked ribs, a damaged orbital bone, and a mild concussion. We repaired the damage easily enough, though he should take it easy for a while. Thank you, Ami said with a slight bow, relaxing her posture as would be expected. Once the doctor had left, she spoke to Choko and Chen, careful to keep her tone soft. We're being transferred to Nami no Kuni. We'll stop at an outpost to resupply first, and then once we get in Kutri, we'll solve this problem. Sensei? You heard me. Ami said, eyes narrowing at the unconscious Konohamaru. Soon as we get into combat, no matter what, we don't help the hero. Yes, Sensei. Both echoed without a hint of hesitation. Chapter 31 Portents. Nami no Kuni, Region 1, Forward Konoha Military Command Center. Sarutobi Asuma shifted uncomfortably in his chair, an uncomfortable wooden monstrosity, staring at the stacks of paper located strategically across his battered desk. Sighing, the Jonin shook out a cigarette from his pack and lit it up, taking a satisfyingly long drag, before blowing a smoke ring. Edge taken off, at least for the moment, he pulled the smallest stack of papers toward him, noting the familiar handwriting of Shikamaru. Flipping through the stack, he smirked before pushing the stack into place. Leaning back, Asuma released several more smoke rings, many shooting through the center of a previous one. It wasn't much, but at least he didn't have to deal with the status reports from the regional commanders. Savoring the taste of his cigarette, he leaned forward and selected the only folder present. Flipping it open, he shifted his body yet again, making a mental note to get another chair. At least he knew why the Hokage had such a comfortable one now. Skimming the tiny lines idly, he flicked his cigarette against the ashtray, beginning to frown. If this was an accurate summation of their intelligence, then there was a major military push coming in the next week or two. No concrete information on the targets, but Asuma knew there were only two key cities that were the most likely: Tokorozawa or Matsuda. Normally you avoided assaulting a city, you used up your resources faster, which was why Hai no Kuni had been locating their forces in ones that the enemy couldn't risk simply bypassing. Of course, that was only accounting for the samurai. Kaminari and Hai had equal numbers, Kumo outnumbered Konoha. Admittedly, numbers were not always a deciding factor, but in this case they would be. Kumo had 246 ninja deployed to their controlled regions, while Konoha had a mere 103, and the majority of those were ninja that had grown up during peacetime. The most seasoned ninja were located in Region 6 and Region 10. Taking another drag on his cigarette, Asuma debated about which of the targets the enemy would select. If he braced the wrong one, then it would come back to bite them on the ass, but that was what they got for scrambling to get forces into the area. The city of Matsuda in Zone 6 was the most desirable, as that region bordered two larger Kumo-controlled regions. If they took Region 6, Kumo could easily annex Zones 7, 8, 9, and 10, and the situation would be even worse than it was now. On the other hand, they might go after Tokorozawa in Zone 10. It would require smaller forces, which would facilitate a quick advance, which in turn could allow them to capture Zones 9 through 7. After that, they could swallow Zone 6 with a two-prong offensive, while effectively keeping reinforcements from arriving or a retreat from the haggard Konoha Hai no Kuni contingent. Asuma supposed he could move the combined forces from Zones 7 through 9 to reinforce Zone 10, as well as the forces from Zone 5 to Zone 6, but he couldn't overlook the possibility of a seaborne invasion from the Kumo-controlled Region 17 on Region 5. That would result in the same outcome as taking either Zone 6 or Zone 10, isolated forces that would be devoured. The risk was too large to reinforce both zones. He would have to pick one and pray that he was correct. Zone 10 would be the most likely target. It granted an easily obtained access point to the enemy, and the supply lines could be established quickly and maintained with minimum effort. He would place Zone 6 on high alert, and when reinforcements arrived, they would be funneled to them immediately. Sighing heavily, he stood and snuffed his cigarette out, heading out the door to send the orders to reinforce Zone 10, while wondering how his dad had managed to cope with making this sort of decision. Region 15, City of Karumoto. Azai Chokei let out a deep breath, settling into his seat behind his desk. Pausing, he glanced at his lieutenant and brother-in-law Injoji Januchi, who, nodding in understanding, stepped out of the room. A moment later, he returned trailed by 3 other ninja, who took a seat without prompting. Chokei studied each of them. They were the leaders of the 3 highest-ranked teams he had. Jinkurai Kyoza had taken the seat furthest away from the door, while Samui took the middle and Jei took the one on her right. It was almost amusing to see these 3 mindful of status even now when it didn't really matter. As heir to the Jinkurai clan, Kyoza should have been seated in the middle, but Samui was one of only 3 ninja to ever be trained by Karabi, while Jei was a cousin to the new Reikage. After a beat, as all of the ninja present settled in, Chokei leaned forward, lacing fingers together. "So who wants to go first?" "I will," Jei offered, pushing his sunglasses back into place. Upon arrival, the first Konoha team accepted the illusion of a functioning prisoner camp and summoned reinforcements. After this, the leader Rock Lee split off from his team scouting the surrounding area, and it was decided that my team would pursue and initiate a confrontation, leaving Team Samui and Team Kyoza to engage the secondary forces when they arrived. "I see," Chokei said, motioning for the man to continue. Sure noted almost immediately that our target was not actively using chakra and yet was traveling at a speed that we were struggling to match. After further observation, Sadamitsu was the first to engage the enemy in a brief taijutsu exchange. Here Jei paused, clearing his throat uncomfortably. He was quickly overwhelmed, and Darui soon joined the fight. "Idatsi," Chokei said, raising an eyebrow, wondering how they both had ended up in the medical care of Sure. Apparently his unasked question was obvious to Jei, who slid his sunglasses down his nose so they could lock eyes. The target, using pure taijutsu and a level of speed I've never seen before, decimated them both. Darui's Rantun Raiza, Sakasu and Rantun Rankiryu were useless against this Rock Lee. Sadamitsu's most powerful genjutsu was bulldozed through, and it was only due to Sure using his Raijin Reikachu that we were able to extract them. "That's impossible," Januchi said, voicing the opinion that Chokei silently held. Nobody could move so fast that Darui's Rantun techniques were useless. "The Yondaime Hokage could," Samui offered blandly, glancing at the man, though I doubt he would reappear as a teenager, wearing green spandex and a bowl cut. He does set a precedent for such speed. "The most frightening fact though," Jei said, pushing his sunglasses back into place, was the fact that Sure swears Rock Lee went from no chakra usage to almost Kage levels in a matter of seconds. "I know of only one technique that could allow for that." Yes, if he has mastered the gates, then it would fit," Chokei said, feeling a chill at such a consideration. The only known master of the Hashiman was one Mado guy, but apparently there was another one and much younger. Then after another minute of reflection, his chill became dread as the regional commander remembered that Mado guy had trained an apprentice named Rock Lee. "So Rock Lee is an A-level threat, borderline S-level," Januchi said as he scribbled the pertinent information down in his notepad. "Samui-san, Kyoza-san?" Chokei said, turning his attention toward the two. There was a second of hesitation before Samui started, which alerted to Chokei that Kyoza would have the most upsetting report. After Team Jei left in pursuit of their target, we observed the remainder of Team Lee. They were an annoyance, each a D-level threat, and later we observed the secondary team when they arrived. Samui paused, before shrugging. Our efforts at remaining undetected were redoubled several times, and it wasn't until Team Kyoza engaged the enemy that we could move in for a more detailed study. "Ah, and what did you discover?" According to Karui, who observed Yamanaka-san, from the way she wielded Raijin Ken, she is definitely a sword master. She is also capable of utilizing the rare ability of one-handed seals, having unleashed both a Katongakoku no Jutsu and later a Futon de Tapa. Impressive. When Maso-san attempted to withdraw, she killed him and later acted as a medic. Samui said, glancing at Kyoza, before continuing, as for Besha-san, according to Omoi he is actually an Aburame, an especially skilled one. He faced Jinkurai Keiji on an even footing, after Keiji had severely wounded a young Hyuga and then killed a member of Team Lee. Hold on, Janucci interrupted, and at her curious look continued. This Hyuga, was she about 11 and dressed unusually for a Hyuga? Yes. According to our previous intelligence, that was Hanabi, the apprentice to Uzumaki-sama. Janucci said with a sigh. We've estimated her as a C-level threat. That would be accurate, Samui said, before shifting her gaze back to Chokei. As I was saying, Keiji-san engaged the disguised Aburame in a battle. It was remarkably even, with the Aburame eventually claiming victory. His techniques were beyond anything previously seen from a member of his clan. Noted. Chokei said, eyes darting to Kyoza, who was staring at nothing particular. The regional commander was far more interested in what the man was going to say. From the way Samui was acting, this was a pre-arranged report between them. Kyoza seemed to register Chokei's attention and returned it, prompting the regional commander to turn back to Samui. So, ratings? Combining what we know now with our previous intelligence, Yamanaka-san is a low A-level threat. This Besha-san, however, we have no previous intelligence on him, but judging from his displayed abilities, I would say he too is a low A-level threat. That's 3 A-level threats. Janucci said with a whistle, scribbling in his notepad. Yes, Chokei said, settling his gaze firmly on Kyoza, who returned it now. As for the last one, if you would be so kind. I fought Uzumaki Naruto. He displayed the notable techniques we are all aware of, though he seemed to have little patience. The man shrugged. S-level threat. Chokei stared in muted shock, even as Janucci sputtered in disbelief. Admittedly, Kumo had been aware of the boy's strength and potential, but they had not expected him to be. Chokei sat back in his chair to stare at the man calculatingly, before glancing at the other two ninja. Jei looked equally surprised as well as disbelieving, while Samui remained expressionless. So that was why she kept glancing at him. She had known what he was going to say. Samui-san, you observed his battle, is this accurate? Janucci asked, his voice thin from shock. I observed the battle. Uzumaki did indeed display the techniques our previous intelligence has made us aware of, Samui answered, and he did seem less patient than would be expected. There is no question of his status as a high A-level threat, but Kyoza-san has previously presented sound arguments to warrant the higher rating. Which were what exactly? Chokei asked, eyes narrowing as he pinned the passive-looking Kyoza under his gaze. If we are going to officially issue that level of threat rating, you need to present evidence. Very well, Kyoza said, sitting up straight first. He rapidly and repeatedly used the advanced Shunshin. His physical strength more than tripled at odd moments, and his chakra spiked the more frustrated he got. He also used the Rasengan, even at one point having one in each hand, on numerous occasions. As much as I was observing him, he was observing me. When added together, I believe that means he was restraining his full abilities. Is there more? Yes. Once he became aware of the status of his student, Uzumaki unleashed a devastating rain of wind ninjutsu, and eventually he caught me in an excellent trap, delivering several punishing blows before sending me crashing into a building. He arrived a moment later and unleashed a futon technique I have never heard of that literally caused the building to explode. I only managed to survive by using the Henjiru Rai, and escaped by leaving behind a Rai Bunshin. I checked the debris of the building later, Samui said, looking uncomfortable. It didn't actually explode. From what I saw, his futon technique spiraled outward and sliced the building into numerous minuscule splinters. I believe it could be based off the Kaze no Yaiba, but this is an omni-directional ninjutsu. It's a unique technique, Kyoza added, as it radiated outward from his body in one blast. I can understand your reasoning. Chokei managed, stunned. Honestly, what else could he say? That technique was something nobody that he knew of had encountered before. Plus, to land a blow against a member of the Jinkurai clan required a great deal of skill, but what made Naruto's fight against Kyoza more impressive than the Aburime's fight against Keiji was the reportedly sheer domination once a blow had landed. To force Kyoza, the clan heir, into the usage of an extreme Kenjutsu clan technique just to survive, spoke volumes. Plus, according to a private contact within Iwa, who has been researching Uzumaki greatly, he's killed one S-rank missing ninja while simultaneously driving another S-rank missing ninja, Uchiha Itachi, into retreat. Nor can we overlook that fact that as a mere genin he managed to hold the ground against another S-rank missing ninja, our current ally the self-styled Otokujo Orochimaru, and as a chunin defeated one of our Jinchuriki ni Yujito. Valid points, Janucci said after a moment of stunned silence. Hand shaking, he scribbled something on his notepad. Uzumaki, S-level threat. Region 6, Military Base Fuyu, Medical Wing. Hanabi woke up to a painful thumping in her head, reminiscent of having numerous encyclopedia dropped on her head. Which was a wonderful fucking way to wake up, she thought darkly through the headache before registering the warmth focused on her abdomen. Forcing her eyes open, she decided that it had to be a medical ninjutsu of some kind. For a moment, the world was nothing but blurred forms, and Hanabi had to blink several times before it came into focus. Her current doctor, a purple-haired woman bathed in a faint green glow, noticed her attention before letting the glow fade. The woman's face didn't react to the sudden change in her patient, instead she calmly picked up a nearby chart, making a note. "You woke up sooner than we expected," the doctor said, before looking at her. "Yamanaka-san said it might be a week before you came out of it." "I've got the headache from hell." Hanabi managed thickly, wishing she could just go back to sleep. "You do know that most people would prefer having the headache from hell over being dead," the doctor said, making another note on the chart. "Huh? Your injuries were life-threatening," the doctor explained, "even more so due to the untreated wounds that you had." Uzumaki-sama was livid when he realized that you had been intentionally lying to him about such injuries. Hanabi shifted to sit up, ignoring her body's protest, trying to piece things together. Her last memory was that of moving to take the prisoner camp. After that everything was a blank. Obviously she had been injured bad enough to end up in a hospital, but she couldn't be all the way back in Konoha. That would make no sense. "Where am I?" "The medical ward of Fuyu," the doctor answered, making another notation. "I'm Otoha, chief nurse." "She's awake?" A new voice added, and Hanabi glanced at the average-looking man dressed as a typical jonin that was walking past rows of empty beds. Seeing her attention, he smiled, inclining his head slightly. "Nice to see you awake. I'm the Region 6 commander, Tsurugaku Tsuzumi." "Tsurugaku-san." Hanabi managed, uncaring if he took offense at her choice of san over sama. She had long since decided that the only people that she would address with that were the ones that had earned her respect. Tsuzumi did not seem to take offense, instead he sat down on the foot of the empty bed next to her. "I take it Otoha-san here was just telling you how lucky you were," he said, grinning at Hanabi before glancing at the chief nurse who snorted without looking at him. Sensing her lack of approval, he turned his attention back to Hanabi. "So, how are you feeling?" "I feel perfectly fine. If you wish, I could perform a dance." Hanabi answered dryly, her face perfectly neutral. "Ah, right," Tsuzumi said, chuckling at his obviously stupid question. Clearing his throat, he turned his attention toward Otoha once more. "So? You're healing steadily," Otoha said, focusing on Hanabi and ignoring the man. "That will last for at least the next week or two, if your luck holds out, but it also requires that you do nothing strenuous or chakra-intensive." "No techniques," Hanabi said, tiredly. "Of any kind," Otoha confirmed, before looking at Tsuzumi. "As for what you want to know, by the time she's released she'll have spent at least a week lying in bed. Uzumaki-san will need to get her physical body back into shape, which will take another week." "I see. But officially, once she's released, it'll be up to Kampa-san," Otoha added, her tone clipped, before putting the clipboard up and leaving the two sitting there. "Medics," Tsuzumi muttered, before turning back to her, his face turning serious. "As for you, I've spoken with both your sensei and Roxanne. It's been decided that it would be best that once you are back on duty, we'll reassign all genin to patrol duty. Ah. Hanabi managed, staring at him blankly. Who is going to lead our team? After some serious discussion, it's been agreed that you will be placed in charge, Suzumi said. We'll also be supplementing your team with a medical ninja, Hatayu. So it will be a 5-person team? No. Suzumi said, closing his eyes, before easing his way onto his feet. Miruo-san was lost in the conflict against Kumo, which is part of the reason why you've been selected as the team leader. You are a familiar face for Yuhi-san and Matsudaira-san, which they'll need as a stabilizing force. Anjin's dead? Hanabi asked, feeling oddly detached from the news. It was not that she wasn't sorry that he had died, or sympathized with Kojiro or Teru. It was just personally, Hanabi couldn't seem to feel any deep emotion toward the loss. Yes. Suzumi said, tone firm but kind. As for your new assignment, your team will make regular patrols in the surrounding area. I'll explain the exact details later when it's time. You have a lot to deal with, and I really just wanted to stop by and check up on you. Okay. Hanabi said, setting aside her blossoming confusion over her apathetic reaction to the news of Anjin. Is Naruto-sensei around? No, I sent them back into the field. They waited to make sure you were okay, but the war wasn't going to wait. The man said, then giving her a faint nod, left, and Hanabi turned her attention to her hands cradled in her lap. Flexing her hands into fists, she breathed out slowly, relaxing them. There was a lot to deal with now, but the biggest thing was her current emotional detachment. She should be freaked out, or upset, after such a close brush with death, but instead she felt nothing. Of course, she had cheated death before, so the situation wasn't totally alien to her. However, the biggest change was that this time, she felt nothing. No relief, no tension, no fear, nothing but a sort of detached acceptance. Uncurling her hands completely, she studied her fingers absently, turned her hands over staring at the back of them and then turned them back over. I'm a ninja. Hanabi whispered, twitching her fingers, and death rides piggyback. Hanabi couldn't help the chuckle that escaped her, for the first time appreciating the dark humor of her older brother. This had to be what Naruto experienced all the time and why he could so easily throw himself into battle with such complete abandon. Even Hanabi, with her own acceptance of eventually giving her life for Naruto, she had never completely given herself over to such abandon, out of a subconscious fear for her own life. Now though, it simply didn't matter, because she understood something. The saying so prevalent in the ninja world, that a real ninja has survived numerous brushes with death, wasn't true. A ninja lived, ate, and slept with death as a constant companion. Death was in no way a factor, a ninja had simply stopped caring. Lying back in her bed, staring at the ceiling, Hanabi breathed easily. So that was why she wasn't bothered by death, and she found it oddly liberating. Closing her eyes, Uzumaki Hanabi smiled contentedly, secure in her newfound knowledge. Tsuchi no Kuni, Iwakure, Suchikage office. Report. Our scouts in Kusa no Kuni all report the same thing. Miyako and the surrounding area have been wiped out. It was destroyed? No sir, the Iwa Umbu commander said, sounding uncertain. Not destroyed. It was leveled to the ground. If it wasn't for the massive crater, you'd be hard-pressed to tell anything had been there. How massive, exactly? Suchikage asked, sitting forward, stunned. The Kusa capital Miyako was roughly 30 miles in diameter. The crater's diameter is 52 miles, with a depth of roughly 10 miles. Do we have any clue what could have caused that? Suchikage asked slowly as he fought to hide his terror. None. The Umbu commander said, shaking his head, I'm unfamiliar with any ninjutsu or weapon capable of producing such a crater. I suppose it might be possible for a Biju to unleash that level of destruction, but it would have to be the Hachibi or the Kyubi. With the Kyubi killed and the Hachibi involved in the war against Konoha, I can't even hazard a guess. Are you telling me, that Suchikage said slowly, his tone ominous, that we have a mysterious weapon of unfathomable destructive power out there and we don't know who or what unleashed it? Exactly, sir. I see. That Suchikage said, linking his fingers together, a shiver crawling up his spine. That Suchikage needed to say something, but he simply could not come up with anything. All he knew was that none of this boded well for him or his plans. If they still had their Jinchuriki they could handle this, but they had lost both, one to a mysterious attack and Rishi fleeing. Clicking his tongue against the back of his teeth, his gaze drifted toward the corner of the room. As if the son of the scourge was not bad enough, they now had these two to contend with as well. Anything else? We have some information on Han and his disappearance. The Umbu commander said. Really? Yes, we've been piecing together what we can, and my contact in Kumo told me what he knew. It appears to be the work of a small group responsible for numerous attacks on other hidden villages. The only common theme seems to be a black cloak with red clouds, and teams of two. Do we have a name? Akatsuki. Akatsuki, so they have a name. But Suchikage mused before addressing the Umbu commander, use the resources we don't have tied up in Kaze no Kuni, or in hunting down the dissenters in Yama no Kuni, toward locating that group and their base. As you command. Oto no Kuni, 25 miles southwest of Otogakure. Anko took things in stride. It had been one of the traits that had kept her alive during her apprenticeship to Orochimaru and later. Letting your surprise, hesitation, or discomfort show would result in it being used against you. So Anko took things in stride, never batting an eye no matter what was asked of her. Under her sensei Orochimaru she had done many questionable things, some she had enjoyed and others she had hated. But never once had Anko let her true thoughts or feelings become known. She had killed her teammates with the same willingness as seducing a handsome noble. That's why she hadn't even batted an eye when Orochimaru had ordered her to kill the Konoha scouting team. Internally was another matter, because while she held no particular love for Konoha any longer, there was still a dredge of loyalty. Maybe the loyalty belonged to Kakashi, or Naruto, but all she knew was how hard it made issuing orders to the other members of the new Sound Four. Even with the knowledge that this was an acid test, that Orochimaru was checking her loyalty, she found the orders to spring the ambush almost sickening. Even as Guren and the other two launched into the attack, Anko hung back both to observe and to deal with her nausea. Part of her was screaming that this was in no way right, she shouldn't be doing this, and Anko had to forcibly stomp that part down. Apparently, the part of her that had spent most of her life loyal to Konoha was not about to go away anytime soon. Anko wasn't surprised, of course. She expected to feel something, but the feelings were growing instead of lessening. A traitorous thought snaked its way to the forefront of her mind. What if Orochimaru had lied to her about putting her to sleep? What if he was suppressing her true self for his own purposes? Anko quickly and vehemently destroyed that thought. Orochimaru would never do that to her. He had been telling the truth, and such thoughts were simply a byproduct of living a lie for 14 years. Determined to prove that true, she focused on the battle and registering one of the Konoha ninja escaping, she set out after them. Ebisu moved with greater skill than she remembered. His speed also seemed to have increased since the last time they met. Darting between the trees, barely disturbing the thin layer of snow on the ground, Anko felt a shiver run up her spine. The cold air meant nothing to her mentally, but there were certain bodily reactions you couldn't control. Adrenaline enhanced senses, alerting her to a trap, and she jumped, using a branch to leverage her body into a handstand. Flipping from the momentum, her feet touched the branch briefly, and then using it as a springboard, continued pursuit through the trees. Amateurs. Anko muttered, catching the faint sound of battle encroaching from behind, and sped up. After this battle was over, she'd have to do something about her team, some sort of team bonding exercise. Coming to an abrupt halt, Anko just barely managed to avoid blundering into the waiting arms of Ebisu, who stood expectantly in the tiny clearing just ahead. "I know I didn't lose you," he said, adjusting his sunglasses. "You seem far more talented than the others." Anko almost chuckled. The psychology he was trying to use was perfect. Sadly, Anko was too well trained to fall for such tricks. Hands coming up, she formed a hand seal and the clearing filled with the impenetrably thick fog of a Kirigakure no Jutsu. Pulling both hands to her sides, she unleashed 2 punches, sending twin Sanaijishu from either hand into the clearing. Eyes closing, Anko concentrated on the senses of the snakes, guiding them through the fog. Ebisu managed to dodge the first, deflected the next and landing in a crouch formed a Taurus seal. Anko snapped her eyes open and abandoned her perch just as he unleashed a futon de tapa, which cleared the fog as well as destroyed her snakes and the trees. Hitting the ground, Anko darted left, kunai finding its way to her hand before stopping short as several shuriken passed before her. Pivoting, she deflected another and found herself facing Ebisu. The Konoha ninja froze, eyebrows visible arching over his sunglasses, and Anko smirked, adopting the cocky posture she'd used for years. "You're dead." "Yeah, about that," Anko drawled, "reports of my death have been amusingly exaggerated." "You betrayed the village," Ebisu said neutrally, his shock passing. "I would have thought you would see it coming," Anko said, beginning to tick facts off with her free hand. "Cursed seal, fanatically loyal to Orochimaru as a soldier and his lover. I helped develop the Hibi style, killed anyone that got in his way, and kept his various forbidden experiments secret for at least a decade." "I'm not surprised," Ebisu said a bit too forcefully for it to be true, his weight shifting. "I don't think anyone in Konoha would be." "You're forgetting my student," Anko pointed out with a pleasantness she didn't quite feel. Remembering Naruto was making her nausea worse, but she forced her way through it. "I'm pretty sure he'd be surprised." "Then I do this for his sake. So he doesn't have to learn about what you've done and how you've betrayed him." No sooner had Ebisu finished saying that than his hand blurred forward, forcing Anko to dodge as kunai with exploding notes hit her previous location. Skidding to a halt, Anko whipped around throwing her own kunai before dodging as several medium-sized fireballs came hurtling at her. Clear of the flames, she countered with several shuriken that burst into flames as they hurtled toward Ebisu. The distraction in place, she circled to the left as he dodged, catching him with a lance made of rock. Or at least, she caught his Kage Bunshin with the rock lance. Eyes widening, Anko began moving with a zigzagging pattern away, before registering a spike of chakra from overhead. Looking up, Anko found 3 massive fireballs hurtling toward her location, and with a burst of speed, she hurled her body clear of attack. Landing with a slide, hand trailing along the ground, Anko came to a halt as the fireballs swirled into a towering pillar of fire before dissipating into nothing. Panting from the near call with the Katon Hoenka, Anko began scanning her surroundings for her enemy. Registering movement in her peripheral vision, Anko evaded as 2 Kage Bunshin hurtled toward her. Her hands became a blur of motion as she blocked and redirected their punches and kicks, until an opening presented itself and she could counter. Sidestepping a Kage Bunshin, she planted a kick to the back of its knee, sending it tumbling forward. Spinning, Anko caught the second Kage Bunshin in mid-jump with a sidekick to the chest. Letting the momentum carry her, she came around in time to catch the hand of the first Kage Bunshin as it drove a kunai toward her. Pivoting, she used its own momentum to throw it clear. A backflip over a leg sweep gave the chance she needed. Hand shooting forward, she unleashed a torrent of snakes from her wrist. Wrapping around the neck, arms, and legs of the Kage Bunshin, Anko pivoted on her heel, using her body to swing the bound Kage Bunshin around into the other one. On impact, she recalled the snakes and jumped clear as she rained exploding kunai upon the 2 prone Kage Bunshin. Smirking, Anko brought her fingers up and upon touching down, she had a dozen Kage Bunshin scattering into the surrounding area. With them buying her time, Anko bit her forefinger and flashed through several seals before touching the ground. A moment later, several black lines of inky ink spread outward from her hand, and a snake emerged, slithering its way up her leg and body as she rose. Swaying absently, Anko lifted her right arm as the snake coiled its way past her breast and to her shoulder. Arm parallel to the ground, the snake slithered along her top muscles before reaching her hand, where its mouth opened. Feeling the unfamiliar weight of a sword falling into her hand, Anko smirked as she brought her arm high and the snake took flight of its own accord. Lowering her arm, the snake mistress studied the weapon she now possessed. Ryukin was a straight-edged sword, made up of a large spade-shaped blade with an O-shaped hand guard and a wrapped hilt ending with an orange tassel. More important to her than its design was that her sensei had given it to her as a present for returning to his side. Anko shifted her attention from her weapon and toward the trees, registering several of her Kage Bunshin disappearing. A moment later Ebisu came back into view, battered, trailing blood and missing his sunglasses. Hitting the ground, he managed to somersault back to his feet as several of Anko's Kage Bunshin came charging after him. The first one to reach him received a sidekick to the stomach, followed by a palm heel to the face that sent it crashing backwards into two other charging Kage Bunshin. Jumping, Ebisu connected with a round kick to the neck of a Kage Bunshin, sending it flying forward before it disappeared with a cloud of smoke. Landing, he managed to twist his body, avoiding a punch aimed for his face. Grabbing the wrist, he brought his other arm up, smashing his forearm against the elbow, snapping it. Stumbling as the Kage Bunshin disappeared, Ebisu reacted a half-second too late as another Kage Bunshin attacked. He reeled back under the rain of blows, seemingly defenseless, until he managed to deflect an incoming elbow and counter by jamming a kunai into its neck. As it toppled to the side, before disappearing in a puff of smoke, Ebisu struggled to remain upright and breathe. "You know, for a half-blind, perverted, glorified babysitter, you're not half bad," Anko said, smirking at the wounded ninja. "So, you want it slow or quick?" Rather than answering, Ebisu began forming seals and Anko reacted instinctively. One of her few remaining Kage Bunshin rushed forward and grabbing his hands in mid-seal, spun, tossing him into the air. Jumping, Anko flung her Ryukin at the stationary Kage Bunshin below, wounding the enemy, before planting a front kick to his face, sending him flipping back down. The Kage Bunshin met him halfway, Ryukin a blur as it sliced into his body repeatedly, then almost to the ground it used his body to push off while throwing the sword to Anko. Ebisu finished his descent in an almost horizontal path, ending only when Anko brandished Ryukin and impaled him. Grunting as she skidded back from the impact, she wrenched her arm aside, the blade cutting through muscle and sinew before Ebisu hit the ground in a spray of blood and gore, while Anko watched with detached interest. As the last of his twitches faded and the spurts of blood ebbed to a faint trickle, Anko blinked in utter dispassion, wondering why she didn't feel anything about this. There was no pride in this, nor satisfaction. Was there something wrong with her? She had killed him, with all of her skill and precision. It was a beautiful kill and she felt nothing. "You're dying." "No, I'm not," Anko said absently, eyes drifting to the pooling blood. "He didn't lay a finger on me. Not physically, but on the inside. Emotionally, spiritually. Well, I never was that healthy," Anko joked, tilting her head as she studied the way shadows danced across the blood. Idly she compared this kill to Naruto's first, unprepared for the swell of pride that hit her at the memory. "Why am I proud of him?" "Because he's important to you. He is one of the few things that you actually care about." "Not me," Anko said, shaking her head, scowling as she shoved the pride down. "That's a different Anko. The one that lived in Konoha, trying to play nice with the village and earn their respect, their acceptance. That's you." "No, that Anko was at best a caricature of me. I don't want their respect or acceptance, I don't need it. All I want to do is serve Orochimaru, to make him proud and earn his acknowledgement." "Then why do you keep thinking about Naruto? Or Kakashi? Why did you really kill Ebisu?" "Orders," Anko said, her tone almost bland with an undercurrent of annoyance. "Don't lie, you know why. Because you didn't want Naruto or Kakashi finding out about you. About how you betrayed them. You did it because you saw the look of surprise and shock on Ebisu's face. You did it because you didn't want to face the fact that you had earned the village's acceptance. You're an idiot," Anko said, shaking her head, finally turning to face the person on her left. Blinking, she looked to her right, then spun in place, but found no sign that anyone had ever been standing there with her. Spooked, she turned back to the body, for the first time really registering the cold. "And you're a liar." What? Anko asked, spinning to the right this time, but found nothing. A sudden thudding in her temple made her grimace, and she pressed her palm against it, trying to stop the pain. Got a headache? Fuck, Anko swore, eyes darting around her before something struck her. The voice, it had been familiar from the very beginning, which was why she hadn't lashed out violently when they started talking. Now she understood, and she shook her head vehemently. There was no way this could be real. She couldn't be talking to her. That version of Anko was dead, gone and buried. She couldn't exist. I do exist. Because I'm you, and I'm always going to be here. No. Anko screamed, clamping hands over her ears as if trying to block out the voice. You're dead. Dead. As the minutes of silence stretched out, Anko let out a tiny gasp of air, her breathing easing. Slowly moving her hands, pulse thudding in her ears, she checked her surroundings. Nothing, she was alone and the voice was gone. Whatever that had been, it was over. Breathing easier, Anko straightened up, glancing into the tree line as three figures emerged, carrying a bound Konoha ninja. Girin and Gozu assumed their almost natural positions, Girin in front and Gozu looming behind her, and the oddness of the couple struck Anko as it always did. Gozu was by no means the type of man that most women with the looks of Girin chose. Ishidate, on the other hand, stood a little closer to Anko, cockily towering over the prone Konoha ninja he had dumped on the ground. I thought I told you Osama wanted them killed. Anko asked, addressing him, her tone icy. We can kill him any time, but I figured you might want to confirm what we learned. Ishidate said, voice rich with the superior tone that she had yet to bleed out of him. We interrogated him and learned something interesting. Did you? Anko asked sarcastically, arching an eyebrow as the former Kusa ninja scowled, and then glanced at the battered ninja. And what exactly did you learn? They were an advanced scouting party for an old friend of Orochimaru-sama. Ishidate answered, his smug tone returning even stronger than before. Oh? Anko said, eyes moving to Girin, who, meeting her gaze, answered the unasked question. One of the Sannin, Jiraiya, the Toad Hermit. Nami no Kuni, Region 6, Abandoned Temple. Applying the last seal to the window, Naruto stepped back and glanced around before creating 5 Kage Bunshin, each of whom moved to their own seals. Once in place, they each began molding chakra, preparing to activate them, and once that happened, this would become one of the most secure locations possible. Lifting his hands, mimicked eerily by his copies, Naruto took a breath and let it out slowly, count of 3 guys. At their various noises of agreement, he started the count. 1, 2, 3. His hand touched the 2 seals, as the Kage Bunshin touched their own seals, and both a silencing and a barrier seal activated, sating Naruto's paranoia. Stepping back, he shared a grin with each of his clones, before they disappeared in puffs of smoke. Dusting his hands off, satisfied that the seals would keep any eavesdropping and uninvited visitors from happening, he looked around the dusty room. The shrine had been abandoned for decades. The nearest village was miles away at the base of a mountain, making this the perfect place for the Konoha forces to create their strategy. At least that was what Nisei had said. Naruto didn't really care about that, just that they had someplace to sleep other than the snow, and the Hayden was perfect for that. Plopping down in a corner, Naruto crossed his arms while his mind turned toward the bigger problem of how to heat the room so he didn't shiver all night. Picking up his hip pouch, Naruto shifted through the contents. Before finding what he was looking for, flipping his notebook open, Naruto began flipping through the pages. Half-finished seals, along with hastily scrawled notes in the margins, tempted Naruto to stop and read, but he would have to save that for later. A minute later, he found what he was looking for, and he studied the details thoughtfully to make sure he had the right one. Naruto had based the idea off the sealing system he had found in Taki, of using ambient chakra to power the seal. Finger tracing along the line work, he frowned at the odd layout, until he remembered that he had been toying with modifying the system to use nature chakra. That could prove useful now, since there was no telling if or when they would be back. This way, if he did come back, it would have been constantly storing chakra. Unfortunately, as far as he knew, this sort of thing had never been done before, but then again his training with nature chakra was sorely limited. Well, it couldn't hurt to at least try, and the worst that could happen would be it backfiring and turning him into stone. Retrieving his pouch again, he selected the needed materials and then set to work, ignoring the phantom pain that shot through his right shoulder as he worked. After a moment, he paused, considering the half-finished seal, before he ripped the page free and discarded it. Half an hour later, he had gone through 10 rough outlines, hand beginning to cramp, before he finally got something that should work. He studied the layout of the seal for a moment, then nodded in satisfaction. Provided he had everything balanced right, this should work. Getting to his feet, he stretched his over-top muscles and moved to the door, intent on explaining his idea to Nisei, who was nominally in charge of the group. That way he wouldn't be interrupted and inadvertently turn them all into statues. Naruto was silently praising how considerate he could be, noting Lee and his new team were watching him, when he registered Ino in the corner of his eye. His pace slowed instinctively, aware that they had yet to talk. A second later his head snapped to the side as her fist slammed into his cheek, forcing him to stumble. He snapped back around infuriated, but paused when he found the tip of Yuzuha, the sword he had given her, pressing against the base of his throat. Glaring at her, his anger reared its ugly head within him, but he fought back the Ainitao urge to vent, and gradually it abated. Not so much because he couldn't bear to let his temper go on her. If anything about this whole situation taught him anything, it was they were both willing to unleash their tempers on each other. No, the reason his anger was abating was due to the unspoken understanding passing between them as they stood there glaring at each other. It was like when she had woken up in the hospital and they had wordlessly communicated during that almost kiss, standing there holding her heated glare. He understood that she had forgiven him and that she was sorry. Reaching up slowly, Naruto nudged the blade aside with a finger. Apparently she was picking up on his own silent apology and forgiveness, and stepped forward without breaking eye contact. Ino tilted her chin haughtily, daring him, challenging his intent as he slipped his arms around her waist to pull her against him tightly. A second later he mashed his mouth against hers, sharing a kiss with her that was filled with a ferocity they both usually only displayed in combat. Ino pressed her body hard against his own, her hand clutching ferociously at the nape of his neck. His arms tightened around her waist, instinctively trying to remove any space between, before finally breaking the kiss, leaving them both breathing heavily and staring at each other intently. Finally she stepped back, breaking the embrace, before sheathing her sword. "Nisei is making a final sweep of the area," Ino said in a subdued yet very breathy tone. "Okay." Naruto managed thickly, and then after a pause added, "Maybe we should make a sweep too." "Sounds good to me," Ino confirmed before they set off side by side into the forest, utterly ignoring the disbelieving stares they were receiving from Lee's team and the samurai. Chapter 32, The Last Crusade. A mile from Otogakure no Sato. 1 week. Sighing, the white-haired ninja shook his head, knowing without needing confirmation that Team Ebisu was dead. They were not the strongest team, he shouldn't have even let them tag along despite how they insisted. This close to Oto, they were nothing but a liability. Still, Ebisu had been adamant in the fact that he wanted the chance to help his hero Jiraiya. Besides, the legendary ninja had no right to interfere with their previous mission, to scout the enemy village. So if by some remote chance, they survived it and their information would help him, Jiraiya could say nothing. But since they were overdue on the scheduled rendezvous, it seemed he would be going in blind for the most part. Crouching, his hands flashed through a series of seals and then touched the ground, a summoning circle formed and a puff of smoke radiated outward from his hand. Jiraiya-chan? "Hey Pops," Jiraiya said, smiling at the revered old toad wrapped in the cloak. Fukasaku glanced around, then noticing that he had arrived without his wife or in battle, looked shrewdly up at Jiraiya. "What's going on?" Jiraiya hesitated then sighed, "I'm just making final arrangements. I've already handled most of my affairs, so this will be the last bit." "Why'd you wait till now?" Fukasaku asked, sounding annoyed. "I mean, some dangerous battle is just looming around the corner and you're only now doing this sort of thing? I've had a lot to deal with, you know." Jiraiya snapped irritably then sighed, holding up a scroll. "Look Pop, here's a copy of my will. As for the toad scroll, it falls to Naruto. It would have anyway, Fukasaku said, taking the scroll, shaking his head. He's the only other toad summoner you know. If the master dies, then it passes to the apprentice. Just wanted to make sure. The old toad nodded and reared back on his legs, casting the cloak back. So let's do this. Pa, Jiraiya said with a hint of exasperation, which the old toad picked up on. Fukasaku promptly resumed to his natural position, staring at Jiraiya with an intensity that was surprising. Seeing the understanding flashing in the old toad's eyes, Jiraiya smiled. It was great, you know, traveling around writing that book and spending time with you and Ma, but it's time for me to move on. I just have one last task before then, a piece of old business. That bad, eh? Fukasaku said before breathing out heavily. Well, I guess I'll leave you to it then. Thanks. Jiraiya said gratefully as the toad disappeared into a puff of smoke. With that done, all he had left was his disagreement with Orochimaru that he should have finished decades ago. Standing slowly, knees aching, Jiraiya took a deep breath and started walking through the forest toward the entrance to Otogakure no Sato. It wasn't a long trip, at least to his point of view. Actually, in his private opinion, he arrived much too quickly. But there was nothing he could do now that he was starting at the entrance of the underground compound, which unsurprisingly resembled a temple with its garbled roof and grayish walls. Typical Orochimaru to try and make something of his seem grander than it really was. Walking across the clearing toward the entrance, he paused as a figure emerged from the dark doorway. A young man, dressed in nondescript clothes, with gray hair and glasses, Yakushi Kabuto, informally called the Butcher by certain members of Otogakure, the right-hand man of Orochimaru. Kabuto had a mysterious smirk as he reached the topmost stairs leading down to the entrance and stood expectantly. Ho ho, he sent an escort, eh? Jiraiya asked, approaching slowly, sad at the loss of Ebisu and his team. Of course, Jiraiya-sama, Kabuto said pleasantly. How could he not send someone to greet his old teammate? Also, I'm to offer my services as a physician if you need them. Right. I'm not here to fight. You don't sense any hostility from me, do you? Kabuto asked, his tone polite and somewhat happy. Hostility? Jiraiya echoed, snorting. No, but that doesn't mean I trust you. Besides, as the legendary Toad Sage, I'm always perfectly healthy. Are you sure? Kabuto asked, the boisterous and confident tone catching him by surprise. I am. Jiraiya said, grinning smugly. He had expected the man to notice the signs of his fatal chakra poisoning, anyone with decent medical training would, and now Kabuto was uncertain about this. So lead the way, I've got some things to talk about with your master. Very well. Kabuto said before turning to lead the way underground. Jiraiya paused long enough to take what he knew to be his last look at the sky and sun before descending into the snake lair. Orochimaru had often wondered when and who Konoha would send to try and assassinate him. He was a feared missing ninja, and they did not have long lives after all. The fact that it had taken them this long to send one of the other Sannin after him, well, that amused him. Admittedly, Orochimaru, unlike other missing ninja, had never sold information on Konoha's security, but that had been less about loyalty and more self-interest, provided he was the only one that knew the secrets, then only he could exploit them. The sound of footsteps against stone stairs pulled him out of his musing seconds before Kabuto emerged from the passageway followed by Jiraiya. Even from this distance, amid the flickering torches and shadows of the pillars, Orochimaru could see the signs of fatal chakra poisoning that ravaged Jiraiya. In an odd way, he was sad to see the state of the other Sannin. Orochimaru had always found Jiraiya's constant energy and thirst for life admirable, so seeing him like this was a little disconcerting. Still, the white-haired man had some miles left in him. Orochimaru-sama, our guest has arrived. Ah, Jiraiya. Orochimaru said happily, before glancing at his personal medic. I believe this is a personal matter. Of course. Kabuto said, inclining his head slightly before turning to Jiraiya. Jiraiya-sama, it was an honor to meet you. Orochimaru watched the younger man as he disappeared down a side passage, which then shut with a heavy stone block. Turning his attention back to his former teammate, he smirked. Kukuku, welcome to my home. Dark, dank, utterly lacking in soul. Jiraiya commented, glancing around. Fits you perfectly, Orochimaru. You've still got your humor, Orochimaru said, grinning faintly, so tell me, what brings my esteemed former teammate to see me? I'm here to kill you. I see. Orochimaru said, not showing his surprise at such a curt answer. Jiraiya had always been the most emotional of the team, so this was something new, and there was a resolve that Orochimaru couldn't remember ever seeing in the other man's eyes. Playing the noble hero? Being the gallant Jiraiya? There is nothing noble in this, nothing gallant. Jiraiya said, shaking his head, I'm here to kill you. It's as simple as that. That's a change. Last time we met, you were intent on trying to save me. Orochimaru said, subtly molding chakra and feeding it into the ground. As Jiraiya shrugged, Orochimaru released the Doton gyration and sent nails made of earth hurtling toward his old teammate. Jiraiya countered by clasping hands and initiating his Hari Jizo, causing his hair to expand and wrap around his body, creating a shell of white hair that deflected the various earth nails. Orochimaru had known that reaction and seized the offensive, forming the hand seals for the Doton Iwa Yadokuzushi. The whole chamber shuddered and shook as chunks of stone tore free from the ceiling and walls, hurtling through the air toward Jiraiya. His teammate had started moving the instant the chamber started shaking, dodging and occasionally obliterating a chunk of rock with a Rasengan. Letting the previous technique finish, Orochimaru crouched and opening his mouth, released a torrent of serpents that rushed headlong toward Jiraiya. The other Sannin countered by leaping high into the air, flipping so that his feet struck the stone and held with chakra. A second later he brought his hands up and began spraying globs of a thick liquid at everything below him. Orochimaru was forced onto the defensive at this, dodging and weaving his way to avoid the globs of oil. Jiraiya was coating everything with the stuff, much to Orochimaru's chagrin. This included the snakes. Coming to a stop behind a pillar, Orochimaru heard the faint whoosh that suddenly ignited flames always created. The blast of heat that washed over him told him that Jiraiya had just used a fire technique to ignite the oil that coated nearly every surface in the chamber. The most likely candidate, considering it was Jiraiya, would be the Keton Enden, Orochimaru thought, before peeking carefully from his hiding space to studying the sea of flames that now coated the chamber. The real danger wasn't the fire itself, they were meant to delay the fight and give Jiraiya time to consider the situation, but rather that the flames would eventually consume all the available oxygen and asphyxiate them both. Concentrating his chakra and forming the Taurus seal, Orochimaru stepped out from behind the pillar and exhaled sharply, unleashing a futon de tapa. The gale of wind howled through the chamber as it forcibly fanned the flames, before stuffing them out from the sheer force of its wind. Smirking in satisfaction, Orochimaru turned his attention toward the ceiling to see how Jiraiya would react to that, but found nothing. Orochimaru recognized the danger too late as he registered movement from behind and turned to find Jiraiya leaping off the wall, a flaming Rasengan in hand. Orochimaru cried out at the impact and was sent hurtling away with searing flames licking at his flesh, trying to consume him. He crashed through another pillar, raining chunks of stone down as his arc through the air carried him into a wall and then to the ground, while the flames climbed higher over him and seared his flesh. It took great effort, but he managed to exert his chakra, converting his body into a kind of oil that seeped into the ground, merging with the stone floor. The flames snuffed out and a second later Orochimaru re-emerged, flesh-seared, and grinned at a disgruntled Jiraiya. Despite his grin, however, Orochimaru was raging on the inside about letting the fool get the drop on him and trying to block out the raw pain that was lancing through his body. Registering Jiraiya lunging forward with another Rasengan, Orochimaru began focusing on his spine. It cracked and rippled, the flesh ripping itself apart, and he emerged from his damaged body whole and perfect just as the Rasengan from his former teammate struck his discarded husk. In the confusion of the moment, Orochimaru managed to put some space between them, taking up a location far from a satisfied-looking Jiraiya. Fool, Orochimaru sneered mentally as he adopted a smug stance before addressing the other Sannin. Kukuku, this is proving interesting. Slither all you want, Jiraiya countered, but there was a weakness in his tone that Orochimaru couldn't miss. "But I'm going to cut your head off." "Is that so?" Orochimaru taunted, holding both his hands out and with twin Senya Dajashu sent torrents of snakes hurtling toward his enemy. Nami no Kuni, Region 1, overlooking a small village. It was snowing. Again. Asuma sighed, blowing a smoke ring as he eyed the darkening sky. Why did clandestine meetings have to take place in such remote locations? Security was one thing, but he was getting a little too old to be standing around in this kind of weather. Still, the chance to gain serious intelligence on Unity didn't come along every day. A sharp bite of wind sent a shiver through him and he took a long drag on his cigarette. Breathing out sharply, he mumbled in annoyance, swearing that if this turned out to be a waste of time he would be beyond upset. Not that he seriously considered that a possibility. After all, whoever had delivered the message had to be skilled to do so undetected. The same could be said for him as well. Asuma was more than aware that this could be a trap by Unity, hence he had taken a few important steps just in case things went south. For one, he had left behind a warning note for his protégé and favorite student Shikamaru. For another, while he didn't want to risk a Kage Bunshin being discovered, he had one of Enma's numerous nephews, Shizaru, hidden with a tape recorder. If this was a trap by Unity, they would find his death would serve no purpose. Huffing, he flicked the guttering cigarette into a nearby snow mound before rubbing at his neck, trying to relieve a crick. A moment later he sensed a new presence and something about it seemed familiar, but what exactly he couldn't put a finger on. Registering faint movement in the corner of his eye, he resisted the urge to turn his head. For the moment there was no sense of hostility. Asuma tracked the mysterious figure by the crunching snow, until they came into his field of view, and he felt his eyes widen in surprise. The young woman across from him was dressed in better clothes than the last time he had seen her, and she was also more mature than he remembered. He also noted that her innocence seemed to have become a shadow of itself as well. "To?" "Hello Asuma-han," To said, her tone soft. "It's been a while." "At least 5 years." Asuma said, old emotion stirring. She had been the only female in the 12 guardians, and they had been the closest in age to each other. He could almost see the ghost of the younger girl, but chose to ignore it. "I thought you were still with the guardians." "I left them a year after you." To said, shrugging. "I returned to Konoha, but you were occupied. So I entered Umbu." "Ah." Asuma managed, then shifted at the awkwardness that settled between them. Looking to the side, he studied the village in the distance. He found it oddly soothing. He had met Yuhi Kurenai a few months after returning to the village, and he'd fallen hard. To be honest, he had nearly forgotten about To. "I'm sorry," To said after a moment, and he turned back. She sighed, "I didn't want our past." "Look, let's just get to why I'm here." "Right," Asuma agreed, closing the distance so their voices wouldn't carry quite so well. "Unity. Unity." She agreed, turning to look at the sky. "I met the founder once. Danzo was a very ambitious man. I was pulled into his fanaticism, his vision for the future. I was there from almost day one, working to pull the country together. It was a noble goal, and it had been a long time since I had one." "The almost rebellion," Asuma said, remembering that moment in time. When the 12 guardians had been split in half, by one man and his insane desire to take over the country. After that, any pleasure and joy Asuma or To could take from the assignment was lost. "So, Danzo pulled you into Unity?" "Yes," To said, sighing as she closed her eyes. "The chance to make a difference, it was a powerful pull. It wasn't just me either. There were 4 of us in the inner circle: myself, Tenzo, Kazuma, and Sito. Tenzo served as Danzo's lieutenant and the rest of us were given special assignments. Kazuma was in charge of researching the past experiments of Orochimaru, especially the cursed seal. Sito was in charge of political manipulation and assassinations." "And you?" Asuma asked, stepping closer, wanting to offer some kind of support at her hesitation. "Loyalty programs." To explained, turning to look at him, her eyes pleading. "I modified memories, I recruited, I blackmailed and manipulated. I even began use of a certain seal that ensured the orders from Unity were followed without question or hesitation. A seal? A loyalty seal. I've got a half-dozen ninja under its influence right now. Like who? Asuma asked, startled and frightened. The head of the military police Tenten, Daikoku, the superintendent of the academy, Eureka, from the decoding department, and Kiyoshi. To said, before adding, also Inuzuka Tsum and Kamaji, chief of the barrier team. Asuma blinked, his mouth falling open in sheer horror. Unity had the enforced loyalty of several important, and key, ninja. Unity had sank its claws deeper into the defenses of Konoha than anyone could have imagined. A second later suspicion reared its head and he focused on To completely. Why are you telling me all of this? Unity is fractured and the inner circle is going to start fighting for supremacy. To paused, shaking her head. We've already started the maneuvering and posturing. All we need now is a spark to ignite the fire, and when that happens, no matter who wins, Konoha will lose. You don't want my help disbanding Unity? Asuma said in sudden understanding, taking a step back. Insightful as ever, she admitted with a wan grin, but not quite right. I do want your help in dealing with Unity. If the Hokage became aware of the others and their actions, they could be removed, leaving you to assume control over Unity. Asuma summarized, nodding faintly. It was a brilliant idea. She'd take command without having to fight the others, thus avoiding a civil war, and Konoha could have stability. Shaking his head, he let out a heavy breath. You know I can't do that. It's all or nothing. I know. To said, her tone soft. That's why I sent the note. I needed to ensure you would be away from your guards. Assassination? Asuma asked, chuckling darkly. I thought that was Sito's area. I was going to try the loyalty seal, To admitted with a shrug, but I don't think it'd work on you. At least not as effectively as I require, but with you removed, I'll have access to someone in legitimate authority more easily manipulated. Asuma started to respond, but found his body frozen in place and a horrible understanding washed over him. To had hit him with the Kanashibari no Jutsu. Talk about getting sloppy. Despite the new situation, he wanted to laugh, because she had no clue what she was actually setting in motion. Even without the recording Shizaru would be delivering to Shikamaru, manipulating Shikamaru would be nearly impossible. So, you see, I have no choice. To finished, stepping forward, rising up to brush her lips against his before stepping back and turning away. A second later a sharp pain ripped through him, and his eyes widened as the paralysis of her technique broke. Looking down, he found a bloody blade protruding from his chest, as a numbness spread into his arms and legs. The sword was poisoned, an extra measure, to ensure death in case the attacker had missed his heart. Lifting his head to meet To's gaze, he coughed, even as a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. This wasn't a choice, To, just the easy way. Took the words out of my mouth. A new, feminine voice whispered in his ear, before jerking the blade out and shoving him aside. Hitting the ground in a heap, his blood staining the snow, Asuma focused through his rapidly approaching death. The woman that stepped into view wore a red outfit, unbuttoned short-sleeved vest, chest bindings, skirt with red sash, elbow-length gloves, and shin protector, with her white hair tied back and multiple flower petal tattoos on the left side of her body. As she sheathed her umbu sword into the hilt strapped to her left leg, a macabre laugh escaped him. Kagura, the infamous Higane Satsushi. Sunagekyo no Sato, meeting room. The room was dominated by the large table, upon which are numerous reports and maps, as well as a large military map of the continent. The Yondaime Kazakage sat motionlessly, like a cobra waiting to strike, studying each of his generals. Iseigo had served as one of Baki's assistants when the man had been in charge of combat exercises, Odokaze, and had gained notice after the Iwa invasion by taking the lead in coordinating several Suna teams on joint raids. Satetsu was there due mainly to his cunning nature and unquestioned loyalty toward the Kazakage. None of them dared speak, aware that while they might be on the village council, the power balance had shifted. After spending generations as little more than a politically impotent figurehead, a Kazakage had claimed absolute authority of the village. Being on the village council was now little more than being an advisor to the Kazekage. Counselors, the Kazekage finally said, slowly squaring up the stack of reports in front of him. We have all read the reports, so I'm going to summarize briefly. Our forces are stretched thin, but we are holding out. We've resumed our raids using more strategic guidelines and have secured supplies from Cha no Kuni. There was a chorus of agreements with that. Does this bother anyone else? The Kazekage asked, looking around the table, seeing the curiosity and confusion. Merely holding out is losing. We can't keep that up, nor do we have the strength to reclaim a single village, because Iwa will instantly overrun us through sheer numbers. We need new options. None of them moved, each glancing at each other before looking at him once more. Kazekage-sama, Isego said carefully, may we ask what options you have come up with? As it sits, we have 2: unconditional surrender and death, or cowardly retreat. The Kazekage said flatly, glaring at him, that is why I asked for options from you. Nobody spoke, a troubled silence settling over them. I offer an alternative option, Kazekage Dano. A new voice said from the corner of the room, where a figure stood bathed in the soft shadows of the room. Who are you? The Kazekage asked, trying to figure out how she had gotten into the sealed room while eyeing the blue-haired woman wearing the red and black cloak carefully. He knew from old intelligence reports that she belonged to Akatsuki, but since they had lost contact with Gaara months ago, it was assumed that he had been captured by Akatsuki and that the group wouldn't turn back up in Suna. So what could someone from that group want with him and his village now? My name is Conan, and I am a messenger for the god of the coming age. She said without inflection, staring at him, are you willing to listen to the message I bring? Very well. The Kazekage said, inclining his head. My lord, Pain, is aware of your plight and offers this message. If you agree to an alliance, we will provide you with assistance in your conflict. Ambiguous enough, the Kazekage muttered, sitting forward, what is the cost of this assistance, and what form will this assistance take? We have no need for money or resources, Conan explained as if she were reciting from a script. What we are interested in is certain research that you currently possess. The exact details will be explained later, after you've accepted our offer. So in exchange for this research, what exactly do you intend to give us? Isego asked derisively. Pretty words? Perhaps you plan to seduce them into submission? In exchange for what we ask, Conan continued, not showing any recognition that the man had spoken, we will grant you access to the weapon that is responsible for the destruction of the Kusa capital. What are you talking about? The Kazekage asked, scowling at her and the claim she had just made. It would be possible for them to be unaware of the Kusa capital being destroyed, but the claim she made seemed outrageous. A little over 2 months ago, we test-fired a weapon on the Kusa capital. While still incomplete, this test provided adequate results and we feel confident enough to offer it in exchange for our requirements to complete it. A very fanciful story, but you know we can't simply zip up to Kusa to confirm for ourselves. The Kazekage countered darkly, not hiding his doubt in the least. You require proof. Conan said dispassionately, which city would you like destroyed? Just like that? Just pick a city and you'll destroy it? The Kazekage asked, snorting, fine, the Kaze no Kuni capital Akarunofu. Iwa and Tsuchi have their main forces situated there, so that's a perfect target. Very well. Conan said, beginning to disappear into a swirl of paper. I will return 3 days after its destruction to finalize our agreement. The woman disappeared completely after that pronouncement, the paper dissolving into nothing. The Kazekage sat there silently for several long moments and then glanced at Otoke's. Send an umbu to observe Akarunofu. If they do destroy that city, I want to know how and when exactly. Yes, sir. Otogekure no Sato. Jiraiya was a proud man, a powerful man, and he was not ashamed to admit that few could match him in combat. The evidence littered the ruined chambers. Pillars were broken apart, smashed to dust. The walls were crumbling, battered and cracked, the floor and ceiling baked to the point of cracking under the slightest pressure. So it went without saying that Jiraiya, the legendary Toad Summoner, one of the strongest ninja to ever emerge from Konoha, could have won this battle 3 times over if not for Orochimaru's forbidden rebirthing ninjutsu. Yet, could or should did not get the job done. It was hard for Jiraiya to acknowledge it, but Orochimaru had won before they had even started fighting. As Jiraiya caved in half the chamber with a semi-forbidden earth ninjutsu, there came the final turning point in this battle. The fatal chakra poisoning that he had been living with, that Tsunade had been slowing with her treatments, finally caught up to him. Jiraiya collapsed to his knees as blood oozed down his cheeks from his eyes, as it leaked onto his lips and into his parted mouth. Looking up as darkness crept into the edge of his vision, he found Orochimaru standing atop a toppled pillar, showing signs of exhaustion. He took cold comfort in the fact that while he had failed to kill Orochimaru, he had ensured that the man would be less of a threat to Konoha for a while. Jiraiya mused that he shouldn't have waited so long to attempt this. If in his last moments he had managed to push the other Sannin to this point, then a month ago he could have killed him. 2 months ago, it was possible that Jiraiya could have killed Orochimaru and returned to Tsunade to live out his last hours, but now that wasn't an option. Jiraiya was going to die in this cursed hole in the ground, while Orochimaru stood there grinning. Jiraiya hated that grin, had hated it even before they had become genin under old Sarutobi. It was smug, it was cocky, it was an "I'm better than you," and Jiraiya hated it from the bottom of his soul. A sharp cough splattered the ground with bloody chunks, distracting him from the grin of his former teammate, and he collapsed forward onto his hands, arms trembling to support his weight in this position. Damn it. Kukuku, it's over now, isn't it? Orochimaru asked, unable to hide his glee even among his raspy tone. Not bad, of course, but I am almost the perfect being. Why, you're just a scared old man. Jiraiya managed, his head swimming and eyes closing, fighting to not collapse even as his strength left him. He wanted to laugh, to cry, rage. He had never once pictured his life ending this way. If he died in combat, if that was his fate, Jiraiya had always pictured it as a blaze of glory to make amends for all the failures that made up his life. Not here, on some dirt floor, his body betraying him. It's all been a waste of time. Jiraiya wheezed, losing touch with his senses as he finally collapsed into a heap. Don't say that. I thought it was great. Especially at the end, when the protagonist refused to give up, that was really cool. Just like you. Wah-hoo. We want our child to be like that. That's why we've decided to name him after the main character. Are you sure about that? If I name him, that makes me his godfather, doesn't it? Naruto. It's a beautiful name. But. I can think of no shinobi finer than you. Without a doubt. But I'm tired, so very tired. It's over for me, I'm sorry, but I just can't. Ero Sannin. I promise I'm gonna be Hokage. The greatest Hokage in history. Naruto? I don't go back on my words, that's my ninja way. Gah, you annoying little brat. But you're right, I promised to end this, and I can't leave it like this. Everything was so heavy, like trying to move a mountain. His chest didn't want to expand, the air like sludge, but with a supreme exertion of will, Jiraiya took a single shallow breath and cleared his mind of all illusions. The pain was gone now, but in its own way, that was an agony. Not that it mattered, he had to focus on what he was about to do and nothing would stop him from doing that. He had hesitated to use senjutsu during the fight against Orochimaru out of an unconscious sense of prideful arrogance that he would live through this fight. But he still had a chance to make things right, to be able to look Minato, the Sandaime and Kushina proudly in the eye in the next life. Senjutsu required not only an ability to balance one's chakra against that of the world's, but it also required the loss of pretense. As his chakra harmonized with the world's, as he fought against the slightest imbalance that would cause his body to eventually morph into a stone statue waiting for his enemy to shatter him, he accepted the world as it was. He loved Tsunade. He didn't want to die. He was going to die. Today was a good day to die. Senjutsu went beyond even the sage of the sixth paths. To use senjutsu was to do nothing less than become a living extension of creation itself. Without opening his eyes, he located Orochimaru. His former comrade's dark and twisted chakra flittered across his senses like an ink stain. Jiraiya struggled to move, but his body was no longer flexible, it was hardening into a rigid shell. He was becoming stone and he accepted the truth but moved on. It didn't ultimately matter to his final goal to stop a being intent on defying the natural order of the universe. Eyes opening, Jiraiya forced his body into a crouch, his fingers touching the ground. Orochimaru paused halfway to the sealed doorway and Jiraiya shifted his weight, leaping forward, as his legs stretched out behind him. Hands touching a toppled pillar, he rebounded with an even more powerful jump as Orochimaru blocked the punch flying toward his face. A pointless effort, his crossed arms might have stopped the fist, but the natural chakra flowing through Jiraiya extended beyond the physical and sent the other Sannin flying with the sound of bone cracking. Orochimaru crashed through one of the few still standing pillars, and then through a wall. Jiraiya landed and realized his lungs were no longer expanding, but he took comfort in the wordless music filling his ears. Another lunge sent the Toad Summoner hurtling after Orochimaru, even as his senses reported the twisted chakra of the other man shifting into something even more unnatural. Landing in the antechamber that Orochimaru had crashed into, he found his former friend's body expanding and undulating as the human form was shredded, revealing a massive white snake. A blur of motion followed and the tail of Orochimaru smashed into the petrified ribs of Jiraiya, sending him hurtling through another wall back into the larger chamber. Shattering a pillar, Jiraiya slammed into the ground, gouging out a chunk of the ground before coming to a stop. A low rumble filled the chamber and the massive snake body of Orochimaru smashed its way into the ruined main chamber, its bestial golden eyes glinting with human anticipation as it shot toward him. Leveraging his body up to a standing position once more, Jiraiya met the creature with his ninjutsu of last resort, the Cho-Otama Rasengan. Orochimaru realized his mistake too late. With access to the power of Senjutsu, the massive sphere of swirling chakra came quick and effortlessly to Jiraiya. The power vaporized Orochimaru instantly, and then the impact of the blast tore through the underground village. All that was left behind following this final confrontation was a massive sinkhole where a once feared hidden village had been. There, Naruto, I kept my word. I'm going to sleep now, so I'll leave it all to you. Chapter 33 Battle of Lake Tenjin. December 17, Region 6. Rock Lee grimaced, shaking his foot absently to clear the slush from the inside of his sandal. You would think that a camp, even in winter, would be devoid of slush, but sadly, that wasn't the case. If you weren't careful where you stepped, you found slush, and sometimes it depended on which tree you stood under. Of course, the snow slush that came from the tree was mostly due to Naruto. While the rest of them, well except for Ino, slept in tents, Naruto and Ino slept in the trees. While many things could be said in favor of Naruto, the thing that couldn't be omitted was the fact that he found it funny to dump snow on people. After a week, people learned quickly to locate which tree Naruto had staked claim to and avoided it. It was perhaps a testimony to the respect they had for Naruto that no one had as of yet tried to slaughter him. He was merely trying to lighten the mood. After all, the entire reason they were in the forest was so that they could methodically chop away at the Kumo forces. A daunting task by any stretch of the imagination, since Konoha had only 3 teams per region while Kumo had 8. Hence the concept of chopping the enemy forces into smaller chunks, using hit-and-run tactics to force the larger enemy to break into smaller units for pursuit. When in smaller groups, Konoha would assault with their superior numbers. The danger, of course, was that they might not be quick enough in escaping before the other Kumo teams arrived. Usually when that happened, they only managed to escape due to Naruto or Lee providing a distraction. Overall, this tactic had worked frighteningly well. They had eliminated 3 of the 8 teams, and if the scout report they were waiting on was good, that would soon be 4 out of 8. The Tokubetsu Jonin shifted his weight, glancing around the dim camp, before spotting Naruto seated near the guttering fire scribbling away in a notebook. Moving closer, Lee settled down near one of the other fires, considering his friend and comrade with unusual intensity. The others on his team had all commented on Naruto and his darker nature, even the samurai that they would be leading into battle soon were aware of it, and Lee couldn't place a finger on why. Lee admitted freely that something about Naruto troubled him lately, but it wasn't of a darker nature. It was of a more intangible nature. The best example Lee could offer was the lack of grief the ninja had shown after Anko's funeral. Lee, being mindful of how personal a funeral was to others, had waited until after Naruto finally left the graveyard to offer his condolences. Instead of a muttered thanks or an awkward silence, Naruto had flashed a grin, thanked Lee, and proceeded to tell an amusing story about Anko. Lee supposed it could be how the young man dealt with his grief, but Lee couldn't comprehend it. The loss of Anjin left Lee in a sort of daze, a dull ache that made it so very hard to grin or keep the flames of his youth burning bright. To lose someone so young, even in the line of duty, gnawed at Lee and filled him with the deepest urge to cry. Unconsciously, Lee ran a quick hand over his eyes to ensure that he in fact wasn't crying. Satisfied with that, he breathed easier, reminding himself that his other two children were safe. Reformed into a team with Uzumaki Hanabi, so that while they were understandably troubled at the loss of their brother in the flames of youth, they would have a reassuring and comforting presence to guide them. Captain. Lee came out of his thoughts, blinking once before looking up at Mizuku, one of his new teammates. Yes? The scouts are back, Mizuku said, crouching so that they were eye level. Yamanaka-san and OK confirmed the total number of Kumo ninja to be one full squad, backed by one complete battalion of samurai. Full? Lee asked, startled. That would be 8 Kumo ninja and 1,000 samurai, larger than they would normally find though a still manageable situation. Yes, Beshu-san and Seimo want all of us present so we can plan the attack. Of course. Lee said, standing, as did Mizuku, heading for where the other ninja were gathering. Taking a seat next to the others, Lee nodded at Nisei, pleased to feel the warmth of a stronger fire wash over him. Funny how one could forget about things like being cold or hungry until you were presented with warmth or fire. Now that we're all together, Nisei said, nodding at Ino and OK, please lay out the details for us. Not much to say, Ino admitted, having sat next to Naruto closer than was actually necessary. A squad of Kumo ninja and battalion of Kaminari samurai strung along a logging road, flanked by Lake Tenjin to the southwest and a much denser forest to the north. Their security made us hesitate, OK added, holding his hands before the fire, it's almost non-existent. That's what took us so long, we were triple-checking the area. I don't like it, Mizuku said, voicing what every ninja was thinking. They have to be aware of our tactic by now. They should have tightened security up, instead they're just leaving the front door open. It's got to be a trap. You'd think so, Ino said, shaking her head, but neither of us saw a hint of one. No hidden ninja, no summoning seals, we searched all over the place, but there's nothing. It appears that against our instincts, we must go on the information we do have. Nisei said, before shooting a still preoccupied Naruto a glance. Yash, Beshu-san is correct. Lee said, flashing a reassuring smile. We must plan quickly, dawn will soon be here and our youthful flames will be wasted if not used soon. As I see it, we have 2 possible plans of engagement over the frozen lake or through the thick forest. Using the lake, of course, would be the quickest way for our troops to get into position. Nisei said, turning his attention back to the planning of the assault. However, if the enemy detects our movement, we would be vulnerable to devastating counter-fire. What about the second option? Mizuku asked, frowning. Approaching through the forest would be slower, but it would be stealthier. If we were discovered, or hit with an unexpected ambush, we could quickly withdraw into the woods and escape, or regroup for a second attack later. Well, the answer's obvious then, OK said, we go through the forest. The numbers are on their side, and even if the frozen lake is the quickest route, we can't risk moving in the open where we might be detected. The forest is our best option. As everyone nodded in agreement, including Naruto, who Ino had just elbowed in the ribs, Nisei expanded the details. We advance through the forest and then fan out along the Kaminari column to launch our assault. I want the archers spaced at intervals with our crossbow team centrally positioned. If the Kumo ninja discover us during our approach, melt into the woods and come back here. Actually, Lee offered, scowling slightly, why not attempt to flank them? My team can cross the lake and take them from behind while the main forces attack from the front. It would be doubtful you could cross the lake with both the necessary speed and stealth. Nisei said, before adding, however, flanking them is a sound strategy. Once we are in position, take your team and peel off toward the right. Yash, our youthful energy will not let you down. Region 6, Base Fuyu. Hanabi scanned her small room one last time, ensuring that she had everything she would need for the patrol. Nothing stuck out in her examination, unlike her first patrol in which Hanabi had forgotten the map and compass. Suzumi had been generous enough later to chalk it off to a combination of nerves and having only recently, as well as reluctantly, been cleared for duty. Hanabi, however, wasn't quite so forgiving. She'd spent the rest of the day mentally berating her actions and swore not to make such a mistake ever again. Satisfied that she would forget nothing, she retrieved her backpack and hurried out of the room and into the pre-dawn lit courtyard. Her eyes adjusted almost instantly to the pale light that filled the sky, even as the samurai changed shifts around her. Taking a breath, she let it out slowly, mindful that she still needed to be careful on how much stress she put on her body. She was under strict medical observation. They seemed worried that she would stupidly push her body far too fast. Admittedly, Hanabi wasn't taking it as easy as they would prefer. The medical ninja on her team was especially annoyed, but she wasn't an idiot. Her body needed time to recover, and she would give it as much time as she could. Still, they were in a war, and she needed to retrain her body as quickly as she could. Heading toward the gate, where her teams would be waiting, she debated about which pattern to take this time. Normally they alternated between clockwise and counterclockwise, but Hanabi had been musing with the concept of attempting both patterns at the same time. Though that would involve breaking her team down into two-man units, which lowered the survival probability if they encountered an enemy. Still, this was a patrol and they weren't supposed to engage an enemy. Locate, gauge the strength and report back were the standing orders, but Hanabi knew that the real world would not allow that to happen. Still, she hesitated to actually employ the new pattern. Her own life she had no trouble risking, but she was aware of the other 3 lives she was responsible for. Speaking of which, there was Teru standing rigidly near the side entrance, his face hard. Whatever softness he had retained from the academy had been extinguished with the death of Anjin. There was a rough edge to him that bothered Hanabi. To borrow an analogy, he was a jagged blade that would harm both the target and the user. Gaze shifting, Hanabi found Kojiro sitting silently on the other side of the doorway, her face pensive. The other had been a thinker before, but now she was turning inward and at times, Hanabi actually worried the girl was going to get lost inside her own mind. Thankfully, Teru provided just enough of a connection that it wasn't likely to happen anytime soon. Reaching them, her stomach rolled, as it always did when she took up her responsibility. Morning, Teru-san. Kojiro-san. Good morning. Teru returned, while Kojiro merely nodded. Then his attention flickered over her shoulder adding, "Here comes Hata-san." Turning, Hanabi spotted the 14-year-old who was almost running while stuffing items into his hip pouch. "You're late. Again." "Sorry." "You managed," giving her an apologetic grin. Kanpo-sensei kept me up late practicing a few new techniques. "I'm sure he did." Teru muttered, just loud enough to be heard, prompting you to flush. Hanabi fought the scowl and the grin that wanted to escape her. It was a poor secret that Kanpo had certain tastes, or that you was interested in being tasted. Seeing her gaze, Teru shrugged and helped Kojiro to her feet. "Anyway," Hanabi said, filling the awkward silence that settled over the group, concentrating on her heartbeat. "We have the same mission as always. We patrol the area surrounding the base, looking for anything unusual and responding appropriately." They all made the expected agreeing noises. By now they knew the mission, but Hanabi liked to do the briefing anyway. It kept her shaky nerves from getting too bad. She doubted she'd ever get comfortable being in command. "We'll head south about 800 yards, and then we move northeast. Once we hit a small river, we follow the bank north for about a click and then loop back." Hanabi paused, before letting out a tiny breath. "It should take about 9 hours. our second patrol is 4 hours after the first and we backtrack our earlier path. So we're making 2 patrols today? Teru asked, sounding startled. Yes. Hanabi confirmed, feeling a little better, and pleased with her new pattern. It would, if nothing else, break up the monotony. As for duties, Teru, you're the cover man. Kojiro navigator and flank security. Hada-san, you can be our paceman as well as medic and I'll take point. Each one echoed yes at her orders. And you-san, Hanabi said, glancing at him, try to keep an accurate count of how far we travel. I don't want Kojiro-san to have to try and navigate our route blindly again. I told you I was sorry about that. You muttered, before seeing her look and gulping. I mean, right, Captain? You can count on me. Hanabi sighed, adjusting her backpack absently. Let's go. Nami no Kuni, Region 6, Lake Tenjin. Nisei crouched immobile among the shrubbery, his patience wearing thin. The samurai seemed to be taking an hour to get into position, despite the fact that the captains were experienced. Nisei wanted to do something. The longer they sat there waiting, the higher the chances of getting spotted became, in which case this would quickly become a bloodbath. Catching a flash from a mirror, Nisei glanced in Naruto's direction, and then nodding he glanced at Ino, who flashed her mirror as well. The samurai were finally in position, and he shifted his weight, speaking in a low tone, ordering the archers to prepare. Another glance confirmed that Naruto and Ino had ordered their samurai to prepare as well. Some were drawing katana, and others hefting spears, adopting better stances for their coming charge. Satisfied, he touched the radio, speaking briefly to Lee, clearing his team to start moving to the right for their flanking maneuver. Satisfied that the pieces for the attack were well underway, Nisei changed the channel on his radio and gave the go-ahead for Naruto and Ino to signal for the attack to begin. Like the well-trained unit that they were, the samurai launched themselves into action. The archers took aim and fired in rapid succession, the newly acquired crossbows inflicting heavy losses, while others broke cover and charged into battle with spear and katana. Against another foe, this sudden and overwhelming show of force would have won the day, but the Kaminari samurai rallied and with a roar launched a counter-attack with a contagious ferocity. Nisei, however, was only peripherally aware of the samurai. Instead, his focus was on trying to find the Kumo ninja. They should have launched their counter-attack by now, but so far, they had remained hidden. Perhaps they thought this merely a matter of samurai against samurai, thus not worth their time or effort. Nisei's musing on such a thought was interrupted when he caught movement to his right. A group of wild samurai were charging toward the archers. He was debating how to handle the problem when a barrage of kunai from the left cut them down, followed by Naruto breaking cover and entering the fight itself. Nisei had to chuckle. Apparently he was not the only one thinking about how to find the Kumo ninja, and Naruto's solution would be a unique way of locating them. It did not take long before the air echoed with the sharp crack of superheated air as lighting began to rain down on the tree line, obliterating portions of the archers. Scatter! Nisei shouted, mentally swearing at his stupidity. He should have realized that once Naruto revealed his presence that the Kumo ninja would start destroying the tree line in search of the rest of the Konoha ninja. Scrambling out of his hiding location, as did Ino, Nisei heard the death cry of the archers too slow to avoid the lighting attacks. Weaving and dodging, taking out any Kaminari samurai unfortunate enough to get in his path, Nisei managed to stay one step ahead of the lightning attacks. Damn it, where were those Kumo bastards? His ears were starting to hurt from the repeated thunder and his skin felt raw from the flashes of heat that were closing in on him. He had to get out of their line of sight. Fishing in his hip pouch, the Jonin dropped several smoke bombs obscuring his immediate surroundings, and then switched places with hapless Kaminari samurai. A powerful lightning blast struck the smoke-filled area, but by the time the cloud cleared, Nisei was long gone and already under cover in a position that could not be easily seen. Breathing heavily, Nisei decided that had been too close for comfort. Still, he had a job to do, and lowering his hands, he spread his family out, foregoing the churka image for stealth. Nisei watched as they spread out unobtrusively, in search of the Kumo ninja, and then turned his attention back to the immediate battle, bothered that he had lost sight of both Naruto and Ino. Of course he knew they were still out there and that they could handle themselves, but he would have preferred to see them. Shaking it off, he focused on the battle, studying the flow while wondering where Lee's team was. For that matter, Nisei felt that something about this battle was wrong, but what exactly he couldn't place. A few moments later, his family reported with the location of the Kumo ninja, and he grimaced. Two were closing in on Naruto, who was occupied dodging lightning strikes, while another was headed for Ino. Three were missing. Nisei presumed they had moved to confront Lee's team, and the last two were located near the lake, directing the lightning. Reaching up, he touched the radio, addressing first Naruto and then Ino before slinking away to deal with the two at the lake. It took a while, but soon enough he was in position, staring at the brightening silhouettes of his enemy. They seemed to be wearing a different kind of outfit, but their Kumo forehead protectors made it clear they were his targets. Now the question became how to take them out. If he used any of the modified techniques to cover his Kakachu, one of them would manage to survive. He wasn't even sure he had enough chakra to use one of the more powerful moves and disguise it, but he couldn't just use a move without trying to keep the appearance of chakra dots in place. If they got a hint that he was actually an Aburame, then his combat effectiveness would be halved. A second later, he didn't have to debate since he was forced into action as one of the ninja threw a kunai wreathed in lightning high into the air, and its trajectory brought it down amid the battling samurai with a flash of lightning. Hands spreading out and then snapping forward, Nisei hurled two spiraling groups of merging chakra dots at the enemy. The ninja furthest away managed to move in time, but the other didn't have such luck and fell victim to the attack. Twisting his hand, Nisei guided the chakra spear upward, carrying the impaled man high overhead, where the spear shattered before reforming into a sphere of chakra that trapped him inside. The other hand twisted and the chakra dots exploded in a brilliant shower, while Nisei broke cover to avoid the incoming lightning attack. Slipping along the frozen lake, trying to come to a stop, Nisei flung a hand out, trying to catch the Kumo ninja with a whip of chakra dots. Missing that, he mentally reached out to the glowing Kakachu overhead and had them come raining down as glowing hailstones. A lighting dragon forced Nisei to dodge, leaving a Kakachu clone behind, one that promptly exploded into chakra dots. Slipping to another halt, Nisei hurled several kunai at the ninja, which they easily avoided while countering with yet another lightning dragon. Nisei managed another dodge, though it cost him even more kakai, and as he launched into his next offensive, he realized that it was only a matter of time before the Kumo ninja got the best of him. Dodging an unexpected kunai, Nisei prepared to unleash one of his higher-level moves, when he felt several sharp stabs from behind which prompted a hasty kawarimi. Clear of the unexpected attack, Nisei stumbled and then collapsed, with the left side of his body completely numb. It didn't take a genius to realize that his enemy had charged that weapon so that he could later scatter a series of lightning needles from it. Using his unaffected arm, Nisei pushed up his body into an awkward kneeling position and spread his fingers, sending the unaffected Kakai out so they would launch a series of attacks at his enemy. The Kumo ninja stumbled and reeled from the blows as wave after wave of the Kakai slammed into him, leaving him stooped-shouldered while the insects coalesced into a large cloud and struck him down. Unfortunately, what they struck exploded into a bolt of lightning, revealing it to be a Rai-Bunshin. Swearing audibly, Nisei stumbled to his feet and began eyeing his immediate surroundings. Wherever the enemy had gotten to, he didn't think they were simply gloating in private or scared, they had him outmatched and they both knew it. His thoughts were distracted from the immediate process of spotting his enemy by the sudden high-pitched crackling of his radio. Flinching almost instinctively away from the sound, Nisei reached up to cup his ear, attention now split between it and staying alive. That's why it took him a few minutes to catch what Lee's garbled voice was saying, but when he did, his world came to a halt. Nisei.mush.lost moza.get. Can you am Nisei? Nisei faltered in his attack, mind frantically putting together the scrambled static of the call. Suddenly his earlier feeling of the battle feeling wrong made sense. This whole fight had been a trap, show weakness to lure the enemy in and crush him with overwhelming force. How could he have been so stupid? And now, thanks to his short-sightedness, their forces faced annihilation. It would almost be pointless to order the retreat, but he still did so. He got as far as selecting the channel for Naruto when his enemy interrupted him. You should know better than to stop fighting. the Kumo ninja exclaimed, hands crackling with lightning before pressing them together, filling the air with a raising pitch. Naruto, retreat. Get as many as you can out of here. Nisei shouted, scattering every Kikaichu he could. It is a fact that Ino is a kenjutsu master. She had trained with unbelievable tenacity for a little over 3 years to achieve her level. Indeed, it was only recently that she had started to relax. Therefore, against her the samurai's flurry of attacks was exaggerated and inefficient. The samurai leapt and spun, chopping and thrusting, but Raijin Ken moved a fraction of an inch to parry and her dodges completed without seeming to move. A sudden shift in weight and her counter thrust struck with devastating simplicity. No sooner had that samurai collapsed from the thrust and Raijin Ken slid free than it angled left and then right, then up just enough to send the descending katana of the next samurai slipping off to the side. He stumbled and recovered while slashing to the side, only for Ino to deflect it and send it high off the mark. A simple twist of the wrist and she dropped the samurai with a sharp thrust to the chest. Ino felt a moment of frustration with the fact that she was limited to a thrust as a killing blow. Her frustration was short-lived, however. A sudden and horrible noise caused Ino to snap her head around just in time to spot Naruto in midair as a bird of lightning swooped down at him. Unfortunately, she didn't get to see if he managed to survive as a quick motion alerted her to an attack. Her eyes caught the motion, followed it as the small object hit the ground, and ended up tracking a bouncing ball. Whether it was instinct or just an adrenaline-fueled reaction, Ino managed a kawarimi with a nearby Kaminari samurai and put as much distance between them as she could. A second later, she hit the ground as the ball exploded, leaving her with ringing ears and a searing pain in her thigh. Panting, she leveraged her body up, wincing as her leg moved. Twisting back, Ino tentatively touched the wound and had to bite back her scream. Breathing heavily, she began probing the wound before letting her hand touch her waist, confirming another wound there as well. The crackling sound of lightning cleared her mind from the pain and with a grunt rolled aside as a corkscrewed blade of lightning plunged into the ground where her head had just been. Eyes widening, she scrambled to a crouch, trying to stand before collapsing back to her knee, staring at this new development. Since when did Kumo have lightning blades? Like my weapon? The Kumo ninja said, turning toward her as he pulled the sword with its twisted lightning blade free. We learned a lot from your little toy there. Ino grunting lunged, her leg and waist screaming in protest, but she didn't have the option of sitting around. The Kumo ninja held his ground and parried her thrust, his free hand slamming into her chin and knocking her over. Using the momentum, Ino rolled into another crouch, unable to stop the scream that escaped her that time. Keep moving around like that and you'll just make those wounds worse, the Kumo ninja offered conversationally, approaching slowly. What the hell was that thing? Ino asked thickly, clutching her sword tighter and mind racing. A last request? Well, I call it a hand bomb, and when it goes off, all sorts of nasty surprises come out. I'm impressed you didn't get hurt worse. I'm just full of surprises. Ino said, free hand flashing through a hand seal before touching the ground. With a rippling effect similar to a stone hitting water, the ground undulated before the Kumo ninja sank with a cry of surprise up to his waist. Removing her hand, Ino smirked, forming another seal and touching the ground, yet again turning it solid once more. That done, Ino focused on the serious threat of her wounds. Whatever his nasty surprises were, she couldn't deal with them at the moment. He'd only stay distracted by that low-rank ninjutsu for a few minutes at most. Concentrating chakra to her hand, dark green in nature, Ino touched her thigh, allowing the Fujimi no Jutsu to do its job. The wound numbed, she moved her hand up to her waist, numbing it as well. That was about as far as she got before dodging a crackling kunai. Skidding to a stop, Ino lifted her sword in time to deflect the furious blow from the now free Kumo ninja while stumbling back from the force of it. The Kumo ninja wasted no time in following after her, his slices powerful enough to send Ino skidding back after each block. But, she realized one detail that he apparently didn't. This idiot simply didn't know how to use his lightning blade, and he was anything but a kenjutsu user. Ino grunted as she blocked yet another slash and made her first serious counterattack, going for his legs, which prompted him to jump and flip over her. Ino pivoted, Raijin Ken thrusting out, piercing through the hilt of his lightning sword. The resulting explosion of lightning and debris knocked Ino off her feet, but she managed to roll to her feet, breathing heavily. The Kumo ninja had not been so fortunate. He was struggling to get back up, but his hands were a bleeding mess. Hefting her blade, Ino eyed the ninja sourly, preparing to finish this when a sound reached her over the battle. The sound of a scream, high and raw, accompanied by the sound of crackling lightning, and her head turned. Through a gap between samurai, her eyes widened in horror as she saw Naruto, wrapped in a field of lightning, screaming as his body convulsed. Whatever thoughts about finishing her fight were forgotten. Indeed, Ino didn't even realize that she had started running toward him. Catching the hands of the samurai, Naruto altered the course of the downward chop to the side and sent them flying with a front kick. A quick double step backwards let him avoid a stab from another samurai and drop an elbow on their neck. The body falling limply to the ground gave Naruto a moment to catch his breath, leaving him temporarily out of the fight. Glancing around, Naruto realized that neither Ino nor Nisei were in view, and that made his stomach clench. Pushing that aside, he took in the samurai, idly wondering at why the numbers seemed off. Eyes widening, he began studying the numbers in earnest. This wasn't right, there should have been more Kaminari samurai. A moment later Naruto spun around, Nisei's warning about 2 ninja echoing in his ear. He didn't find anything out of the ordinary, at least for a battlefield, looking skyward reassured that they weren't coming from overhead. Which meant. Looking down, he jumped, his feet leaving the ground just as a ninja emerged from the ground, hands clutching at the soles of his sandals. Reaching the peak of his jump, Naruto drew a kunai, preparing for a counterattack when he heard a horrible noise from overhead. Looking up, startled Naruto found a large bird made of lightning, wings swept back, and descending beak first toward him. A hastily created Kage Bunshin pulled him out of its path at the last second, leaving the bird to impact with the Kage Bunshin in a flash of lightning. Landing in a crouch, Naruto kicked a foot out to stop his skid along the snow, throwing the kunai at his first attacker as the second pressed their hands to the ground and sent an enormous triangular bolt of lightning at him. Eyes widening, Naruto formed a seal and unleashed a futon byobu to counter, skidding back from the resulting explosion. Noticing through the dancing dots in his vision that both enemies were almost side by side, he unleashed a futon Kazuridan no Jutsu. The wind dragon rushed into battle without hesitation, spiraling and weaving its way toward the 2 Kumo ninja. One reacted quicker than the other, and formed a long string of hand seals, before unleashing a Suiton Tsuryuden. Naruto almost laughed, wind could cut right through water, when the other Kumo ninja reached a crackling hand out to touch the body of the charging water dragon. His eyes widened a split second before the 2 dragons connected. Spiraling and twisting around each other, raising high into the air before they exploded, creating a rain of shocking water. Naruto swore under his breath, wincing from the electrically charged water as samurai dropped in twitching heaps. They were reacting to his move with a perfect counter every time, not that he was surprised. Over the last few battles he had encountered others who had done the same thing. It didn't mean he was happy, just used to the fact that there were Kumo ninja training specifically to take him out. Unfortunately for them, they still had things to learn if they knew and had planned for the most common techniques he used, then he would simply use his uncommon ones. Dropping into a spinning leg sweep, he kicked up snow while forming a new hand seal. A futon repashu sent the scattered snow flying at his enemies, and another set of hand seals pulled the flying snow together into spinning shuriken. The 2 Kumo ninja dodged hastily, caught by surprise, which was what Naruto wanted. Targeting the closest one, he formed the tiger seal and then exhaled sharply, unleashing the giant ball of flame of a Katon Gakakyu no Jutsu, forcing them on the defensive. The ground gave a jerk and his eyes widened in surprise, turning to stare at the Kumo ninja who was apparently drawing the ground, and hence Naruto toward him. A blast of wind from beneath his feet sent Naruto airborne, while he formed several Kage Bunshin. Grasping the wrist of 2 of them, he forced his body into a spin, hurling one and then the other at his enemy. The other Kage Bunshin mimicked his attack, hurling others forward, and when only one was left, Naruto laced his hands together so that it could push off in its own attack. Landing, Naruto watched as the Kage Bunshin exploded in an attempt at killing that particular Kumo ninja. His attention shifted to the sound of crackling lighting and he pivoted, throwing his body to the side in an attempt at avoiding several kunai wreathed in lightning. Hitting the ground with a sloppy shoulder roll, a portion of his cloak shredded, Naruto fired off his own kunai each coated with wind chakra and when the enemy dodged, tried hitting them with the Kanashibari no Jutsu. Scrambling to his feet, Naruto turned in time to find another lightning bird bearing down on him. Darting left with a shunshin at the last moment, he let it connect with the Yuki Bunshin he left behind, and then charged forward dodging and weaving through a barrage from the retreating Kumo ninja. Closing the distance, Naruto ducked beneath a kunai, his arm swept back, before slamming a Rasengan into the enemy's chest. The enemy flew backward spinning and Naruto pivoted to find the first ninja. With a running jump, he flipped before dropping toward them. His feet should have hit their head, snapping their neck, but instead of the expected impact, the Kumo ninja exploded into lightning. Naruto landed heavily, the lightning wrapping around his body, bolts passing through his body, muscles convulsing as he screamed his throat raw before collapsing in a lifeless heap. If he had been any other ninja, any other human, that would have been the end. Uzumaki Naruto, however, was not any other ninja. He was as far removed from being like normal ninja as normal ninja were from being grasshoppers. Even as his body hit the ground, unnatural warmth was flooding through his body, healing his lungs and repairing his heart. A malevolent power was forcing life back into his limbs, guided on the subconscious level by a dark will. Bleeding eyes registered a wounded Ino, blood seeping from her side, rushing toward him. They flicked past her, registering an enemy bearing down on her from behind. Closing for the kill. Suddenly the dark will was overridden by Naruto's own, his body exploded into action, hurtling in a red blur past Ino and slammed a fist into the enemy's face, snapping his head backwards. His other hand whipped around, leaving searing slashes across their torso from elongated fingernails. That threat handled, the heat began to ebb and he turned back to Ino, who was just beginning to change directions. Forcing the Kyubi chakra to less overwhelmingly noticeable levels, he took in the battle around him. More Kumo ninja were already closing in and the Hai no Kuni samurai were almost obliterated. This battle was lost and Naruto could understand and see it so clearly that he almost flinched from the knowledge. "Get to the lake!" Naruto shouted, or tried, his voice sounded raw but the samurai heard and followed the order. Ino was almost at his side, and it took her a moment to change momentum, but soon they were both racing toward the lake. Naruto covered the retreat with Kage Bunshin, praying that he could get them out of this mess. Near the lake's edge, several feet away, an explosion filled the early morning. The shockwave washed over him, the ground rumbling and ears ring, but Naruto didn't pay it any attention. He had other, bigger things on his mind, Ino with her bleeding for one and getting as many people out of this mess as he could for two. When the lightning started raining down around and behind him, he didn't flinch. He simply sent more Kage Bunshin into the world before asking Ino a very important question. "Can you break the ice on the lake even more?" At her faint agreement, he raised his voice for the surviving samurai, "Get as close together as you can on that lake." Hands coming up, he formed a series of hand seals and then unleashed the Kirigakure no Jutsu, obscuring the fleeing group from view. It wouldn't last long, but it would buy them time for what he had planned for their escape, though he just hoped Gamajun could forgive him later. Smearing blood from his mouth, his hands began forming another string of hand seals as he bullied his chakra to mold properly, hitting the ice a half step behind Ino. Ino skidded as she dropped to a knee, blood trailing behind her, hand slamming hard on the ice. The cracks raced outward, joining the pre-existing ones, and widened wildly. Naruto followed up by dropping to a knee, gripping it with chakra, and smacked his own hand against the surface, creating a circle with black lines around his hands. One Kuchios no Jutsu later and everyone disappeared into the maw of a toad. Nami no Kuni, Region 1, Forward Konoha Military Command. Narashikamaru had never wanted any kind of authority, though he usually ended up in such positions. His ambition in life amounted to nothing more than being an average ninja, with an average career, married to an average-looking wife with average kids and eventually retiring. Despite the various shake-ups that had happened over the years, this ambition had never changed. Still, Asuma had selected him as his lieutenant, and with the older man now assassinated, Shikamaru had no choice. Besides, Shikamaru had the sneaking and depressing suspicion that he was the only one capable of untangling the numerous encoded strategies that Asuma had left behind. Not that it made things any easier, he still had to rearrange Konoha's forces and ensure that those under him actually followed his orders. Apparently, some of the older ninja were less than happy about taking orders from someone his age, or maybe it was just because it was someone that didn't have much of a reputation. Shikamaru mused about that for a half-second before shaking his head. It was just too bothersome to consider right then. He had other more pressing things to deal with. Namely the loss of Regions 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 to Kumo, along with the many Konoha teams still MIA. Shifting through the numerous piles of paper on his desk only confirmed what he had told Asuma weeks ago: they needed better communication between their regions. Sighing heavily, his head drooped, letting several pages fall back to the battered table, beginning to realize why Asuma smoked so often. Twisting to face the high window, he squinted, attempting to separate the slate clouds from the equally slate-gray sky. Difficult as it seemed, at least he was able to take his mind off the trouble on his desk. Letting out another deep breath, he turned back to the desk and paperwork, before stacking them up to study the map. Asuma had been in the middle of marking out the new defensive positions. Nishio, Chita, and Hakusai were forming the northeast perimeter against Region 6, while Mabaru, Fukutsu, Kasugai and Miyawaka made up the southeastern perimeter against Region 7 and 8. Neither perimeter would give any time soon, but still it would be better when the Real reinforcements arrived from Konoha. Tracing a finger along the northeastern perimeter, he paused at Nishio, worried about if they would hold out until then. They were the most direct route into Region 5 from that direction, and while they were the best defended, the numbers still weren't in their favor. "Excuse me, Commander Nara-san," a feminine voice said, following a curt knock, which startled him out of his thoughts. Looking up, he blinked, staring at the average-looking, dark-haired woman standing in the entrance to his makeshift office. Noticing his attention, she smiled and entered the office, closing the door behind her. "I'm pleased to meet you." "Yeah," Shikamaru managed, leaning back slightly. "Do we know each other?" "Oh, I guess I forgot to introduce myself," the woman said, before straightening. "I am To, formerly of the 12 Guardians, and my current assignment is the head of the Special Reconnaissance Division of Umbu." "To?" Shikamaru repeated, trying to remember if Asuma had ever mentioned that name before, but the only one he could remember was a fire temple priest named Chiriku. Of course, that didn't mean much. Asuma had never liked talking about that time in his life. "I was junior to Asuma-senpai within the 12 Guardians," To said, pausing before shrugging. "We both left at roughly the same time following a certain event that split the group." "I see," Shikamaru said. It certainly sounded right. That was pretty much how Asuma had sidestepped questions about his past. It made Shikamaru curious against his will about what that event was. "You mentioned Special Reconnaissance?" "Yes. Once I left the 12 Guardians and returned to Konoha, I entered Umbu and worked my way into command," To explained, relaxing. "I had hoped to work with Asuma-senpai once more, hence why I volunteered to join your reinforcements." "Ah. You know?" "Yes," To said, her tone softening. I am saddened by his passing." "Do we have any leads as to who?" "No," Shikamaru said, an alarm bell going off in his head. It was possible that someone had leaked details, but Shikamaru had issued orders to keep the assassination quiet. "Do you have the orders?" "Yes," To added, offering him a sealed manila envelope. 10 teams, 40 all total. 3 Umbu teams. "Great," Shikamaru muttered, reading the papers within standard transfer orders, and the number certainly matched what she had told him, so there was no warning bells going off there. "Besides the Umbu teams, do the others have any experience?" "Of course, the majority were pulled from the Oto-Konoha conflict, while the rest are from the western and eastern borders." She paused, her eyes looking uneasy. Also, on the way in we made contact with a Kiri ninja. He's under orders from the Mizukage to speak with our commanding officer. Fine, Shikamaru sighed, filing that mention of Kiri to the back of his mind while flipping through the orders. Assemble the teams, we'll be sending them out to the 2 perimeters ASAP. The most experienced are heading for Nishio, it's the one most directly threatened. After that I'll speak with the Kiri ninja. I take it I'm your lieutenant? To asked, almost sounding amused. You said you've been working in the Umbu, and as a member of the 12 Ninja Guardians, correct? Shikamaru asked, not looking up from the bothersome orders. He needed to bowl through it so he could plan accordingly. At her confirmation, he glanced up at her, holding up a sheet of paper. Well, that means you're used to handling group movements, and I need a lieutenant that can help out with that. You are a clever one, To said in a friendly fashion. No wonder Asuma-senpai chose you as his lieutenant. Bothersome. Shikamaru muttered, turning his attention back to the paperwork, which To correctly took as a dismissal. After the door closed, he breathed out heavily, pinching the bridge of his nose, wondering if he had made the right decision. After all, there was really nothing to justify it, but he didn't trust her, at least, not enough to turn her loose in the field.
Thank you for your views, likes, subscriptions, and overall support of my ongoing efforts to bring great content to all of you. Check out my Patreon for more mature fanfiction. The link is in the description and like everywhere on my channel.